coffee or tea or something to, this isn't happening. It's Startup Utsav. We need some energy from the crowd. Come on. We'll do a good morning again, but this time with a lot of energy. And the kids at the back benches. I need that energy from you. Good morning. Much better. Thank you. So just wanted to inform all of you that we will be starting with the celebrations in a very short while from now. So I'll request everyone to please come to this hall, get settled. And of course, the mandatory request, keep your mobile phones in silent mode before the inaugural ceremony begins. So I'll request also volunteers in charge, please ensure that all our guests and attendees are coming and taking the seats so that we can start with the ceremony in a very short while from now. तो आमर जिते सबू अतिथि माने आछंती समस्त को अनुरोध करबी आपण माने वर्तमान आसिकी बसी जांतु सेटल हे जांतु एवं मोबाइल फोन्स को आपण साइलेंट मोड रे रखि देबे कार्यक्रम आरंभ हवा पूर्वरु खूब शीघ्र आरंभ हवा को जाउची आमर कार्यक्रम and I hope you will have a lot of valuable takeaways from Startup Utsav 2024 today. So on that note, we'll again resume once the inaugural ceremony begins, but of course I'll keep requesting people to get settled. And in fact, those who are coming, जो माने आसुचंती वर्तमान से माने आगे जो seats करा खाली अच्छी, आपण माने सेठी बसी परिबे so that as and when जो दी आउ आसुचंती audience से माने पछरे बसी परिबे so that it is the front rows are filled up first. So I request those who are coming and जो मान को अभ्यास हमें backbencher ही की बसीबू माने school time रो अभ्यास थीबो से मान को we'll request that you can take the seats. I can see a lot of empty seats there. So take the seats in the front. And let the backbenches be filled up later. All right. Thank you so much. So we'd just like to inform that Honorable Minister Shri Pratap Keshri Dev is already on his way and should be reaching here in a very short while. Sound. Soundটা পড়ে না line কেটে গেল but you don't have a backup system. Yeah. କେମିତି କରିବା ନା ଲାଇନ୍ ପଳେଇଲା ମାଇକ୍ ମିସ୍ ହେଇଗଲା ଏଟାରେ କିଛି ବ୍ୟାକଅପ୍ ନାହିଁ just a bit of problem with the electricity, but I'm sure I have a loud voice, so it's must be audible to everyone. So just wanted to inform that the Honorable Minister Shri Pratap Keshri Dev is on his way, and we should be starting in a few minutes from now. And I'll once again request people to settle down now, so that we can quickly begin because we are already running a little behind schedule. So we'll quickly start as soon as the Honorable Minister arrives. So I request people to settle down. And of course, take this opportunity to once again welcome you to Startup Utsav, one of its kind initiative being organized by Startup Odisha to bring together all stakeholders under one roof and also recognize and appreciate the hard work, the efforts of these stakeholders who are driving the startup ecosystem to new heights of success. So that's the whole objective of organizing this event today. And we are looking forward to a very, very impactful and meaningful day. I also believe there couldn't have been a better time to, organize this event because very recently, as you know, Odisha has emerged as a top performer in the recent DPIIT State Startup Ranking 2022. So I'm sure, couldn't have been a better time. Could we give a big round of applause for Odisha and Odisha startup ecosystem for that, for being a top performer. So this, I think, is a great way to celebrate that as well. So just to let you know, as for the entire day, besides saluting the spirit of all our startups, incubators who have performed exceptionally well last year, we would also get a chance to get some interesting insights into the success stories of our homegrown entrepreneurs during the day. So there's something for all of you, like I said, valuable takeaways from this event today. So we are very proud and privileged that our homegrown entrepreneurs who have actually scripted a success story are here today with us to share their journey and to give you some, I'm sure, some dose of motivation and inspiration for the day. That apart, there are masterclasses also taking place during the day. So yes, a very, very eventful day is what Startup Odisha has planned for all of you. Should I check? And yes, we're back. So how many student-led startups in this hall right now? Anyone already there present, young students who've already started their entrepreneurial journey? I know there would be some during the day, but currently, are there any at the back? Any student-led startups? Oh, I see one. Ah, nice. What's your name? Wonderful. Can I give a big round of applause? Said you wanted to be an entrepreneur, your parents would have been like, "Are you mad?" But it's so good to see young students starting the journey while they are studying. So I think it's amazing. Should we, do you think maybe, I think they're working on time, it's getting late, maybe we can close the door and Achha, can you do a coordinate, one coordinate mic on the can you coordinate mic take you na every Yeah, it's fine now. So I request, I'll request students to please now get settled. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to inform that we would be starting with the session right away because two of our very eminent guests, homegrown entrepreneurs, they have a flight to catch and we can't delay this any further. So I'll quickly request those here at the side, if you can please, students who at the side, yes. Can you ask someone to volunteer to please help them get settled or sit at the backside so that we can just start away? So, like I said, two of our speakers from the inaugural ceremony, they have a flight to catch. So we would like to start with this session. So I need all your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very privileged that we have amidst us Shri Gautam Kumar, co-founder and CEO of RI, which enables mobile workforce management and transparency in field operation across various industry verticals. It's a global IT startup handling over 5+ million transactions a day for 75 companies across the globe. Can we give a big round of applause for that? That fills our heart with so much of pride. And as the CEO at FarEye, Sri Kumar ensures marshalling limited resources to the most productive use with the aim of creating maximum value for the company's stakeholders, planning and executing strategies based on customer, employee, and organizational requirement, and driving performance measures for operations and sales. A graduate from KIT, so if many of them are there from KIT, you can give a big round of applause for that as well. Sri Kumar's efforts to address genuine issues has also helped him bag the Social Innovator of India Under 35 award by MIT. So we would start by listening to the success story from the man himself, Sri Gautam Kumar. A big round of applause.
Same mic, I'll have to go.
No, it's okay. I think now it's fine. You can. You want to use it? This is fine?
Or you have coordinates or any hand mic?
You would prefer that?
Yeah,
let me just find it. Do we have a contact mic?
Good morning, everyone. Once again, good morning. यार, to be very honest, मैं ना रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा था कि जब तक फॉर्मल सेशन शुरू हो तो ये गैदरिंग जो है ना बड़ी इनफॉर्मल है. तो you guys are very open. You should be very open and you can ask anything जब तक हम फॉर्मल सेशन शुरू करें. Is this good? Yeah. See, how many guys are founders over here? And rest thinking about to becoming founder, right? How many guys are thinking about to becoming founder? And now founder plus thinking about to becoming. Okay. So I'll start with the formal one. So if I'll get time, I and Sri both will rush to the airport. So first of all, I would like to congratulate Startup Odisha to getting award once again as a first ranker. Give a big round of applause for them. Since like more than a decade now, and his devotion towards building the culture is also very, very important and well recognized. And thanking once again for the platform that we are here. And lastly, like in my session, I'll talk about how we can create a business that can scale. And for FarEye, we started from Bhubaneswar, same place. 10 years before, we completed 10 years last year. And because you guys are not listening, then I'll give you some golden lines. So till now, we have raised more than 1,000 crores. We have investor जिन्होंने नेटफ्लिक्स को इन्वेस्ट किया है, एयरबीएनबी को इन्वेस्ट किया है, फेसबुक को इन्वेस्ट किया है, लिंक्डइन को इन्वेस्ट किया है. See how investment stories are like resonating everyone, right? Everyone is looking for money. So, like starting from Bhubaneswar and becoming global is not like a sprint. You know what is a sprint? आज मन किया एक प्रोडक्ट रिलीज करने का, घनश्याम जी वी वर टॉकिंग राइट, एंड 4 दिन में हम रिलीज कर देते हैं. नो, लाइक इट्स अ मैराथन. बिल्डिंग ए कंपनी इज अ मैराथन, एंड वी आर इनटू B2B SaaS, सॉफ्टवेयर एज अ सर्विस. So it's very important to change the habit every week, every month, every quarter. And when you are playing in the field where you have very less competition in Asian market, but you have good competitor on the global market, and then you are coming under top 2 on the global level. That is also a well recognition from the company. Started from Bhubaneswar. The guy who never went to any very great formal colleges, Like जब अपने टाइम में हम बात करते थे IITs, NITs and IIMs studied at KIT only, just few steps away from here. Then, like at same time, you will have to solve so many problems. So this is like a marathon. Are you guys listening? Great. Okay, so I'll tell you, which thing has worked and what we did as a mistakes as well. I'll give you like both the examples, and definitely like this will help you to replicate your model. And you know what vested interest I have? Orissa mo karam bhumi ache. So I want at least 100 करोड़ वैल्यूएशन की कंपनी इस साल 5 होने चाहिए in the state of Orissa. That is the only expectation, and I'm ready to invest my time, my energy, my effort over here. Not only me, we have guys like Mr. Sri Kumar as well, and he has also created a lot of things and a lot of entrepreneurs from Orissa. Are you guys in for the game? So less voice in the morning. Cool. How many guys are into like how many guys have raised any of the rounds, like a angel round? कितने को मिल गया कुछ पैसे? 10 लाख, 5 लाख, 2 लाख? Family, friends, raise your hands. Very good. At least 50% of the crowd will have like at least 10 crore valuation. No? Few. That's great. Only simple thing, you will have to multiply by 10. Right? Cool. So I'll talk now like how the journey from Bhubaneswar to the global. Right? So when we started from Bhubaneswar, like we did a lot of mistakes. We started by giving flavors, local flavors of the business to companies like Blue Dart, now part of DHL group, and later DHL became our investor. They have invested close to 70 crores in one of the round. मैं अब numbers बताऊंगा तो सब जगह रहोगे. Like you guys are still in the sleeping mode. तो हमने क्या किया कि like we started with a small thing as a last mile delivery technology company long back in 2013. That time there was no category in this field and e-commerce was growing like anything. So we had first customer from Rocket Venture, Jabong.com, that has been acquired by Myntra, and then like Blue Dart, DTDC, Ecom Express, and multiple companies. And then we were struggling here like how to go global. We went to nearest market like Asian market and Middle East market. And then we signed with 8 to 10 global companies. I'm talking in 14, 15. And by the time we had like a first round of funding. And you know why funding is needed. And I'll also connect their story with a lot of budding entrepreneurs over here. And that will resonate because right now I'm also connected at least with 8 to 10 founders from the state. Directly, indirectly, I'm guiding them, helping them, connecting them for the global outreach. And, like every time discussing the problem. Then, so people are afraid by doing the experiments. So that is the biggest bottleneck. I know like you guys have come out of the comfort zone, but largely doing the experiment and thinking about, hey, what will happen if this won't achieve. So always I'll say to marry with the problem, not with the solution. That was one key mantra, and with that gut, we went into the global market and we created based on the requirement of the industry, not by the individual customer. Both are very important. By the industry, not by the individual customers. I'll give you example. The biggest mistake we did, we thought, hey, like last mile software is like a field workforce management, right? We can sell to anyone, BFSI companies, Airtel was doing like a validation. Reliance was doing some validation in the field. Then we stuck our business. So we selected industry. Which industry we know? We know only retail and courier express parcel. So this is very important in life. Everyday's life, you will get a lot of customers. They'll ask, hey, like you will have to develop 5 things, we'll give you money. These are all low hanging fruits. You will have to always think about, hey, by building this product, how many similar customer will get with the same 50-60% effort, right? In the initial days. So this is very important, selecting the industry, because there would be playbook, right? So even lot of startups in the state are struggling with that. I'm very blunt and honest. And today, like some company will come and ask, hey, we want like from the BFSI, this software, they'll jump. They ask, hey, we want this IoT device, 10 sensors, they'll jump. Again, like some ministry will come, they'll go over there to get some project. So some official, government official will give us the PR, they'll jump. Everything is important. But you will have to be mindful what you are going to create for the scale, right? Initially, it should be horizontally, but definitely once, very early, you will have to be verticalized, focused, any business you do, right? If Netflix started giving and opening PVRs, क्या होएगा उसका? They're not thinking. If Amazon will start कि यार हम भुवनेश्वर में 10 स्टोर लगा देते हैं physical, right? So it's very important to focus on, even on that scale. I'm giving the example. Tesla is going to think, hey, like let's start like a diesel car and petrol car for some of the country. Still electric is not the solution, right? Is it resonating? Great. So selecting industry is very important. I mean the selecting the right audience of your product. You have hell of audience. In India, you have like 140 billion population, right? 140 crore लोग हैं. तो think about, you can create anything. अगर 1 billion भी user हो जाए तो it's a 1 crore भी user हो जाए तो it's a huge, right? So this is very important to selecting the target audience. Now, in our case, we did mistake, like we sold to lot of pharma companies, BFSI companies, and then Series A funding happened, and we were on that verge. Series B funding happened, and we were on that verge कि यार अभी तो investment ली थी, ये सारे roadmaps दिखा के what to do. Now with the tail of the customers, that is not talking in our industry's line. We were very bold. In the board meeting, we called out that, hey, like we are going to realize that this is the problem, and we wanted to solve in this way. And there was a logic, lot of work around. Then we got the we got the support from the investor as well, right? And then we again started putting focus on the retail and courier industries. And now I'll tell you the outcome. We are working with companies like Walmart in multiple countries. We are working with companies like Johnson & Johnson in multiple countries. We are working with companies like Wayfair, HelloFresh in Americas, lot of retailers on the global level, and we have like more than 15 customers. They use our product in more than 20 countries. So, because of one, and it took time, like it took like a 4 or 5 years. And I'll tell you also like what is the product differentiation that we thought those days, right? And at the courier express parcel level, we have customers like DHL, FedEx, UPS. In some of the countries, we handle more than 70% of the shipment movement of the country. And I'm talking about that country population is also huge, more than 100 million, right? So, so this is very important to select the industries where you wanted to cater. And then like when DHL happened that I was talking about, Thank you. So thank you, sir. I know like you are also very supportive to the startup culture over here. So I'll finish and then like I'll give to Omkar, sir. Uh, I won't take much time. Within 5 minutes, I'll finish. Or if you wanted maximum time, I'll increase by another 1 minute. So the lesson for the like a scale that helped us to reach the outcome to work with the global companies, right? So this is very important. And when like you're working with these companies, then you will have to also think about hey, which sort of product they need. Otherwise, they'll come to your platform and they'll move out after 1 year, 2 years. Because for software as a service, it's a renting. So there is no plug out fee. So you will have to keep focus on the product differentiation. And when you're talking and bidding the global companies, then it becomes much more important. So we added a lot of functionalities. We acquired some companies. Till now we have acquired 2 companies. We added now AI stories. So in the predictable delivery with the drivers in US, we guide them to reduce the accidents. We started drone delivery technology in Americas. So few are the jargons of the industry and few are the product differentiation, right? By understanding the category. So, like in nutshell, if you are working with multiple industries, then figuring out the lever is very tough. But if you are limiting yourself to the industry, then you will identify the levers. And a lot of times, like you will face the problem. Think about, hey, tomorrow if you are getting 100 crore ka fund, what will you do tomorrow? Will this solve your problem? No. So you need money definitely just to accelerate the growth, to expedite the GTM, go to market. This will support you to hire the, like lot of good resources who can develop the product. But for the initial timings, yes, you need a small money, but for the, product market fit and differentiation, you don't need a lot of money. Now, on the last thing, like I was talking about how we started and from Bhubaneswar, and now we are operating we have office in Chicago, Manchester, Dubai, Singapore. Last year we started Sydney. So we do work almost 24/7. We deliver almost 35 parcel per second. So we are not allowed to sleep. We deliver, when I say we deliver, I mean the technology is going to enable all the delivery that you are getting. Hey, XYZ, your shipment is about to deliver. By this time is powered with Farai. You are using pizza. You are getting credit card, debit card, Amazon, Flipkart parcels, right? So that has been powered by Farai in most of the countries, even in India, that you are getting the masses. How many guys are getting masses for your parcel delivery every day? Raise your hand. Almost all. Think about the feeling. Think about the impact, right? And the best part of the life, right? As I told in the introduction, Orissa mo Karam Bhumi. The people are so great. We got early investment from 2 Uriya guys, Mr. Devasis Patnaik and Purna Mohanty. They were not knowing us. So people, then as a founder, we were discussing over here in Orissa, people are amazing people, not because they have given money. Accessibility was not a challenge. As I told, like Subrato Bakchi sir, I met almost 12 years before. Omkar sir, when he was heading STPI. So approach is never a problem over here. Any government officials, any big business houses, if you're saying, hey, I'm a startup, even still today, like I'm so impressed with Sri's initiative. I've seen on social media, he's also mentoring so many startups. So see, that is the culture that we have in Orissa, right? And if we will miss this bus, then it would be big misses to us. So, with the one request, 100 crore ki valuation, 5 companies from this state this year. How many guys are in for that? Raise your hand. I'm not demanding 100 million, 100 crores only. Very good. And you know the important part before I'll finish the session is the biggest gift of your life as an entrepreneur you can give the entrepreneurship. Think about. Right? Do you want to gift yourself as an entrepreneur? So that is very important. So once again, like thanks everyone for your patience, and hopefully this casual conversation might have given some sort of confidence to you guys. Otherwise, like I'm available, you can reach through LinkedIn or any of the social media. I'm available in different time zones. And yeah, over to you guys.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause. What a wonderful way to start. And of course, we take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Minister Industries, Energy and MSME, Shri Pratap Keshri Dev. And without delaying this any further, we'll also request him to join us on stage along with our all esteemed dignitaries for the inaugural ceremony. Please give a big round of applause as I also will welcome Shri Shiv Kumar Mishra, founder, Milk Mantra and Anna AI. The mic, please. Shri Gautam Kumar, co-founder and CEO of RI, and Dr. Omkar Rai, Executive Chairman, Startup Odisha. As is customary practice, we would like to welcome all our esteemed guests with bouquets. We need the mic. So, industry of the country, he has definitely led Odisha startup ecosystem on a path of growth as envisioned by the Chief Minister. I now request him to give the opening remarks and set the context for the event ahead.
Very good morning to everyone. A very good morning to all of you. I would the honorable dignitaries on the dais, Minister for MSME, Energy, and MSME Energy and the founder of Milk Mantra, Shri Kumar Mishra ji, the co-founder for Shri Gautam Kumar, other dignitaries of the dais, the leader from the startup ecosystem, the finalists from Startup Yatra and Startup Expo. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege to welcome you all at this Startup Utsav. It is being celebrated for the kind of work, the kind of achievement, the kind of achievements and contributions the startup ecosystem of Odisha has made during the preceding year. I must say that if you look at the kind of the UTSAV stands for Unlocking Tomorrow, the startups, aspirations to vision and venture. It's very celebration, this UTSAV, we are going to celebrate the successes made by incubator, successes made by startup, the success made by the startup in terms of achieving external funding, the startups who has achieved and got the grants from the startup Odisha, the startups who got the external recognition, the startups who made overseas ventures, they created their offices overseas, the startups who got recognition nationwide, and we have also benchmarked the startups and incubator and ecosystem players against the international benchmarks. We all know that during the preceding year, we conducted the Startup Yatra and the Startup Express meant for the college students and the students from the schools. We outreached all 30 districts, outreached to close 45,000 students, received 4,600 ideas from across Odisha, from young boys and girls, from each and every district of Odisha, every nook and corner of Odisha. We have received ideas from young boys and girls from Malkangiri, Koraput and such other districts. And therefore the entire inclusive ecosystem that we have in place has participated in this Startup Yatra and Express. These young boys and girls, we selected 50 each from Yatra and Express, and they were given an acceleration, and finally we have selected 10 each from Yatra and 10 from Express. Both the team of selected individuals, young boys and girls, are going to be felicitated at the hands of by the hands of the Honorable Minister. We are also signing few MOUs which will further boost and help the startup ecosystem of this state. I would also say that during the entire session, we are also going to have Sri Subrata Bagchi himself here, who is going to interact with the young boys and girls and prospective startups through his session, Ask Me Anything. We have all listened to the speech and the interaction made by Sri Gautam Kumar, the Chief Operating Officer of Farai, which is a homegrown startup, is making pace and names all across the world. We are also going to listen to Sri Kumar Mishra ji, who is a very proud founder of Milk Mantra, which has got a name and eminence across the country as a very leading startup from this state. Homegrown startup founders are going to give you motivation and real life lessons which will help you in times to grow. We are also going to have a fireside chat with Birja Raut, founder Biggie's Burger. And we are also going to listen to so many experts, so many stakeholders during the day-long session. With these few words, I must welcome all the participants here. I must also give a very hearty welcome to the Honorable Minister, who is always very supportive to the startup endeavors that are being taken by us. During the last year, we have running, one of the guests has to catch flight. I must quickly summarize that during the last year, we have extended grant to 51 startup this year, 122 startup last year. We know that we have about 700 startup out of 1800 startup which are women-led or participated by women as a director, which is a very large percentage above the national percentage. We have received close to 500 external funding. In our ecosystem, we conducted the Startup Yatra, Startup Express, we conducted Funding Stack, which is a Investor Connect program, and most importantly, we have created several initiatives, launched several initiatives, which is going to put the startup ecosystem of this state at a very different place in times to come. We have also launched a fund of fund with 100 crore initial corpus, which is being managed by CDB, and this fund has already been operationalized. And we are seeing a lot of activities in terms of investment happening in our ecosystem. With these few words, I must say that there are a lot of things that are happening. We are assembled here, gathered here to come on a platform to celebrate those successes and also to plan for the future, for upcoming year. I must again welcome you all and wish this very event, UTSAV, Startup UTSAV 2024, a great success.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone. Well, without any further delay, we already know, ladies and gentlemen, we have amidst us Sri Kumar Mishra, founder Milk Mantra, and Arna AI. His entrepreneurial journey began with the launching of Milk Mantra, an ethically sourced premier dairy foods company and India's first VC-funded agri-food startup. Recognized as a conscious capitalism advocate, he became a second-time founder with Arna. At Arna, they are redefining DeFi by infusing it with AI and crafting an intelligent tokenization infrastructure, paving the way for decentralizing the alpha value chain. Also honored as a fellow of the Aspen Institute and a Yale World Fellow, his work has been widely featured in global media with case studies at Stanford Business School and IIM. It'll be a pleasure to now hear about his story from him. A big round of applause as I welcome him to address the audience.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the Odisha startup team for having me over, Omar and Manisha and the team. Thank you. Honorable Minister, we haven't met for a long time, but always a pleasure to see you, and I keep hearing about your support to the startup and MSME ecosystem. Thanks for that. So first of all, let me reflect by saying that since the last 13 years back, I stepped back into Odisha from my work in London to set up Milk Mantra, and my wife, we gave up our jobs and lives there and came back here. Since then, till now in this room, the change is absolutely phenomenal. And it's sort of the work of the state and everyone is just wonderful. I remember, I'll share very quickly, I remember one of those, early day events when, or rather instances, as I was founding Milk Mantra, and there was startup, that word was not even there in the lexicon. There was no policy framework for startups. There was no single window also. And when we started Milk Mantra, the dairy department, which we sort of fall under, was the officials over there were very apprehensive about what we were doing, and they almost tried to block us. Not out of malice, but they were just generally worried about what's going on. What is this startup doing in this space, where government cooperatives operate generally. So I had to reach out to the then Chief Secretary Jugal Babu, and he, along with Mr. Saurav Garg, they spoke to the dairy department, and then they started believing finally that when I told them, look, I'm not the enemy of the state. I'm here to build something here. We've left everything, come back here to build something. We're here to do it together. So such from those days to now, where startups are being nurtured, welcomed in this whole framework, this policy, and sorry, I have a sore throat, but I'll try to speak as loudly as I can. And in that sort of framework, it's just amazing to see the change that has happened. So I'll come to my 3 stages of my life, building companies, and I'm currently in my 3rd life, as I refer to it. And I'll leave 3 messages with the young founders here. So the first one is about purpose. Okay. When we came back and founded Milk Mantra, the objective was to build a brand, a consumer brand out of Odisha, and do it in a way which impacts the entire ecosystem, especially the poor farmers in Odisha who should be part of an organized framework and a network, so their lives also change, whilst we build a front-end consumer brand which solves the problem of high quality nutrition in dairy foods. So that was the purpose really of building Milk Mantra. And today I'm happy to say, after almost more than 10 years, we service more than 300,000 households every day. There are about 100,000 farmers in our ethical milk sourcing program whose lives and income levels have changed significantly in the last decade. And we impact close to 1 million lives in the entire rural ecosystem over here, which is something our MOO team at Milk Mantra is absolutely proud of. So purpose is core to every startup. If you focus on that, the numbers will follow. The top line, and be very focused on revenue, top line, valuation, other numbers will follow. Okay, do not chase certain metrics. You're seeing what's happening in the startup ecosystem right now. Some things have gone awry. Be focused around your purpose. Other things will follow. That's the first message. And by design, by design, Milk Mantra was supposed to be niche, premium, and purpose driven, like I said. And also the 4th one was to be profitable. I raised my first round of funding back in 2010-11, when there was really even early stage seed funding was very limited. Went on to raise $5 million then. We became India's first agri-food startup to be VC funded. But subsequently decided that I have to be sort of disciplined about funding, not just go out if there's a boom and just raise whatever capital. So we raised 4-5 rounds, but stayed limited in terms of the capital we raised. We raised around $30 million overall, but built a 300 crore revenue business, fully profitable from there on. During this time, we had several offers for much larger investments, $50-100 million, go national, but it was not in the framework of the design of what we thought to build. So everything is not about just chasing national scale or some of these dimensions that we hear about. You have to have your own framework of how you want to build. So we focused on that, and I'm happy to share that since the last 4 years, we've been completely profitable, double-digit EBITDAs, other than one blip in the last year. And that's been a if you look at consumer startups in the last decade that have been built in India, very few have turned profitable and sustainable. So it's very important. So the message, the second message is about the choices we make. So it's very important for you to make hard choices and not just go with the drift of the wind. If the wind's blowing this way, let me just do this. That's not going to land you in the right spot. So be disciplined about your design of how you want to build your startup and be true to that. Of course, nothing is cast in stone. You'll have to change things around as you move forward, but it's very important to stay true to that and make those right and hard choices. Okay. So in this journey of building Milk Mantra here in the last decade, I'm extremely grateful to Odisha and for the decision we made to come back here. I am from here, A to more schooling, everything has happened here other than going out for my studies and everything else. But extremely grateful, and the opportunity I got also to play a small role in shaping the policy of the startup ecosystem here. I remember when the startup Odisha first started around 5-6 years back. I can't remember really exactly when, but I was asked to be part of the council and work on the policy. So we had several meetings during those days, and I remember one such incident. I used to fight for startups to have certain access from the government. I know the government they wanted to do stuff, but the policies, some of them were thought from the government's perspective. For example, there was a marketing initiative policy. I don't know what it is right now, but the policy wanted to give 5 lakhs of rupees to each startup which qualified. So I said, 5 lakhs is nothing. It's a waste of money for the startup to get 5 lakhs. You are going to waste money. Nothing is going to happen. So rather, let's go select few startups and disproportionately support them. Give them 50 lakhs. So now that was radical. The government could not sort of, obviously it's understandable. But the chief secretary then, Mr. Aditya Padi, I remember he said, okay, Shri is the only founder in the room who has built a startup in Odisha. Let's do something midway. So I think it finally stuck at 20 lakhs or something, but that was a big change. And I think Mr. Bagchi was also there. He supported that. So we fought for many of these things in the policy, and I don't know where the policy is today in designing that. And also in the early structure of Startup Odisha, being involved in the structure, recruiting, being involved in hiring the team. So a lot of work happened at that point in time, and I'm sort of immensely gratified with that and the opportunity I had. So almost the evolution of the startup ecosystem in Odisha is almost in parallel with the evolution, the history of Milk Mantra as a company. From there on, I reach to where we are right now. And in the last 2 years, I founded Arna AI, Arna Protocol, which is a decentralized finance asset management platform, transitioning into becoming a second time founder and completely stepping out of my executive roles out of Milk Mantra, because I want to focus on building the next one. So those of you who are in our in the 40s plus would realize how you would remember rather how the dot-com bust happened in the globe, then the global financial crisis happened later on. So a lot of this stuff happened. And there's a realization that today's financial systems are rigged. They are a game which is played in a particular way, and they are extremely centralized. They need to be changed. For around 3 years back, I started deeply learning artificial intelligence and machine learning. And my introduction to decentralized finance happened through that. And I was extremely excited with the possibilities of what can be built by fusing blockchain technology and AI to build a really new financial system. And that's how since the last 2 years, I've been in that pursuit. And Arna AI is based out of Singapore because unfortunately, our Indian regulatory framework is still not ready for decentralized finance and what we're building. But I decided to have a small, the tech team out of Bhubaneswar. So we have a deep tech team in Bhubaneswar. Arna Lab is based here. There are 14 other younger guys, developers, full stack developers, AI data scientists, and smart contract developers. Who are there. It's a very deep tech team we've built from real talent which is based here, and I must say they're all half my age as well, sort of which brings down our average age of Arna significantly, and it's amazing the opportunity that sort of unfolds. So we're really building. If you see why I'm talking about it, is for a lot of the younger entrepreneurs. Crypto, DeFi, all of these are very foundational technologies, just like AI. That's why crypto is referred to as the Web3, right? It's the third version of the internet. Some of you may be reading about that. Why is building for the future essential? Okay. You might be hearing about a lot of regulatory noise around it, which happens whenever there is a new foundational technology which disrupts things, the regulatory framework lags behind. So in fact, how many of you would know that it was illegal when in the early days of the internet to do any commercial transaction? You could not do any commercial transaction on the internet. Only in the 90s things changed. It was illegal. You needed a license to have a website. So that was Web 1, and all these sort of regulatory frameworks had to catch up a lot. Web 3 is about where not only users are able to read and write, but also own what they have on the internet. And that's the real difference. We're today in a Web 2 world. We are transitioning into a Web 3 world where it's not just about reading and writing as we are doing right now, but it's also about ownership. So build for the future. There will be various headwinds in that and lack of clarity, but it's a pursuit that as founders sometimes you really have to kind of focus on. So these are the three core messages along these three vectors that I'd like to leave you with. A, purpose, very important. Without a purpose, building anything just for the heck of it, no point. Be clear about your purpose. B, the decisions, the choices you make, be willing to take hard decisions. The easier ones are always easy, but the choices you make will define you. And C, build for the future. So there are three messages, remember them. And we're in actually very difficult times right now. There are two wars going on. Global debt is at its highest right now. Early stage funding is very limited, flowing very slow. These headwinds will be there. So navigate your way carefully, but stay focused, and success will definitely come to you. And maybe on a lighter note, I'll leave by saying, to help you navigate this, there are two things you must do. Eat well, okay? So have good quality dairy foods, always good for you, okay? And secondly, build decentralization into your work and into your life. Very important that you decentralize how you work and live. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for that cool set of advice and, of course, your inspiring words. Unfortunately, both Shri Kumar Mishra and Shri Gautam Kumar would have to catch a flight and would have to leave. But I'll request our Honorable Minister, Shri Pratap Keshri Dev, to also use this opportunity to felicitate both of them. So can we have the mementos, please? And I'll request our Honorable Minister to do the honors and felicitate both Shri Kumar Mishra and Shri Gautam Kumar, our homegrown entrepreneurs who make us so proud. We'll once again like to thank both Shri Kumar and Shri Gautam Kumar for gracing the inaugural ceremony of Startup Bits of 2024, and have a safe flight. All right. So moving on, it's now time to recognize and celebrate the hard work and success stories of our incubators, startups, top innovators from Startup Yatra, Startup Express, and many, many more. May I request our Honorable Minister to now do the honors and give away the awards and recognitions. Of course, startups are known to pace themselves without burning themselves out. So I'll request this. We have a little bit of time schedule, so we'll have to hurry this up. So I'll request everybody to move on quickly and come here on stage as we announce the winners. So I'll request our Honorable Minister to start it. We'll start with Successful Incubator of the Year, and this goes to Kid Technology Business Incubator. A big round of applause. We have Mr. Mrityunjay Suar, CEO, KIT-TBI, here to receive the honor. Active since 2014, they have contributed to the incubation ecosystem by particularly helping startups in the fields of healthcare, biotechnology, and food. Congratulations. The next one, Supportive Incubator of the Year, AIC Nalanda Institute of Technology Foundation. We have Mr. Durga Prasad Gowda, CEO, AIC Nalanda, here with us to receive the being felicitated by our Honorable Minister. They got active when COVID started and have been providing support to all startups of the state, working in sync with the vision of the state and central government. Congratulations. Emerging Incubator of the Year goes to DBT ILS Bio Incubator. Active since 3 years and have been supporting startups in the sector of life science. Congratulations. This one is interesting. Student-led Startup of the Year, Neurotech Solution Private Limited from CET, now being called as OUTR. Their startup manufactures clean energy equipment to address indoor air pollution in rural areas. We have Anup Paikrai, founder BTech, third-year student OUTR, to come here and receive the award. A big round of applause. Come on. Let's show some love and energy. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on, Women-led Startup of the Year, Aura Shaw Private Limited. We have Ms. Akansha Priyadarshini here with us. We'll request her to join on stage. Started her entrepreneurial journey as a student when she was in NIT Rourkela, and then successfully launched Aura Shaw, an intelligent environment monitoring system with the use of IoT to address various environmental hazards. How interesting. Congratulations. We'll move to the next category, Emerging Startup of the Year, Booking Genie, which has been trying to empower hotels from all aspects, ranging from customer outreach to automating their booking process and improving their online presence and revenue to stimulate top line and bottom line growth. So we have a representative from Booking Genie. Congratulations. The next one is startups who have created international presence in 2023-24. We have 5 such startups, so a big round of applause as I invite them. The first one, Larkai Healthcare Private Limited. Again, started as a student-driven startup from KIT-TBI, health tech sector. They have an international presence in Dubai. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, you need to applaud for all of them. This isn't easy, trust me. Lex Protector LLP, the next one, legal tech startup, has made a presence in USA. And I would like to mention here that Startup Odisha has also played a very crucial role in the journeys of these startups by showcasing their success story and helping them make a global presence. So a big round of applause for Startup Odisha as well, along with these startups. We're celebrating the success together. The next one, IG Drone, a unit of InventGrid India Private Limited. Drone Tech, India's leading enterprise drone solution provider for drone surveying, mapping, and inspection by industry experts, have the global presence in Singapore. IG Drone, anybody from the team here? Okay, we'll move to the next. Bonvi Technology Private Limited, aerial logistic drone startup representing India, also as the finalist for the first time, someone from India in the Tim Draper show in the USA, which is in the format of Shark Tank. So yes, they're already a finalist. So let's hope that they get us the award as well. So congratulations for that as well. The next one, Transport Simple into logistics, and they have a presence in Dubai. So as you can see, from health tech to legal, to drone, to aerial, to logistics, all of them making presence globally. And we are super proud of all of them. Congratulations. It's now time for the startups who have raised external funds in 2023-24. So we'll start with the first one. Larkai Healthcare Private Limited, $500 in seed round. $500,000. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That was a slip of tongue. A bad one though. Yes, $500,000 in seed round. Larkai Healthcare Private Limited. The next one, Bonvi Technology Private Limited, 6 crore. Cure Pay, the next one would be Bonvi, 6 crore. The next one, yes, Cure Pay Technologies Private Limited, 62 crore. All right. The next one, Aura Shore Private Limited, 4 crore. Again, something which is really worth appreciating, raising external funds. Again, not an easy thing for startups. The next one, Ezrex Health Tech Private Limited, 33.24 crore. And I can hear some wow from the audiences as well, which should make the startups very, very happy. Okay, we'll move to the next one. Beamer Food and Beverages Private Limited, Biggie's Burger as you know it, 6 crore. We have a chit chat with founder Birja Raut also later during the day. Congratulations. Trustless Private Limited, 1 crore. Congratulations. Innofinity Research and Development Private Limited, 25 lakhs. The next one will be Booking Genie Labs Private Limited. It's an undisclosed amount from IP Ventures. So we're not disclosing the amount, but they have raised the funds in 2023-24. Congratulations. And Phoenix Robotics Private Limited, $1.2 million. I'm sure, listening to these amounts, a lot of the other startups must be already getting encouraged and inspired. Congratulations. All right, we have also, can I invite on stage the team from IG Drone, because the startup creating international presence in 2023-24, they are here now. Singapore is where they have already made their presence felt. I'll also now request the team to keep the Startup Odisha grantees of 2022-23 ready, because that's the next one. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Well, it's now time we'll have a group photograph with all the Startup Odisha grantees of 2022-23 with our Honorable Minister. So I request all of them to join on stage. And of course, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Shri Subrata Bakshi, who's already here with us. A big round of applause and a very, very warm welcome to him. So can we quickly request the Startup Odisha grantees of 2022-23 to come on stage for a group photograph? And after that, I'll also ask the Startup Odisha grantees of 23-24 to be ready for a picture. I'll request some of the volunteers from Startup Odisha to ensure a smooth. Okay, so we'll request both 22-23 and 23-24 to come together. All of you can come together on stage for a group photograph. So these are for Startup Odisha grantees, 2022-23 financial year and 23-24. So we have, in fact, I would just like to inform that we have more than 200 grantees here for both the years combined together. A big round of applause for that. Congratulations. It's, well, we have a quick time, so I'll go into the next category very quickly. This one will be for Prepreneur Cohort 2 winners. This is one of the flagship programs of Startup Odisha to educate and prepare the aspiring entrepreneurs to confidently step up their entrepreneurial journey. And we successfully launched the Cohort 2 on 14 September 2023. The cohort received an overwhelming response of 150 plus registrations, out of which 20 could successfully complete the program. And we'd like to extend, of course, regards to the faculty members and the jury as well. And a demo day was organized where 13 of them pitched their ideas on 19th and 20th January 2024. And we are happy to felicitate 3 top innovative ideas selected by the eminent jury. So a big round of applause as I invite them. The first one, Adhiraj Mahapatra, founder of Urban Hyphae Bioscience Private Limited, who has created leather from mushroom mycelium. So a big round of applause. Adhiraj. I'll also request one of the volunteers from Startup Odisha to keep the 20 participants ready. The next one would be B. Jagadish. The next, B. Jagdish, founder of Planetronics, who has developed an IoT-based non-invasive breath analyzer with multiple applications. And then Siddharth Jena, founder of Akasha Labdhi Private Limited, who has created modular inflatable space habitat. How innovative can these young minds get? So congratulations to the top 3 innovative ideas. And can we quickly ask all the 20 participants to now come on stage for the Prepreneur Cohort 2 winners and the participants now, the 20, if you can join us on stage for a group photograph very quickly. After that, I'll also request the 20 startups of FundStack 3.0 to be ready. I'll request one of the volunteers from Startup Odisha to please ensure that they are ready together for a group photograph. Why you gave a round of applause for the top 3? Why are you not giving for the 20 participants? Not fair. Okay. All right. Now, could I request the top 20 startups of Unstack 3.0 to also join on stage for a group photograph very quickly? I know we have so many awards and honors, so we would like to also apologize to all our startups that it's not possible for us to name everyone here, but trust us that we have our best wishes for you, and we really, really wish you all the best for your future. And let's give them a big round of applause. They are the top 20 startups of Unstack 3.0. I'll also request now Odisha Millet Innovation Challenge. Ready? Congratulations. So for the Odisha Millet Innovation Challenge, the second runner-up, Chocolaka. Can we have the representative on stage? Not there, so we'll go to the first runner-up, AKM Technology. There? Okay. Oh, sir, somebody from startup told me not there. I'm sorry. No, they're there, sir. Chocolaka. Odisha has truly turned around the millet story, and I think every family today talks about millets. So, congratulations. The first runner-up then, ladies and gentlemen, AKM Technology. Yes, and the winner, Monaco Foods. Odisha Startup Yatra, I'm just saying top. Oh, First Express. Okay. Can I now request the top innovators from the Odisha Startup Express to please come on stage for a group photograph? 50 innovators, whoever all are present, please can you join us on stage for a group photograph? We have 50 innovators, but some of them are present here with us, so they have come for the group photograph. And I'll also ask the Odisha Startup Yatra innovators to be ready. Congratulations. And now for the top innovators from Odisha Startup Express. They already have their certificates. They just would like to join on stage for a group photograph with our esteemed dignitaries. And I'm sure while they're looking nervous as they climb on stage, a couple of years now, they'll be confident young entrepreneurs building on their success stories. Congratulations. Well, now for the top 10 innovators of Odisha Startup Express 2023. So we'll quickly announce their names. Siddharth Das, DAV Public School, Sundargarh. Long-lasting billboards was the idea, and sector marketing and advertisement. Request them to quickly come on stage. Siddharth Das, is he around? If not, we'll move to the next one. Biswajit Patel, Gandhi Public School, Raigada. Idea, handwriting recognizer, answer finder. Come. Okay, Biswajit Patel not there? All right. Siddhi Mahapatra, DAV Public School, Jharsuguda. Siddhi? Siddhi bula rahe, main suni, so I guess Siddhi is there. Ah, that's Siddhi. Yes, Siddhi, please, you can come on stage. From DAV Public School, Jharsuguda. Her idea is an app to avoid junk and sugar. I need that so desperately, Siddhi. Amazing. I'm sure a lot of us will benefit from an app like that to avoid junk and sugar. Congratulations, Siddhi. Okay, the next one, Sanu Sabat, Vrindavan Government High School, Ganjam. Sanu, are you there? I'm so sorry, but the idea is missing here. But yes, from Ganjam. Ah, producing electricity by burning plastic. The next one, Bholanath Sahu, Sohan Jaina, Centurion Public School, Gajapati, app-based solution. This is so inspiring when you look at, I don't think we could ever think of something like this when we were in school. Congratulations. Gautami Gandhi Public School, Raigada, Nerve Finder. Ayush Raj, St. Teresa English School, Sundargarh, selling of important components from e-waste. Ayush is not there. We'll go to the next. Pratyush Mahanti, DAV Public School, Jharsuguda. Okay, Ayush is there. Ayush is there. Don't give mixed signals. So selling of important components from e-waste. Next, Pratyush Mahanti. E. Swastik Patra, Vrindavan Government High School. Samaira Naik, Adarsh Mahapatra, Shanvi Mishra, Sai International School, having a plan but not able to water them because of traveling and jobs. What to do then? So nice. Delighted to see these young students here on stage. Come on, let's give a big round of applause. Now, very quickly, the top 10 innovators from Odisha Startup Yatra 2023. The first one, Dwarika Nath Chaudhary, Silicon, Drones, Idea, Sector, Aerospace. Dwarika Nath Chaudhary. Is Dwarika Nath there? Can you please request them to stay in queue, please, as per the names? It's okay. Can we move to the next one? If Dwarika Nath is not there. Go. So, whose check is there now? Whose check is there? Get the next one. All right, the next one, Anubhav Sahu, NIT Rourkela, Sundargarh, stereo vision camera, and of course, sector technology and software. Pritismita Sahu, Nalanda Institute of Technology, unleashing potential of VR in mining sector. Fertilizer, Gautam Kumar Singh, again MSCB University, Baripada, millet-based ready-to-eat food products. Samarpita Naik, Silicon Institute. Kabita Sahu, Government ITI, Barampur. Pressfit Fuse. Pratik Paritosh Panda, GIT University, Gunpur. AI-based agrobots in cotton farms. Chinmay Palai, Kanak Majari Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, cornstarch-based bioplastic and pharmaceutical industry, and Sambit Kumar Pradhan from World Skill Center, Puri, online doorstep repair service. Big round of applause for all of them. Yes. So the last one, ladies and gentlemen, is we would like to invite all the incubators who have extended their support during Startup Yatra and Express for a group photograph. So KIT TBI, AIC Nalanda, IMI Bhubaneswar, SSU Innovation, Srishti Academy, and SOA University. I'll request representative to please join on stage for a group photograph. And the Startup Express and Startup Yatra could not have been a success without their support. So a big round of applause to all our incubators. I have said NIT Rourkela as well. STPI. Yes. Yeah, you can just come here. More participants who were left out for a group photograph, so I request all of them please now join on stage very quickly because we have a limited time schedule. I'm so sorry, but it's going to be a little difficult to, accommodate all our requests. So those who came in last and they want a group photograph, you can join in right away with your certificates, no problem. It's okay? All right. So let's give a big round of applause for all our winners. Startup. It's now time to unveil the Startup Yatra booklet and brochure. So I'll request our esteemed dignitaries to do the honors. Can we quickly have the booklets and the brochure as well? All right, thank you so much. Platform for the signing and exchange of some MOUs, which will pave way to further strengthen the startup ecosystem in Orissa in the days to come. All the MOUs together. We'll request all the MOU participants to come on stage together, along with our CEO Startup Orissa, Shri Pavitra Mandal. I'll request him to also join on stage. So I'll request all the institutes. I'll announce the names. The first one, National Research Development Corporation. We have Officer, Coordination Eastern Region, NIF. And also, besides the MOU, we have an agreement, OHUB and SIDBI. So we have with us Sri Arijit Dutt, General Manager SIDBI. I'll also request him to join on stage. Yes, so we, this institute, yes, the Chartered Accountants of India as well. So all our representatives, I'll request please to join on stage. I know we are doing it all together, but again, because of the time challenge. Just to very briefly inform everyone, with National Research Development Corporations for monitoring services, technology transfer, management, regulatory assistance, skill development, and so many other aspects. With ISBA, it's for capacity building, programs of incubator, establishment of new incubator linkages, and so on. With National Innovation Foundation India to strengthen the innovation startup ecosystem with main emphasis on grassroots innovation. With Chartered Accountants of India, it is to foster entrepreneurship development and provide support with business mentorship, industry connects, and with SIDBI, Startup Odisha approach for scaling up the business activity, and SIDBI has proposed a program named SIDBI Seed Fund Program at OHUB with seed fund allocation limit of 10 crore rupees commencing from today and to be deployed over 2 years. Thank you so much, and we are so happy for this collaboration, which will pave way for the growth of entrepreneurship in our state. We'd like to thank our dignitaries for doing the honors also. Synergy for a developed and progressive Odisha, ahem by Shri Pratap Keshri Dev, Honorable Minister for Industries, Energy and MSME. And under his leadership, the state has already emerged as a top investment destination. I'll now request him to address this gathering.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Onkar. Present in the hall, I welcome you all to this Startup UTSAV of MSME Department, Government of Odisha. So you have been participating and all of you have achieved something. I rather say that you have taken the first step already. Now, when as a politician, as a minister, my job is to facilitate and to see that my state progresses. And under the able leadership and the visionary thought of our Honorable Chief Minister Shri Naveen Patnaik, we have taken the leap of faith since 2015. Why I call it leap of faith? Because as young minds, it is impertinent on my part to make you understand where we have come from. To appreciate what is happening around you. We came to power back in 2000 and we had a very difficult time with our finances, difficult time with our education system and difficult time with our food security, to name the least, and of course a poor infrastructure. So now we had to build up Odisha, and my Honorable Chief Minister was sworn to the idea of a developed Odisha. For us, the target was, because we were linguistically made in 1936, and 2036 we complete 100 years. We have already wasted a lot of time. By the grace of Lord Jagannath, my state is blessed with everything a human being needs to survive or to go forward to. We have all the natural resources which requires the state to grow. And yet for 75 years, we are lagging far behind than other states. So it was a challenge, and we took the challenge. It took us 15 years' time to set our house in order. Our finances were in order by 2015. Our educational backbone was more or so created in 15 years' time. we had a so-called a good infrastructure by 2015, and my food security was taken care of. Why I insist on food security is, with an empty stomach, you can't think. You don't have a future with an empty stomach. So stomach has to be filled first. And in Odisha, we know stomach is a very important aspect of our social life. So these things taken care of. 2015, the government goes on a mission mode of industrialization and the step 2. Step 2 is the vision for the youth, how the state will progress financially, socially, and infrastructurally. And we should be at par by 2036, we should be at the national and the international level. So this was the basic mantra where we started from. And from 2000, and industrialization was taken in a mission mode. This is the, speaking very shortly, this was the backdrop on which we stood. While I say this, I got a certain advantage and a disadvantage also. Disadvantage that we had lost recognition. And all you are young minds here, remember one thing. If you lose recognition, you lose everything. Money everybody earns. That's besides the point. But ultimately, you have come empty-handed, you'll go back empty-handed. So what you leave behind is what have you done for yourself, for the society living around you, the place you are born, what have you given back. So that is what remains behind you. Your legacy you leave behind. So when we think on those lines, we have to, like in Odisha, we had lost that initiative. I'll tell you something, you'll be appalled. I went to my college, Rajma College and Delhi University in 1989, and people asked, where are you from? I said, from Odisha. Where is Odisha? Imagine Delhi University student asking in 1989, where is Odisha? And they connect Odisha with Jagannath Puri. So basically, I don't have identity. Apart from the Lord, I don't have it. I don't want to speak about the generation before me. Now, many of elite Odisha personalities have gone to Delhi University. They must have also faced the same thing in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 60s. So in 89, if Delhi University had this kind of a mindset, so God forbid would have been 10 years or 20 years behind that. So it means I didn't have identity. So how do you create identity? And when I joined politics and moved on, I realized the gravity what my CM is trying to put into my head. That Odia Swabiman and that your culture, to be proud that you are Odia, and you have to make a footprint for yourself. Can you imagine? We Odias were indulging in international trade 1500 years back. Bauta Bandhana we do in Cuttack. Bali Jatra, what is Bali Jatra? We are doing some kind of a maritime trade 1500 years back. To do international trade, what we call today international trade, so we need to be producing something. May it be textiles, may it be grain, may it be anything. Since we are producing something, we are ready to sell something. And we had the knowledge of navigation. That's 1500 years back. No Odia search for a job then. Today you go to any high school, the first thing you ask, what do you want to do? I want to do a job. How about giving a job? Instead of doing a job, how about giving a job? So, and the ethos we have taken up when we started Startup Odisha in 2016, it took us about good 4-5 years to settle down, to get a house in order, and to put forth a robust policy and environment where young Odia people like you can breathe, can think, and can execute entrepreneurial skills and as well as prove to the country that we can do it. We did it 1500 years back, and we can still do it now. And you heard a speaker before me, Mr. Shashir Kumar Mishra. He started from zero. Not that he didn't face problems. Every beginner will have to face problems. In any profession you go. So let the problems be your challenge. Take it positively. Don't feel crestfallen. And the mantra is, you have to do it. Don't depend. All of you sitting here have done something of their own. You have got an idea of your own. Government has come forward to help you by financing you, by introducing you to incubators, to give you an environment where you can flourish. And the most important part, which was the second point where I deviated from, is I got the advantage of the late beginner. When I say I got the advantage of the late beginner, and when I'm looking about a robust industrialization over a period of next 20 years, other places are getting saturated, say Bangalore, say Hyderabad, say Pune, say Mumbai, say Ahmedabad. They're reaching a point where they cannot rise further, but rather they will plateau. So for a robust industrialization and progress in all fields, you require water, you require energy, you require talent. So Odisha is the only destination as of today where you've got policy stability, government stability, you've got water, you have got minerals, there's raw material, you've got a talented pool of young, robust, educated people in the state, and we've got a coastline. Nothing prevents us from going ahead. It's only a will. And like they say, if there's a will, there's a way. And here we are in the government, under the guidance of our Chief Minister, we are trying to push the younger generation that you become entrepreneurs. We are now having a flood of investment in Odisha. You'll be surprised in the last 7 years, minus the COVID 2 years, so 5.5 years. We have got an investment intent of more than 22 lakh crores. And as I'm speaking about 10.5 lakh crores worth of projects are being grounded. And those are in various fields. Iron and steel, aluminium, hydrogen, ammonia, food processing, tourism, education, hospitality, chemicals. Very soon we are going to become the chemical hub in another 5-7 years' time. Once the naphtha cracker in Paradip comes up and the polypropylene plant at Bhadra comes up, so it opens a new avenue, technical textile, as well as the entire range of plastics and chemicals. By 2035, we will be the largest producer of steel in the country. We are already the largest producer of alumina. So with this base material, base raw material, and the changing concept of auto industry, that's EV and H2, we have got a great future in Odisha. All those people who got the award today, I was just scanning my mind. They're all in the service sector. Venture out, the sky is the limit. Right from the agriculture sector, like the gentleman, Mr. Shashi Mishra, he started a dairy. And today he caters to about 1 million people in the state. He's making difference to at least 1 lakh households. This is the biggest achievement one can give back to the state. There's a district called Navrangpur in our state. Those who are into food processing and food processing technology, starch should be the next wonder material. Because every household virtually is a tribal there. And they mass produce corn, mocca, about 4.5 lakh metric ton a year. Corn starch companies got an international market, as well as every pakoda you eat in Bhubaneswar is starch based. So the market is enormous. You have to reach out. Food processing industry in Odisha has got a huge potential. In fact, every field you look at Odisha. That's why I said I had the advantage of the late beginner. Those who started have already started and they're plateauing. And they want to invest because they have a lot of money. So where do you put your money? Where there is a scope, and where there is a scope today. In the entire country, Odisha is the next destination. So when we say politically outside, when you hear us saying that Odisha is the next destination, investment destination of India, actually it is a fact. It's not a political slogan. It's not something we are catering to the media. Because we believe in what we are doing and we have got a set target and a set vision on which we are moving ahead. And you people as a whole sitting here, all of you, boys, girls, ladies, gentlemen, we should have reached the threshold. We should be being counted in one of the top performing and best economic state in the country. and we should get back our international glory. We are working on that. The clock will take 100 years. And in this 100 years' time, we need to prove ourselves. So that is why this mindset of progress is there. Every field we have to, as you see around the state today, maybe it's schools, maybe it's sports, maybe roads, maybe buildings, maybe government infrastructure, private infrastructure, we have opened everything that we should come up. And what our predecessors had taught us is to survive, is to move slow but sure-footed. We have crossed that. The syllabus has changed. Now we have to hit the fast lane. The faster you hit, the sooner you hit, the better advantage position the youth of the state get. So we are on mission mode. And I congratulate you all, the incubators and the people who have been supporting us for a bright Odisha future and the bright future of the students and the future to come. Thank you. Bande Utkal Jai. Our Honorable Chief Minister could not make it himself because of his various engagements. He sent a message which I'll read out. I extend my warm greetings to all of you for the mega event Startup UTSAV. This is a festival to recognize the spirit of innovation, collaboration, and progress in Odisha. I congratulate all the stakeholders of our startup ecosystem for the recognition of the top performing state, a distinction announced by the Government of India on National Startup Day. Our flagship initiative, Startup Odisha, has been nurturing over 1,800 startups, out of which women are leading over 700 startups. Apart from the incubation center OHub, we have 26 sector-specific incubators spread across major research and academic institutions in Odisha. We are also providing financial support to startups, spurring innovation as well as creating opportunities for the job. We have also introduced Startup Growth Fund, a fund of funds with an initial corpus of rupees 100 crores, which will promote financial inclusion by supporting startups across diverse sectors and would be a crucial driver in inclusive development of the ecosystem. To nurture a strong pipeline of entrepreneurs for the future, Startup Odisha conducts the Startup Odisha Yatra and the Startup Odisha Express for college and school students respectively. We have reached more than 36,000 students, receiving a record-breaking 4,400 innovative ideas. The top 100 student ideas have been selected and felicitated today. I extend my heartiest congratulations to these future entrepreneurs. As we envision a suitable future, a sustainable future, let it be a future of collaboration, inclusion, and shared prosperity. I wish this Startup UTSAV proves to be a catalyst for new ideas, partnerships, and innovation that will propel Odisha into a new heights. Bande Utkal Jai.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and also for that wonderful message from our Honorable Chief Minister. That truly makes our day. Well, I would now like to request the Executive Chairman of Startup Odisha, Dr. Omkar Rai, to also present a token of appreciation to our Honorable Minister, because we would like to thank him for gracing the inaugural ceremony of Startup UTSAV 2024. Thank you so much, sir, once again. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the inaugural session. Thank you to our Honorable Minister. Thank you, Dr. Rai. Thank you. We'll quickly move to our next session, and as the stage gets ready for that, sitting in this hall, because this one is a Ask Me Anything session with Shri Subrata Bagchi, Chief Advisor to the Government of Odisha. But ladies and gentlemen, that's his official introduction. Let me put it this way. Today we have amidst us a tech czar, a philanthropist, best-selling author, and the man who put Odisha skills on national map. He has quite the knack for building something astounding from the scratch with a lot of love and care, and then quietly walk away to build another and then another. From his modest background to founding Mindtree, then taking his turn as a writer and speaker, he inspires everyone. And yet, he's already on stage, and you can ask him anything. A big round of applause. I would also like to inform you that he has his books with him, so he's going to give that away to the best questions that's coming from the audience. There are already hands.
No. Okay.
Ask you anything, but before they ask, if there's something that you would like to talk to all this young crowd, that'll be wonderful.
Yeah, so I'm really delighted to be here. मते लागुची जे वेन्यू टा छोटो पड़ियो आकु मु चाहिबी से दिन आसु जे स्टार्टअप ओडिसा रो प्रोग्राम डॉक्टर ओमकार राय को नेतृत्व रे आपन मनकर सहयोग रे सहभागिता रे कलिंग स्टेडियम रे हो ଲାଗୁଛି ମତେ ଏଇଥିପାଇଁ ଖୁସି ଲାଗୁଛି ଯେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି ମଞ୍ଚରେ ଜାଗା ହଉନି ମଞ୍ଚ ଭରି ଉଠୁଛି ସବୁଠୁ ବଡ଼ କଥା ହେଲା ଆମ ସ୍କୁଲର ପୁଅ ଝିଅମାନେ ଆସିଥିଲେ ସେମାନଙ୍କ ଆଖିରେ ସ୍ୱପ୍ନ ସେ ସ୍ୱପ୍ନରେ ସାକାର ହେବ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର 2036ର ଯୋଉ ଆମର ଆକାଂକ୍ଷା ରହିଛି ଓଡ଼ିଶା 100 ବର୍ଷରେ ପଦାର୍ପଣ କରିବ Their dreams will actually define the state's future. So it was delightful. तारी भितरे गोटे जिनस मु देखिली झियो मानकर participation. A society will go far when our girl children go far. I also saw an ITI student and I need to give him a big hug. जणे कहितले जे India, the word India has two eyes in it. One eye is for ITI and one eye is for IIT. Only when the ITIs will make as much progress as the IITs, that is when India will truly become a leading nation. So I was really, really delighted. बाधिला इतमें देखो ये जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप जिनसटा इज वेरी डिफरेंट आम पिला माने जदि पाद छुईबार संस्कृति को न त्याग करेंगे दे कैन नॉट बिकम एंटरप्रेन्योर्स से माने कहार पाद छुईबा एटा गोटे ये जो संस्कृति आमर एटा को पछकू रखिके आगे जावा पड़िबो द जॉब ऑफ द वर्ल्ड इज टू बाउ डाउन टू अस We cannot bow down to the world. Sedino Kalagalani. An entrepreneur must have what I call soft arrogance. Amo kama hela world ku akhire biswa ku akhire akhirokyo neba. Apno jodi jhunki jibe tale onyo mane apon ko pithi upor diki chal jibe. Which has been the story of the state for far too long. We need to get inspiration from the great men and women of this state. And the time has come that we teach our children, Monchore kahari pado chuibe nahi. Mu jetebale 2016 re pratham thor Odisha asthili, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री कहते आसिक दायित्व नियंतु सेतेबेले जोठिकी जाउथली शिक्षा अनुष्ठान मानकु पिला मानकु शिखाई किए आसुची से जानी नाहंती का पाद छुंचंती जानी नाहंती किंतु आगो पाद छुई देबे एटा टेलीविजन रो गोटे ए जो विभिन्न रकम टेलीविजन शो तार गोटे एटा परिणति हिची ताकु देखुचंती ताकु अनुकरण करचंती मु समस्त कहूली जे ओडिया पुओ झियो कार पाद छुईवा कथा नु केवल भगवान को पाद छुईबे बापा मां को पाद छुईबे एवं जे पाठ पढ़ुचंती तांको पाद छुईबे आउ काहारी पाद छुईबे for you. We are running late by 30 minutes. I really need to be leaving at 1 o'clock sharp because there's another program in the afternoon. So I probably will have time for 5 questions. And Diksha, you cannot vanish like that.
No, I'm here.
Okay, so be right there because mother, if you don't stand, mother nervous like you. Okay.
That's the joke.
So let me take 5 questions from the audience, and I'm looking forward to it.
So
And
I'll request
you know,
volunteers to help so that.
okay,
So-
second, hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Oh.
Second, priority will be given to the girl child.
Okay.
Okay. Now I
Hello,
can't ask her age.
Hello, sir. So, like, I had a question. Like,
So what's your name? So that's a lovely question. Titi, first of all, nobody can tell you the answer to this. It has to come from within. Then probably that's the loss of your entrepreneurial journey. An entrepreneur is a person who finds her own answers. And there is no right or wrong answer. You know, you need to look at not technology first. You need to look at problems first. Okay, so technology is just a means to an end, right? So you look at the real need of a real individual, okay, real need of a real individual who will be happy to pay you real money. Once you figured that out, then what you employ, whether it is technology, whether it's something else, is just a means to an end. Then there was another part to your question, which was product or service. In today's world, the distinction between product and service has become completely blurred. So all service of the future will have to be products will have to have a service wrapper. So what is a product and what is a service? That distinction is getting completely blurred. So with that, my suggestion would be look around. Where are the pain points of real people who have real money to give you? A lot of entrepreneurs lose the way because they come up with solutions which do not solve anybody's real problems. Okay? And if you waste your initial time just trying to push a solution, okay, which does not correspond to a real problem of real people who must pay you real money. I'm underscoring that. Okay. If there is nobody wanting to pay you real money, however great an idea that you may have, it's of no use. So Tithi, good luck.
Because he's already said it's a wonderful question.
Where are you going away?
Yes. Oh, I'm here very much. So the next question, yes, there's so many. Okay, there's another girl there. I'm sorry, I'm doing this, but after that we are going to take the boys. Yes, we'll take you in red, but yes.
Hello, sir. I am Tamanna and I am from Larkai. So, but when it comes to entrepreneurship, I feel there is still a doubt in mind when it comes to entrepreneurship, like to take up a career which is entrepreneurship. Like we have losses, we have profit. There's still maybe a doubt in mind. So how can we like bridge this gap?
No, that's a very important question, Tamanna. Thank you for that. I think the social system itself is loaded against entrepreneurship. And within that, the encouragement to the girl child to start a business and go through the ups and downs is a far cry. ଆମେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଏଠି ପାଠ ପଢୁଥିଲୁ ଏଣ୍ଟରପ୍ରେନ୍ୟରସିପ୍ର ସବୁଠୁ ବଡ଼ ବାଧା ଥିଲା ଯେ ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଗୋଟେ ବ୍ୟବସାୟ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ତାହେଲେ ଆପଣ ବାହାଘର ହେଇପାରିବନି. This is a real problem. So ଆଗ ଦେଖାହବ କିଏ IAS ପାଇଛି, କିଏ IPS ପାଇଛି, କିଏ ପ୍ରୋବେସନାରୀ ଅଫିସର, କିଏ ଡାକ୍ତର, କିଏ ଇଞ୍ଜିନିୟର, କିଏ ହୋମିଓପାଥି ଡାକ୍ତର, କିଏ ଓକିଲ, ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଝିଅ ମିଳିବ. କିନ୍ତୁ ଯଦି ଜଣେ ବ୍ୟବସାୟ କରିବ, ପ୍ରଥମ କଥା ସେ ହେଲା ଚୋର, ସେକେଣ୍ଡଲି ସେ ଅନଡିପେଣ୍ଡେବଲ୍, ତାପରେ ହାଇ ରିସ୍କ ଚୋର, କେବଳ ଚୋର ନୁହଁ, ହାଇ ରିସ୍କ ଚୋର, ତ ତାକୁ କିଏ ଝିଅ ଦବ? ତେଣୁ ସେଇ ଯେଉଁ ମାଇଣ୍ଡ ସେଟ୍ରୁ ଟିକେ ଏବେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ହେଲାଣି ଏବଂ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ବାପା ମା ମାନେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଗୋଟିଏ ପୁଅଟିଏ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟଅପ୍ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛି ତାକୁ ହୁଏତ କିଛିଟା ସମର୍ଥନ ଦେଉଛନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ସାମାଜିକ ସ୍ୱୀକୃତି ମିଳୁଛି. କିନ୍ତୁ ଯଦି ଝିଅଟେ ହେଲା ତାକୁ ଆଗ କଷ୍ଟମର ଖୋଜିବା ତ ଦୂରର କଥା, ମାର୍କେଟ ଖୋଜିବା ତ ଦୂରର କଥା, ଆଗ ବାପା ମାଙ୍କୁ କନଭିନ୍ସ କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ. ବାପା ମା କହିବେ ଆରେ ତୁ ଇନଫୋସିସ୍ କୁ ଯା, ଚାକିରି କର, ତୋର ଗୋଟେ ଯାହାକୁ ଭଲ ପାଉଛୁ ତାକୁ ବାହା ହବୁ, ପିଲା ଛୁଆ ହେବେ, ତାଙ୍କ କଥା ବି ଦେଖିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ, ଆଉ ତା ଭିତରେ କ୍ୟାରିୟର ଦେଖିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ. ତୁ ଏ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟଅପ୍ ଫାର୍ଟଅପ୍ ଧନ୍ଦାରେ କାହିଁ ପଶୁଛୁ? So parents will become the first problem on your way, and then society, and then false comparison, because if you are starting at the age of, let's say, 25, 26, the first 10 years are going to be extremely difficult. I had my first startup at the age of 28. It lasted for 3 years and it blew up. It closed down. So that experience came in handy when at the age of 40 I co-founded Mindtree. But the first 10 years are going to be a struggle. When that struggle happens, the first people who will convincingly tell you is that कौन दरकार थिला? देख तोर से सान भौणी वर्तमान जाकि इन्फोसिस रे प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर हो गलानी, से पिलाटा देख से वर्तमान जाकि कालटेक रे पाठ पढुची, तेणु एबे भी तोर समय अछि बाहे पड़. से এই जो आमर शिक्षित परिवार रे मध्य ए पर्यंत जो मनोवृत्ति रहिछि सेतरे परिवर्तन आनियक पड़ियो. तेबे এই जो परिवर्तन आनिया पई तमन्नांक परी, तिथिंक परी झियो माने जदि न बाहरी आसीबे, आमे जो पुरातन गोटे चिंताधारार बेड़ी रे श्रृंखल रे बांधी के अछु, से बेड़ी से श्रृंखल केबे हेले खोलिबो नाही. So I wish you good luck and keep my thoughts in mind that because women entrepreneurs are in short supply, the law of economics will work and they'll be in high demand. And you have to break the mold. You have to come and become role models for many other girls. And 50% of the population is women. And unless women come into the forefront, the nation, the state cannot make progress. But keep in mind, it is going to be something which will demand every single drop of blood, sweat, and tears. Good luck, Tamanna.
Thank you, sir.
And in fact, sir, I'll just like to mention that she says she's from Larkai, so they are a startup already in health tech and have already made their presence globally as well. So just so just wanted to say that we'll take the yes, the red yes in the red sweater, sweatshirt, whatever it is. Can we give that? He's already see sir pochuru pura chal chaliye odha bato pole asleni sir apun upacharya pe.
Hi Subrata, my name is Santosh and I'm a young entrepreneur. I run a AI marketing agency. So day-to-day basis, we are dealing with a lot of entrepreneurs, SMEs and startups, not just Modesa Bhubaneswar, but from across the world. So the common problem that we face, even our clients also face, like I have started my company here like 8 years ago. So the main problem is like we help companies turn into a brand, like from business to a brand. That's what we help in business, brand building thing, you know. So we are more of a brand building agency. But when it comes to manpower or human capital, like we discuss with a lot of entrepreneurs, our clients and everything, everybody says, Santosh, the business model is good, the market strategy is good, everything is good. But where we will get all this first line of leaders, especially the human capital, if you really want to build a brand in Bhubaneswar that can scale to the global stage. So this is one of the biggest concerns that I wanted to ask you, especially. I believe it will also help all of the entrepreneurs on the hall as well.
So can you summarize the question in 8 words or less? What is the core problem statement here?
Finding the right human capital from Bhubaneswar who can build companies that can go global, especially brands.
So, good. Now, essentially, when you look at it closely enough, it's a leadership question. The question is, every entrepreneur is a leader. You are a leader, Santosh. And when you take a position of leadership to create new path, you need people who will support you. And when you turn around and look at the environment, you find that you are surrounded with, you are a captain of the team, you are A class, and you are surrounded with players who are B class. Okay. So that's a frustrating thing, right? That's the essence of the question. But that is the test of true leadership. There are no A teams and B teams. There are only A leaders or B leaders. Give A leaders a B team and they will convert them into an A team. So the human capital is what it is. It's a given. You have to run with that. You have to inspire them. You have to train them. You have to create new ways in which to build their competency. And that can become a strategic advantage and a differentiation for you. By the way, when you look at small places, there's an inherent advantage. Because we are all children of B-Town, we are all children of small places. So when you look at children of small places, young men and women coming from small places, they don't have attitude. They have the capacity to receive. So we need to have faith in the human ability to accept, to receive. And you will find that they will bring to the table many strong values and cultural strength which will actually become very fungible. And you will find, if you have to stay with it, you will find that customers will actually value it. So there was a time, I must tell you, when we're starting the information technology industry in India, when I would land in a foreign country, there are people ahead of you, and they will quickly go through immigration. But when it was my turn, the fellow will turn the passport, go through every page, look at you suspiciously. So the thing was, if you're an Indian in 1990 and landing in a foreign country, the default setting was that you're perhaps an illegal immigrant and your profession is a taxi driver. But today, if you are an illegal immigrant, brown skin, and you're a taxi driver, they think you're a software engineer. So how did this transition happen? The transition happened because we're committed to building human capital and human talent. The software industry didn't exist. So we have to keep that in mind, that there are no B players. Okay? There are only A leaders or B leaders. And give an A leader people who are not yet there, and that leader will convert these people into world class. So keep the faith.
Thank you, sir.
And by the way, this is not a switch on, switch off thing. You don't do human capital development, you don't start it today and see the result tomorrow morning. It is a long haul thing. But once you are deeply committed to it, let me tell you, this is something that can truly make competitive advantage happen to your company. And once you have that, it is very difficult to displace it. Technologies will come and go. Competitive advantages, what they are today, may not be there tomorrow. But once the human capital, commitment to human capital development is there, it will attract very different kind of people, and the exit from that organization will be relatively more difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll take the question.
Hello, sir. This is Siddharth. I'm a founder of a space tech startup. So my question is, there's been a lot of impetus on indigenization nowadays. But we all know our supply chains are linked to China, Taiwan, Australia, and all that. Especially drones, all components are from other countries. So my question is, what are your views on indigenization? And if we have to attain 100% indigenization, what are your thoughts and what process should we follow to attain that?
So my feeling is in the next 5 years, everything will change. The word indigenization has a kind of a connotation that there is something which is of high quality, which is elsewhere, comes from elsewhere. I look at it and say, do I have a domestic alternative to it? Well, the time for that is over. It's not about indigenization. It is about creating things which are world-class from here. Indigenization has an inherent psychology of being 2 steps backward. And I think in the coming years, thanks to the democratization of technology, the abundance of capital, and the interconnectedness of the world, all that is going to change. I believe India's time has come, and within that, Odisha's time has come. The kind of, if we look at the velocity of change in every area of science, technology, that velocity will actually be 10x, 20x, 50x higher in the years to come. But we need to focus not just on indigenization. Okay? We spent decades trying to build a LCA aircraft. We have spent eons trying to say we'll make an made in India indigenous medicine that will be branded, not a bulk drug. But this has been, this was inspired with the whole mistaken notion of the Swadeshi thing, that, you want to make in India for India because you want to create a bulwark so that you don't have dependence on the world. We need entrepreneurs like you who will not start with that starting point, will not start from that starting point. And you say, so what does it take to build something world-class? I'm not here to indigenize. I'm here to actually take not the best practice, but the next practice forward. Make sense? Don't settle for less, as Steve Jobs would tell you. Good luck.
Myself, Tapan Prasad Acharya from Shubham BioCNG Private Limited.
Sorry, Tapan.
Tapan, yes. Sir, namaskar. ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ manufacturing company start କରୁଛି. I have a startup, but we require
कौन करती है अपन को कंपनी रे? Manufacturing कौन manufacturing करती?
BioCNG from agri waste.
Again?
From agri waste, BioCNG manufacturing.
Agri waste.
ହେଲେ ଏଇ startup ପାଇଁ ବା ଏଇ company ପାଇଁ ହେଲେ some compliance required, government compliance, like electricity,
ठीक ଅଛି,
water, peso clarification,
ବୁଝିଲି।
ହେଲେ ଏଥିରେ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଅଫିସିଆଲ ଗଲେ ସେମାନେ ଏତେ କନଫିଡେନ୍ସ ବା କୋପରେଟ୍ କରୁନାହାନ୍ତି ଯୋଉ ପ୍ରୋଜେକ୍ଟ ପାଇଁ ହେଲେ ଜାଣିନାହାନ୍ତି, କ୍ଲାରିଫିକେସନ ଦେଲା ପରେ ବି ଜାଣିପାରୁନାହାନ୍ତି। ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆମ ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ ଓଙ୍କାର ରାୟ ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ ରିକ୍ୱେଷ୍ଟ କରିବି ଯଦି ଅଫିସିଆଲି ମାନେ ଆୱାରନେସ୍ କରିପାରିବେ ଟିକେ ଭଲ ହବ। ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ।
Thank you. He wants you to support him in improving the compliance regime. And ଆଗ କାଳରେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ହାତୀ ଧରା ହଉଥିଲା ହେଲା ଜଙ୍ଗଲରେ ଯାଇକି ସମସ୍ତେ ତ କୁଟୁରା ଧରି ଆଣିବେ ହରିଣ ଧରି ଆଣିବେ କିନ୍ତୁ ହାତୀ ଧରା ବହୁତ ଡିଫିକଲ୍ଟ ଜିନିଷ ବହୁତ ଦିନ ଆଗରୁ ଆମ ଯୋଉ ଗଡ଼ଜାତ ଅମଳରେ ରଜା ମାନେ ଜଙ୍ଗଲରୁ ଯାଇକି ହାତୀ ଧରିକି ଆଣୁଥିଲେ ଡକ୍ଟର ଓମକାର ରାୟ ଜଣେ ହାତୀ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଆମେ ଧରିକି ଆଣିଛୁ ଆଉ ତାଙ୍କୁ ବାନ୍ଧିକି ରଖିଛୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଏଇ ଗୁରୁ ଦାୟିତ୍ୱ ଦିଆହେଇଛି କେବଳ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟଅପ୍ର ଏନଭାୟରନମେଣ୍ଟ ନୁହଁ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଅନରେବଲ ମିନିଷ୍ଟର ଆସିକି ଯେତିକି ସମୟ ଦେଇକି ଗଲେ ଏଟା ଆଗରୁ ହଉନଥିଲା ଆଜି ସରକାରୀ କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ଅନ୍ୟମାନଙ୍କୁ କିପରି ଭାବରେ ଏଇ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟଅପ୍ ଜର୍ଣ୍ଣି ଉପରେ ଜଣେ ଏଣ୍ଟରପ୍ରେନ୍ୟୁରର ସୁଖ ଦୁଃଖ ସୁବିଧା ଅସୁବିଧା ବିଷୟରେ ଆମେ କେମିତି ତାଙ୍କୁ ସେନ୍ସିଟାଇଜ କରିବା ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ଅତି ଅସାଧାରଣ ଟ୍ୟାଲେଣ୍ଟ ଦରକାର ଥିଲା ନେତୃତ୍ୱ ଦରକାର ଥିଲା ଯୋଉଥିପାଇଁ ଡକ୍ଟର ଓମକାର ରାୟଙ୍କୁ ଅଣାହେଇଛି ଆଉ ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁଛି ଯେ ଗତ 2 ବର୍ଷ ତାଙ୍କ ଆସିବା ଭିତରେ କେତେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ହେଇଛି ଆଗକୁ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ମୁଁ ଭାବୁଛି ଯେ ସରକାରୀ ବେସରକାରୀ ଯେଉଁ ସଂସ୍ଥାମାନଙ୍କ ପାଖକୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଯିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ୁଛି ସେଥିରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଆଗକୁ ଅଧିକ ସହଯୋଗ ମିଳିବ ତେବେ ଏତିକି ମନେ ରଖିଥାନ୍ତୁ ଦି ଜବ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଦି ୱାର୍ଲଡ ଇଜ୍ ନଟ୍ ଟୁ ମେକ୍ ଥିଙ୍ଗସ୍ ଇଜି ଫର୍ ଆନ୍ ଏଣ୍ଟରପ୍ରେନ୍ୟୁର ଦି ଜବ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଦି ୱାର୍ଲଡ ଇଜ୍ ଟ୍ରାଏ ଟୁ କିଲ୍ ୟୁ ଯୋଉଥିପାଇଁ ସାରା ବିଶ୍ୱରେ କେବଳ 4% ଏଣ୍ଟରପ୍ରେନ୍ୟୁର ସକ୍ସେସଫୁଲ ହୁଅନ୍ତି ବାବସନ୍ କଲେଜ ବୋଲି ଗୋଟେ କଲେଜ ଅଛି ଆମେରିକାରେ ଯେଉଁମାନେ କେବଳ ଏଣ୍ଟରପ୍ରେନ୍ୟୁରସିପ୍ ଷ୍ଟଡିକୁ ପ୍ରମୋଟ କରନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କର ଗବେଷଣା ଅନୁଯାୟୀ ଯଦି 100ଟି ସଂସ୍ଥା ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେବ କେବଳ 4ଟି ସଂସ୍ଥା ଦେ ୱିଲ୍ ସି ଦି ଲାଇଟ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଦି ଡେ ସୋ ଆଇ ଏମ୍ ଗିଭିଂ ୟୁ ଦିସ୍ ଏକ୍ସାମ୍ପଲ୍ ଟୁ ନଟ୍ ଟୁ ଡିସ୍କରେଜ୍ ୟୁ ବଟ୍ ଟୁ ଟେଲ୍ ୟୁ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ଇଟ୍ ଇଜ୍ ନଟ୍ ଫର୍ ଏଭ୍ରିବଡି So in the particularly initial days, people will create all kinds of bottleneck. And that is life's way of testing, are you the real one? Will you actually make it to the finishing line? ତେଣୁ ଆମେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଏଇ ଧରଣର ହର୍ଡଲ୍ ହବ ଲୋକ ବୁଝିବେନି ଜାଣିବେନି ସେଥିରେ ବ୍ୟଥିତ ହବାନି କହିବା ନିଜକୁ ଯେ ମୁଁ ସେଇ 4%ରେ ଅଛି Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll have to quickly ask you how many more questions can we take so that because there are a lot of hands.
What is the time now exactly?
7 minutes to 1 o'clock.
Okay, so I'll take one last question.
Okay, 10 minutes.
I need to be in my car at 1 o'clock.
Okay, we'll okay. So many hands. So why don't you do this election? It's getting confusing for me now. We'll take one. We've taken 1, 2 from this side. We'll take one from this side now. So yes, just one of you. Yes, why don't you get up? Oh, I'm sorry. I was telling you, but I'm sorry. He has the mic.
Hello, sir. Very good afternoon. So I am Satyavrat Muni, founder of Muniko Foods. We are mostly into millets and other kind of traditional food processing products, basically Indian products. So my question for you is, when I started my journey, there was a lot of street smartness and jugaad required for, introducing people to our products. So in your career, because you have been an entrepreneur, you have worked in the corporate, are there any instances where you did jugaad or street smart work? And what was the major learning that you got out of it, which maybe helped you later in your career?
I don't like the word jugaad. Okay, it's a very Indian word, and it's used very loosely to say that it's about improvisation. जोटी किछि होनथिबो सेठी इम्प्रोवाइज करिवे जोटी मोर गोटे गाड़ी करिवार क्षमता नाही सेठी गोटे सगड़ गाड़ी आनी कि गोटे गाड़ीर इंजन लगे देबी करिकि ताकू चलेबी सो दैट्स द एसेंस ऑफ जुगाड़ इन फैक्ट जुगाड़ is a machine in Rajasthan particularly where they make 3-wheelers out of a rickshaw by fitting an engine, and then that can carry human beings, that can carry buffaloes, that can carry agriculture produce, and you are there. You don't need to go to DMV for that. Okay, you don't need a license, and so that's the quintessential jugaad to all kinds of things. Making lassi out of washing machines, and we get very excited about it. You can't become world class with that. Okay? You can't send a man to moon and bring that man or woman safely back by doing improvisation. So our whole mindset has to be, how do I make it world class? Okay? You are in the millet business. It's great because today the whole world is becoming more and more and more aware, particularly in the developed countries, about eating healthy. So your time has come. Now you need to focus on essentially the following things. You need to stay with your domain. You need to use world-class tools. You have to adopt methodology. You have to embrace quality. You have to think about innovation. You have to think about branding. You have to, on top of all that, think about governance and building organizational culture. So with that, and not taking shortcuts at all, you need to actually have a long view of time to make your organization build products that are world-class, that are fun, that are a joy. So don't think about jugaad. Say that I may take time, I may fail 3 times, but eventually I want to be up there, and the world is yours. And by the way, there's a book called The High Performance Entrepreneur, okay, published by Penguin. And as an ex-entrepreneur, my job is to sell my own books. So read that and you will get some answers. But now that you have asked the question, Diksha, he gets a copy of The High Performance Entrepreneur. Yeah.
All right. And yeah.
The very last question, I'll take this question from a young lady.
The men are
Preferably a student. There's a hand up there.
preferably a student, any
She's
student,
right
young.
there.
There is, yes, okay. Can we give her the mic, please? At the last row, yes.
Good morning, sir. I am Anisha Kumari, and my question is that how should we strike a balance between ambition and practicality when we are setting a goal for a startup?
You said balance between ambition and practicality.
Yes, sir.
Have a combination of the two.
Yes, sir. We think of ideas, but how to implement it?
Hard work, passion.
Sir, we have the ideas, we have all the things, but how to get the team and the path?
So it's not easy to answer a question like that. So she gets a copy of The High Performance Entrepreneur. Read it. Read the book. Okay, thank you very much. I now really need to leave. And good luck, Dr. Roy. Thank you for having this great event in place. And I wish I had more time with you. One of the things that I learn sometimes that you should never land up in an event early. Maybe the right thing to do is to land up late and stay late. But unfortunately, I'm not made of that. So I came early, hoping that the program will start at 1, but obviously I can understand so many moving parts here. I look forward to the next time that I will get to spend some time with all of you. Thank you very much.
No, but I'll request our Dr. Rai to please come on stage. And also, we would like to present a token of appreciation, sir, to you. Not like that. We won't let you go like that. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Always a pleasure to listen to Shri Subrata Bagchi. Yes. We'll just take a couple of minutes before the next session. Yeah, so that startup Odisha will take that responsibility. It's a dangerous one, who are going to get the books. So I'll let them handle that. And I'm not getting into that domain to hand over the rest of the books. But we'll just take a 2 minutes break before the next session. There's something with the sound system that we want to check before we start the next session. So just give us a couple of minutes and then we'll be starting with the next session very shortly. All right. Yeah. There's been a bit of, yes, now we are back. Hopefully it should be fine. Can I request everyone to please quickly get in? Bahare jo mane achanti hall re. Samastuku bartaman request kariba. We have a very, very interesting session on blockchain ecosystem of India. And we have with us Ms. Devika Mittal. So we would like to start the session, after which there is a fireside chat also with Biraja Raut, the founder of Biggie's Burger. So a lot of interesting things before lunch. So I'll request people to start getting in, please. It's okay. All right, I'll request everyone to please settle down. Samastuku puni thara anurodh karibe apan mane asiki basi jantu ame arambha kariba bartaman session. Volunteers from Startup Odisha, please ensure that everyone is settling down at the back and we can resume the session. Volunteers ki achanti? Young volunteers? Volunteers, I'm asking you, so you are here, you have to go there, ensure people are settling down, and we can resume the session. से बाहर जो माने अच्छंती समस्त को रिक्वेस्ट करो भीतर बसी की कबाटा उजे दियो अब बसी कैन आई रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन टू प्लीज टेक योर सीट्स नाउ because disturbances when a session is in progress is a little problematic for a speaker, so I'll request everyone to please take their seats. There is a session after this, after which there's lunch, so you all can network and chit-chat during that time as well, and even during the day, but we would like to resume the session, so we'll humbly request everyone to now get settled. All right. So yes, so it's now time for a session on blockchain ecosystem of India. We have with us Ms. Devika Mittal, head of India Ava Labs. A big round of applause. They've been supporting the growth and development of Avalanche blockchain network. Passionate about cutting-edge technology, expanding tech access in emerging markets, and supporting female-focused or female-led initiatives. Ms. Mittal specializes in gaming, business operation, crypto, corporate strategy, blockchain, emerging markets, new business planning, business development, product development strategy, and market research. She's also previously worked for crypto exchange OKX as lead of listings, and I would now request her to take this session forward. A big round of applause as I invite her on stage.
This isn't working.
No, it's. Can someone just ensure this?
Okay,
Yeah,
a lot of
it's
tech
better.
issues.
It's better.
It's working? Yes. Okay, great. So I don't think my slides are here. So I'm just going to present without my slides. So my name is Devika. I'm the head of India for Ava Labs. Ava Labs is a $10 billion US company. And our goal is really to promote the growth and development of blockchain, access networks, development, adoption around the world. So specifically in India, my goal is really to promote blockchain tech developers in India, across India. So, we're talking today in Orissa, and the goal really here is, let's go beyond Delhi, let's go beyond Bangalore, let's go beyond Hyderabad, and let's really promote the developers across India in places that, large US companies typically don't go. And I truly believe that the tech talent in India is truly in places like Odisha. So, thank you to Dr. Rai and Startup Odisha for having me, and really excited to talk to you guys about kind of what the blockchain ecosystem is in India and how can we support you as startup founders, as developers, as marketers, as, BD people, etc. So starting off, I'm going to hope that most people in this room know what blockchain technology is. But, can I just see a show of hands, like how many people know what blockchain is? Okay, so I would say 30, 40%. So I'll give you a quick overview of what blockchain is and what the technology does. So blockchain tech fundamentally is just code. right? It's just code that's set up in a way that says you can't tamper with my code even if you wanted to. So I'll give you an easy example. So say you want to buy, you have a concert ticket. You have a ticket to Sunburn in Goa. You don't want to go, but you want to sell it online to somebody else. You get a buyer from a different city and they tell you, can you sell me the ticket? If you send it to me, I'll send you the money. You say, no, send me the money, I'll send you the ticket. So fundamentally, online, we have this issue of trust. That's one. The second is, you say, hey, I send the ticket, and they say, hey, I send the money, but they never get the ticket, you never get the money. Because somebody is lying in the system, right? First, even if you establish trust, somebody can lie, and they can tell you they did something they didn't do. So blockchain fundamentally addresses this problem of trust and fraud. So why does this matter, and what does this do? What this does is it gives you an opportunity to create code that allows you to scale operations at mass in any industry in a way that doesn't require a physical person to create that trust. And it doesn't require a centralized server to create the system of records. What you are saying is, my system of records will be on multiple computers across India, for example, and nobody can tamper with it. So even if I go into my computer and I try to create like a fake record of what happened, I can't, because all of your computers are live at the same time, all of your servers are live at the same time, and they're recording everything in real time. Does that make sense so far? I'm seeing some people nodding, so hopefully that makes sense. So that's essentially blockchain technology. Now, blockchain has blown up, right, in the last 5-7 years since 2017. Crypto trading specifically has blown up. India actually has the largest number of crypto traders and crypto owners in the world by country. So I think that makes sense. We have the second largest population. We have one of the largest trading populations. But I think essentially what this really gets to, right, is that there's a lot of issues about trust in India and fraud, whether that's in the government space, whether that's in the private space. And blockchain is a technology that really helps you solve that. So, what does this mean for the startup founders here today? What does this mean for the students who are looking to, start their entrepreneurship journey? What this means is that the ecosystem is very ripe right now for a lot of investments, specifically into India. As you guys might know, India has one of the largest developer ecosystems in the world, right? We have all of you students in, technical universities, for example. And, the world is excited about this, right? My company is excited about this. I was living in New York. They sent me back to India because they said, we're so excited about India. There's so much that can happen. We need somebody to go and figure that out. So for you as a developer, right, blockchain is an opportunity to create something that scales, create something that's efficient, and create something that solves a lot of real world problems in India. So I know Booking Genie's here, and I know that these guys are thinking about, having a Web3 solution in their next step. There's a lot of potential to say, okay, in the travel space, if there's issues with fraud, there's issues with false ticketing, there's issues with something that's supposed to get cancelled doesn't get cancelled, right? Blockchain addresses that. Finance, right? You want to have a loan and somebody tries to default on the loan. What do you do typically? Or somebody falsifies their papers. What do you do? There's no way to... Normally, you would have to manually go in and fix the system. Or you need a guy who sits there, right, and checks all the records manually. It's a very time-intensive process. So can we fix this? So, well, my slides are here, and they're a little behind, so I'm just going to keep talking. Actually, can we go on the next? Can we keep going? No, keep going. Next one. Next one. Yeah. So, when you look at blockchain, right, and you want to think of solutions, I would really encourage you as a developer especially to think of building a solution not just in Java or C++ or like in the regular, what you call Web 2 world, but really think about how can you use Web 3, right, and the potential of Web 3, the scale of Web 3, as well as the funding, frankly, of Web 3 to build a solution that addresses Indian problems as well as global problems. So within the Indian ecosystem right now, we have some major players. So major players in the layer ones, that's the core kind of technology, core code that you build on. There's Avalanche, that's my company. There's Ethereum that some of you might be familiar with. There's also Solana and Near. They, exist in the Indian market. They're excited about the Indian market and they're looking to invest. Within the layer 2 space, these are solutions built solely on Ethereum. Polygon is a very famous one in India. It's built by Indian founders. They essentially function as layer ones. So if you have an idea, you build on their code. You don't have to start and, reinvent the wheel, so to speak. Because blockchain can be quite complicated. The code exists. All you have to do is deploy it in a way that addresses your problem and addresses your customer needs. Within what you can do in blockchain in India, you can look at something called DeFi, which is decentralized finance. So I gave you an example of loans. We're currently actually working with one of the largest Indian conglomerates, fortunately can't give you the names, to help figure out their loan mechanisms. So you want to apply for a loan, they check your documents on the blockchain, immediately you get the loan that you're asking for, or you get rejected. DigiYatra actually is built on the backend on blockchain. If you want to think about solutions in supply chain, I heard some people talking about supply chain. There's a lot of issues of food spoilage, for example, in supply chain. So you have a millets company, for example, and there's food spoilage at some point of your supply chain, and there's no way for you to know where it's going wrong because it's very easy for your suppliers to lie to you or your transport guys to lie to you. So if you have a solution that incorporates IoT devices with a blockchain system, there's a way for you to make sure that you know where things are going wrong and you can record the authenticity and status of your products. Another example is actually in AI. So I know we talk about AI a lot these days, and undoubtedly it's one of the largest, most exciting kind of technological breakthroughs to come in, specifically when you look at the world of ChatGPT and everything that's spinning out of it. There's a lot of solutions now that are coming out globally where they're integrating machine learning, natural language models with blockchain. So you can have a system where, you're getting knowledge from all over the world in real time, things are transacting in real time, and you're leveraging AI while you're doing this. So, there's a lot that can be done, and there's a lot that's quite exciting about what's being done. Our goal is really to bring that growth to India, and our goal is really to bring that growth to Odisha. So if you go on the next slide. So Avalanche is my network. So what is Avalanche? It's the smartest fast contract platform across the world. So if you're looking to build something that scales, it's for the people of Odisha, it's for the people of India or globally. You need something that can handle transactions at scale, at mass, in sub-seconds. So, you want to put your loan through, you want to put your supply chain data through, you want to, put ad data. I heard somebody talking about ads. You need something that does this in real time, so there's no fraud. So, Avalanche comes in as the code, as the base code to help you do that. Currently, it's secured by 1,300 validators. What that means is that there are 1,300 servers across the world that are running in real time to make sure your data is being recorded in real time. So there's no issues of security, there's no issues of hacks that are quite often and quite common in crypto. And there's no issues of data immutability. If you go next. You can go next. So, I'll go quickly on this. I don't really want to focus on this as much. But, as we think about throughput, it's how quickly does the code scale? When you talk about finality, it means how quickly does it set the data into the blockchain, right? How quickly does it record the data in the blockchain? When you talk about energy efficiency, that's a big issue. People talk about Bitcoin taking up as much energy as a small country, right? We want to be thinking about all of these things when we're building tech. Because we want to be fast, we want to be efficient, we want to be secure, but we also want to be good for the environment. And when you think about energy, right, you don't want to be taking up all of the energy resources of your city to be building your application. And when you think about safety, right, there's a lot of hacks in tech, especially nowadays, there's a lot of fraud, whether that's even KYC fraud. How do you prevent that? Blockchain is a way to think about it. Can we go next? We can go next. Next one. Yeah. So what is the opportunity for you as founders? What is the opportunity for you as developers, as entrepreneurs? The opportunity really here is to build on Avalanche or to build on any other blockchain layer one and allow you to own your entire data stack in a way that's truly yours. So if you build, for example, on Avalanche and you build an Avalanche subnet, you get to decide who has access to your data. You get to decide whether you have KYC, whether you have AML. You get to decide how fast the data transacts and what that nature is. And you get to decide exactly how your data is processed on a national, local, or global scale. That's pretty amazing, right? Especially when you're thinking about solutions that need mass scale in real time. We go next. So I'll quickly highlight some of the things that we do in blockchain that's more institutional for a second, and then I'll talk about what we do with startups. So institutionally, there's a lot of interesting use cases. So with Deloitte, they have a disaster reimbursement for the US government. Typically, if there was a disaster in your city, it's really hard to get the money from the US government because they can make up all these excuses, they can make up reasons, they can change the data, they can say, oh, the disaster actually wasn't at this scale. With blockchain, there's no way for them to do that. Once the data is recorded for what the disaster scale was, the money is automatically reimbursed to all of the people in that city. That's a phenomenal example. When you think about loyalty, right? Today I was at the Taj Hotel and I had to sign up for the Taj Tata New loyalty points. Now, the issue with the Tata New loyalty point is, once I have it, what do I do with it? What if I don't want it? What if I want to transact it for a Sheraton point? There's no way for me to monetize it and there's no way for me to transact it. If you build a loyalty solution for your product, for example, on blockchain, it's very easily interoperable and it's very easy to kind of transact against assets in a way that really gives your users access to their data, access to their assets in a monetizable way. What that does in the end is it really creates a lot of customer loyalty because your customers are excited about using a product that gives them freedom for their data, their assets, their money. If you go next. You can go next. So now this is kind of the key question, right? So how does Ava Labs support the Startup Orisa ecosystem? Sorry, I don't have a clicker. So we have 4 main ways that we support the startup ecosystem in India, and specifically, we aim to support it in Odisha as well. The first is Codebase. Codebase is our incubator. If you have an idea, but you don't know how to take it forward. If you have an idea, you don't know how to build the tech. If you have an idea and you don't have a team yet, you can apply to Codebase. Codebase takes 2 batches every year. We take 15 companies every year. And every company that's selected gets a $50,000 stipend at the start, as well as $400,000 at the end of the incubation. So that's just the start, right? You go to Codebase, you get the startup funding. You get the kind of incubation funding. That's just the starting point. What happens next is, the next slide, is we have 2 main other investment vehicles. The first is we have BD grants, and the second is we have a VC fund. So with the BD grants, we are looking to deploy almost, say, $10 million in India in the next year. That's essentially, frankly, free money that could be yours because it doesn't go against equity. So if you have an idea and you have a product and you're at this stage where you've built the tech, come and talk to us, right? We will help you integrate the tech. We'll help you scale the tech. We'll help you go to market. The goal really is to help startups in India, in Orissa, go from 0 to 1. The second is our VC fund. That's a variable check size standard VC fund. They take equity, but they have larger check sizes. And then if you go, I think we have a next slide. Nope, we don't. So essentially, we have a Blizzard, we have our BD grants, we have an incubator, and we also help with all go-to-market support. Again, The goal is really to help startups go from 0 to 1. And if you work with us, what we also do is we connect you to our entire VC network of top tier VCs that work with us. Examples being A16Z, Sequoia, the standard large names, as well as more niche names that are looking to specifically invest in your industry. If you're a drone company, right, we have the guys who invest in drones. If you have a food company, there are different investors. So the goal really here is for me to educate you guys about what we do, how to talk to us, how to get that funding, and how to get started, and how to really take the resources you have here at Startup Odisha in India and scale it. Quick point, Ava Labs was started by Dr. Emin Gunsira. He was a professor of computer science at Cornell for 20 years. So, it's tech that works, right? And for me as an Indian, I'm here ready to tell you about tech that works. So, next slide. So, if you are interested in building in blockchain, if you already have a product that builds in blockchain, or you're curious about it, reach out to me and I'll connect you to our team. My Twitter is Mittal Devika. My Telegram is Devika MI. And I'm also on LinkedIn. So reach out to us. And our goal, again, is really to support the Startup Odisha ecosystem. It's to support the entrepreneurs here and to help you scale in the next few months. So looking forward to hearing from you guys. Oh, question. There's a cookie. Oh, sorry.
Madam, let's say my smart contract is around 50 kb something. Currently, I'm running on EVMs. So if at all I'm shifting it to yours Avalanche, then what will be the cost methods and how much I have to pay you? And second thing, if at all the gas price that needs to be paid by customer, can I bear it from my side and let the customer enjoy free of cost?
Yeah, great questions. So Avalanche is EVM compatible. So firstly, it's quite seamless for you to integrate and transfer your smart contract onto Avalanche. In terms of the data and the cost, I'd have to get back to you. But in the case that you are doing that and you're looking to learn something, that makes sense, which hopefully it is, we can help support that cost. So reach out to us about that. And then your last question was about customers and gas fees. So actually, yes, if you host a subnet, which is essentially a private network that just uses the security of the public network, you can decide whatever you want. You can decide there's no gas fees for your customers and you can take that cost. And again, in your first year, typically we'll help offset that cost for you. So, the goal really is to make that as seamless and easy as possible for you. I'll take one more question maybe.
Basically, I'm from a space tech startup. So we are planning to start tokenization of space assets. So can Ava be a platform where we can carry out the tokenization of space assets? Because we really want to democratize the space assets.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know if you've ever done space assets before, but we're actually the top chain when you think about real world asset tokenization. So recently we're working with JP Morgan and the government of Singapore to tokenize their Onyx, which is one of their funds. We're tokenizing real estate assets in India right now. We are also tokenizing part of KKR's healthcare fund. So tokenization is fully possible. We actually have a subnet structure set up where it's quite easy for you to spin it up in half a day. So you can have a test net, you can try it, you can see if it works for you. Sorry, do we have time for one more question?
We actually have to.
Yeah. Sorry, maybe you can find me at the back and I can answer your questions.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause to Ms. Devika Mittal. And I'm so sorry we can't take more questions because we have another session before lunch. So for the next session, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us founder Biggie's Burger, Shri Biraja Raut, Jordar Karatali Hejau, electrical and electronics engineer. He found his true calling in grill burgers. His is a story of chasing dreams and swimming against the current from a 5 into 5 burger kiosk in Bengaluru in 2011 to India's biggest homegrown brand of burgers, Biggie's Burger, with 132 stores in 28 cities and 14 states, is today giving a tough time to the McD's and the Burger King. So big round of applause for that as well. And Mukoya Pichaimi started by selling 34 burgers on day one, and now they've sold over 50 lakh burgers. Aao tere taali hai jao. And interestingly, when he started this, he had a saving of 20,000 rupees. And today his company is valued at rupees 350 crore. So a big round of applause for that as well. But let me tell you, he's not sitting very pretty with his lip-smacking burgers. He has plans to expand as well to more Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. And, earning a 500 crore annual revenue for Biggie's Burger by 2026. So let's hear his success story now from him. Let's invite him on stage with a big round of applause. And yes, we need one more mic. We need one more mic. And I'm going to moderate this session. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want, you can applaud for me as well. Thank you. Viraja is completely pura comfortable. He's seated just like an entrepreneur should. So we'll start. We'll not waste kahinki introduction already deji. We would like to do this session in both English and Odia. Misei ki ame sabu karibu so that in case we have some guests from outside as well. So engineering and then तुमे सही टाइम रे at that time जतोळे आमे सुब्रत बाक्षी सर भी असला तांको सेशन रे भी कहूतिले कि जतोळे I think one of the लड़ाई रु जणे जियो पचाले he was saying how घरे कहंती कि जियो entrepreneur ले बाहे जा and all that, but I think entrepreneurship as a concept भी सतोळे नथिला से टाइम रे families were not encouraging कि अरे entrepreneur कौन बनी वो चाकरी कर. That was the basic thing. So at that time engineering and then even working in Infosys. So how did you think of, starting something in burgers? And I had heard that 2010, he had actually never tasted a burger. Is that right?
See, Odisha got a McDonald's two years back, right? We did not have a McDonald's back then. We did not have a KFC back then.
True.
KFC came in 2015. So we as Tier 2 states of the country have been getting these global QSRs very late. The attention to East India for these brands are too far when they enter to India. May it be any global QSR chain. So somehow the real, back in 2009 or 10, when I went to Mysore for my training, I believe burger, pizza were same for us. We did not differentiate what is a burger and what is a pizza. We used to call them the same product, right?
Right.
So when I go to Bangalore and I see this product which fascinates and it's the call that you get. After trying the product, I really feel that, okay, fine, the junk word that is being attached to this product is not real junk if it is done in the better way. So let's say for McDonald's, India can be probably in terms of volume, it can be a top 5 market, but in terms of aspiration or in terms of justifying the product, the way they do the quality checks and other things may not be the best markets at this point of time. So I found that there is no Indian QSR chain. So there are Indian QSR chain who are doing dosas or biryanis or indigenous products that are rooted to us.
Right.
But there is no Indian QSR chain who are doing the other way when they counter the other parts and develop Western products in-house and make brands of India for the world. So for me, the product, when I tried, I was highly convinced. So after water, after Coca-Cola, probably burger is the most consumed product by a human being in the whole world.
Yeah.
It is not the biryani, it's not the pizzas, it's burger. So definitely it was a proven product. It is being consumed. The average expectancy of life in matured countries is much better than India today. So, and they are consuming healthier versions of burgers. So with that singular vision of how I can make indigenous burgers yet healthy. And I believe when I started, it was the only vision was to create a weekend hobby, to get into business. And I found my call through burgers. But today, after 13 years, when I go back to my journey, I find it was all about aspiring to build a brand. So today we house a set of brands, and they all are focused into American QSR chains. So let's say we have built another brand called Big Guy's Wingery.
Okay.
which is a primary competition to KFCs in the country, because we saw that there was a big gap of not having any alternate to KFC in India today. And KFC being a US brand and being operated in India not by Yum Brands, but by Indian operator Divyani or Sapphire. So we Indians have been an operator blood. So earlier we used to be an outsourced blood. All the outsourced jobs used to come to us. Then we became an operator blood. So I thought, why not we become the curator or the creator blood? So yeah, I think then I was highly convinced about this product. And if I'm not convinced, then I cannot stay back with the product for 13 years and dream for another, taking it to an IPO.
Wonderful. I think that's such a lovely thought. I mean, you saw a market because there was none in terms of, an Indian brand doing it. And the good part was that you wanted to have that thought that, let's not classify it as junk. But there can be a healthier version to this. And I think Biggie's has done that. So a big round of applause for that. My next question, which actually amazes, I'm sure a lot of entrepreneurs here would have that question in their mind, because when you started your savings, if we I think we discussed this also, you just had about 20,000 bucks with you. And one question that we keep hearing from a lot of young entrepreneurs, because they're always looking for support, either from the government or they're a little worried when they want to start something. If they don't have adequate funds, then they are always worried to take that leap of faith, as you say, or whatever, because they don't have that money to back them up. You had just about 20,000 rupees at that point of time. How scary was the whole idea of starting something when at that point, how would you go about? Because entrepreneurs, I think we heard also a young girl asking that question that, we have ideas, but we don't know how to implement, how to get the support. So at that point, during, that in 2000, that was 11, right? 11. So what were those things that were coming to your mind, and how did you counter that, and, how could you move ahead, which can actually help these entrepreneurs also?
I believe me coming from a middle class background at the age of 21, not having right capital was a blessing to me. I was blessed to have all these three conditions and precedents set right, because I did not know how to utilize those funds at that point of time, and extra fund would have actually not made me to do the ground job rightly. So if you ask me, it's not about making money, it's about making wealth. And when I say wealth is your intellect and capability. Wealth is your building more and more entrepreneurs, your health, and money, fame, all these are byproduct.
Right.
So for me, at that point of time, I would have puked if I would have got more fund to do different things. And I would not have, being an engineer background or a working class background, I would not have learned the hard way how a food entrepreneur is to be built. So I believe it is purely a mission-driven agenda rather a money-making agenda. So when you do have your targets set that you are building, from day one I was very clear that I am building this brand for to make it 1,000 stores in India and take it global and make it Indian version of McDonald's or a burger version of a Domino's. So with that vision, I believe any money at that point of time who would have given me either would have taken a good amount of stake in the company, and that would have demotivated me, and that would not have given me the right amount of knowledge at that point of time. So I believe fundraising, funding, valuation, all these are not static. They're too dynamic, they're too volatile, and they change as per the market demand. But the mission and the conviction on your product and yourself is something that stays constant. So as my pre-panelists were saying about solving a problem. So solving a problem can be anything. So today, if you see Indian ecosystem of QSRs or Indian F&B ecosystem, every third retail outlet is a food outlet in the country. So directly or indirectly, probably may it be farming, may it be food processing, may it be logistics, may it be the QSR segments. End to end is interrelated. So probably 20% of the population directly or indirectly is involved into F&B businesses. And just to give an example, with the same population that China has today, India is doing a revenue of $25 billion every year, but China is doing 8x, $190 billion through organized QSRs. So there is a huge gap, and there is a huge problem in India today, which has not been seen through the lens of seriousness, which is organizing the F&B market. And I saw that to be one of the brightest markets in future, just the way US or Singapore or China has done. So let's say China, 18,000 KFCs only in China, which gives jobs to more than 2 lakh people. In India today, probably after government organizations, it would be Quest or TCS providing that set of jobs. So it is not only solving the purpose of making India a 5 trillion economy and supporting that, but also giving the right sense of jobs, as well as fueling the whole economy of the country. So I believe as human beings, every day we encounter with food 3 times a day. So how this serious problem can be not seen upon. I'm strongly convinced about what I'm doing. For the 10 years I did Biggie's Burger. Today I do have a corporate team. Directly or indirectly, we are housing 1,200 people in the company, in the organization. And today I have taken a mission to build brands from India. They are doing products not from India.
Wonderful. I think, again, a wonderful takeaway for entrepreneurs here when you say that, if you had more money, probably you wouldn't have learned the hard way and reached where you've reached today. So, but, I'll again go back to this journey because, to make it more impactful for entrepreneurs, because why don't you tell us maybe a couple of challenges that you say you have 1,200, did you say? I'm sorry. 1,200, yes. So in your team right now. But when you must have started way back then in 2011, you had that idea ki, okay, this is a burger ta khai thibo ki nahi, emti nahi khali, why should we look at foreign brands? More nijoro karibi and amor eitu habo. So initial jo challenges rahi thibo, ठीक अच्छी पैसा you had some गोटे vision थिबो कि एमती करियो, but of course you can't make. Did you make? You तो obviously will not. You must have identified resources कि केमिति किए बनेबो so that से taste टा टिके अलगा आसीबो, टिके से Indian touch टा आसीबो. So those challenges that you faced in the initial years, if there are 1 or 2 interesting aspects that you can share, which will also help these young entrepreneurs कि जदर problems किचे आसिला, how did you overcome that? The initial challenges.
I believe, first of all, whatever we create has to smell, behave like us. Okay. So, Biggie's Burger behaves the way I behave personally. Okay. My favorite color is black or yellow. My brand looks black and yellow. Okay. My version of burger was a barbecued grilled burger. Okay. The first product that we launched was barbecued grilled burger. That was a single product. There are a lot of people who come to us and say, earlier, not today, that you have taken a franchise from a US company. Why don't you give us franchise or give us the connect? So we built the brand on the fundamentals of not selling burgers, but building a brand for tomorrow. And I believe because of that, the brand awareness today, probably 50% of my customers think that we are an US brand and we have taken up a franchise here and running the show. And the same applies probably I do have much more clarity today when we are building newer brands, that we have taken a 10 years of journey to make Biggie's Burger a 100 crore ARR brand. Which is revenue, not valuation. Yeah. The newer brands will reach there probably within a year or so. So in this part, I believe conviction towards the people that you work with, or enlarging your vision and adding a lot of people into the ecosystem also makes a lot of difference. So I was lucky to have, I did have some idea about franchising. I did not have any idea about fundraising till 2020. So I have never raised any fund till 2020. I did my first round of seed fund just for the sake of understanding what is this new initiative, just like Devika was referring at AI. I'm curious to know and how can I adopt it. So just to understand how fundraising happens and how they help us to scale, we did a fundraising from IAN. It was a seed round, the first ever round that we had. Because for the longest period of time, we never needed funds to scale. We had more in plate. rather than what our credibility at that point of time was. And that was happening through conviction of people. So let's say today, every brand aspires to be a public brand, to go to IPO. What is IPO primarily? It's an initial public offering. I believe I have been doing the same from 2013, where I'm offering my franchises to initial all public. So people are buying our franchises and spending 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs, 70 lakhs per franchise, which is way above than a stock price into the brand. So I believe the brand, when you are building a brand, the conviction of the product, the consumer, the whole ecosystem, which is customer, investors, has to be there. But before that, the conviction of the entrepreneur has to be into the product. So, yep, again, I missed your question. What was it particular? Yeah.
So, particular question was just to help these entrepreneurs who are starting off, particular challenges that you faced and how you overcame them.
See,
the initial.
You told that the first product was not made by me, though I am from IT background, but I did not have the resource or the trust and money to hire someone who will build the vision that I do have. So definitely it was YouTube channels. I went to food processing units, tried many products, went to a lot of restaurants, and found out what is that right mix and match, or the permutation and combination that can happen, how the bread should be, how the patty should be, what is the sauces, what are the vegetables, what is the seasoning, how the packaging has to be. And yes, all the products were done by me initially, along with an Oriya chef who used to cook in my house back then.
Wow.
He was my first employee.
Imagine, big round of applause for that. He started doing it himself with an Oriya chef way back in his home, and then look at where he's reached today. Wonderful.
And I think that has helped me, because if I would have hired or consulted a chef back then, he would have done just like a task or a consulting project. But when I did it through the essence of me doing the same product for the next, which will run for the next 100 years, and building a legacy out of it. So I believe the root and the fundamental and the DNA are so convincing and so strong. Today, when I'm talking this, I realize my back-end strength and the people that we do have, the strength of those people. And I'm highly convinced about building this to be one of the largest in the country and the globe.
Wonderful, so wonderful. You know, we are at a wrong time having this discussion with the founder of Biggie's Burger right before lunch. Very wrong time for Startup Odisha to organize this at this point, because you already think of burgers now. But just tell me something in one more very typical question that all entrepreneurs have in mind is on the scaling up. Because obviously you started. We've seen you've spoken about how it all began, but generally a kind of a roadblock that happens for most entrepreneurs is they've reached a particular level, but then, to scale up the business, they get stuck or they get lost or they lose motivation and they don't climb that next step. They don't go to that next side of that, the border or whatever the boundary. So how did you do that? And again, as I keep asking you these questions, I would also be requesting you to, if there are any tips that you would like to share with our entrepreneurs here, that will also help them in their business. Please do that as well.
I believe scaling up is a natural call. It is not an induced call. It's an ecosystem that has to call that you need. It's the right time to scale. So let's say 2011, I started. There was no McD, there was no Burger King. Burger was a foreign product back then. It was not treated as an Indian commodity or Indian daily consumable product. But today, burger is a household name. So thanks to Zomato and Swiggy of the world who made this possible. So how much ever I would have tried in 2011 to 2015, the result would not have been so great, because the awareness of the product was not much the way it is today. So I believe the demand supply gap has to be justified by the ecosystem, not by the entrepreneur. And there are definitely some products where entrepreneur has to sell what customer is not demanding, but what he wants to sell. So just imagine if these mobile apps would have come in the age of not having a right mobile network, they would not have taken the thing. But let's say electric vehicles is a demand that has been created by the promoters of the companies today, because there has been a so sustainability, the whole environmental thing is coming up. So I believe for me, if you ask me, scaling up is a call by the business, by the customer, by the trustees of you, by the trustees of your brand. Giving the best every time is our job.
Wonderful. Before we take a couple of questions from the audience as well, because we have a limited time, tell us something about your future plans. And what are the where do you see Biggie's Burger in the next few years? I mean, I did mention the amount and all, but otherwise, what are the vision that you're seeing as a founder?
See, the primary vision of me probably is to build 1,000 food entrepreneurs through the network of franchising. So today I am able to build 67, being very particular for running this 132 live and probably 150 upcoming outlets. We have 67 food entrepreneurs, out of them probably 50% full-time job, and bread and butter is Biggie's Burger.
Wonderful.
I envision to build 1,000 such food entrepreneurs, make the real Make in Bharat, be the McDonald's of T2, T3 markets. I did have that fancy of going abroad and opening outlets in Singapore, Dubai, which I eventually signed in Singapore. But today, and work is going on. But today, the real gist of the game is in making more and more stores in India. So I believe India will require another 5,000 stores of any burger chain. Either it will be we or someone in the next 5 years. So probably, if you ask me, the short-term goal of 2026 is to be a 500 CR revenue company.
Yeah.
2028 would be to be a 1,000 CR company, and then go global. So going global is not something that excites today at this point of time. Making the brand in India, for India, and making a house of brands and taking a good share from the existing players like KFC and McD is something that excites.
Wonderful. Atmanirbhar Bharat. That's what we say. A big round of applause for that wonderful vision. And yes, because I know there's a limited time, I would have loved to ask him some more questions, but I would also like to give the audience a chance to ask a few questions that they may have. So we could take a couple of questions from the audience before we wrap the session. So if there are some questions, we can you can shoot them.
Good afternoon. I would just like to know, in the franchisee model, how do you operate actually? Since this is the food product and you should have the same taste profile everywhere where you open your outlet. So what is the mode, how you operate? I don't have any idea about it. So I would like to.
So as a brand, let's say we operate in Simla, we operate in Madurai to the south, we operate in Vadodara to the west till your Siliguri in the east. So if you cover all our outlets, it's almost 8,000 kilometers of path. So as again, we have to go back to the vision that I did had of scaling the brand across the geography, across the demographic. So for that, it was very important that we are not building kitchens, but building assembly points. And we are not dependent on people, but we are dependent on unskilled people. So typically, I would be not surprised if my manpower in the next 5 years will be reduced to 50% by adopting automation into the kitchen and by removing billing counter by placing self-ordering kiosks. So why I'm saying about all these things is we have to have SOPs and standardization in every aspect of building the brand. Initially, it was food. Today, it is adopting tech and making them a standard across. And on top of those two things, you do have the vertical would be training. So I think by these three things, so we do follow this decentralized method of supply chain where we do not own warehouses, we do not own food processing units, we do not own logistic, but we own R&D, and we work with all the global players to develop products, develop the food for future, and from processing unit to warehouse to stores. And from store, the staff has to only assemble the product, which is a manual job today, and we're looking forward to automate it in future. So through that, I believe the franchise only has to keep a check on the human interventions and the service part. So through this, I believe we have been able to standardize it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further questions? Yes, I see. Yes, sir. she had the same question. I think I was referring to her. We have an idea. How do we go about
No,
it?
sir, this time I'm.
No, I was just saying that I was referring to your question that you'd asked during the session with Mr. Bakshi.
Sir, what is the story behind the name Biggie's Burger? Can you please say?
Okay, before that, we have to go back to another story, which is Bima. Our company name is called Bima Brands Private Limited. So to build a structure, we have pillars and beams. And in a burger, something which is vertical is the patty. So from beam, it becomes Beamer. So the first product of ours was just like a Burger King has a Hopper or a KFC has a Jinger. The hero product of the brand is called Beamer. Now comes Biggie's. It's again, the brand has to smell like the way the brand, the vision has to behave the way the entrepreneur thinks. So in that way, my perception of burger was always big size burgers. If it is not big, I used to not like those burgers, however tasty it should be. So with the vision of making big size burgers from big to Biggie's, that was the whole vision of this back-end brand name.
All right, that's interesting. Yes, one more question here. I think he had raised his hand. Yeah, so I'm giving you a chance now. You can't hold it against me now.
Hi, sir. So, what is a piece of advice that you will give to your younger firm when you started Biggie's Burger?
That's a tough one because I'm very content, I'm very happy, or I feel complete on doing this every day. But yeah, I believe I would give learning about business is something that I did not have. I was not from commerce background, neither from a business background. Back then, the ecosystem of startup was not even a topic or a discussion. We used to fumble when you say entrepreneur. Back then, today also I do that. So I believe it is about the problem that I had was only about the ecosystem where F&B brand or QSR space was not given the importance that is given today. So that was the only complaint, and the awareness of me in terms of this whole space and how to run commercial businesses. So these were the two things that and yeah, one more thing. One more good thing that we have done after the fundraising is there is an advisor on board who has been advising not to where to go, but who has been saying what not to do. So you should be very sure about what not to do. So these are the three things that I feel if I would have got them before 2015, I would have done a little quicker.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, we see a hand at the back.
Hi, Viraja. Congratulations, and I'm really happy that you have scaled this business of yours. And I would like to know how are you planning to help the existing ecosystem of Startup Odisha in terms of getting investors to reach out to startups and all. So how are you planning to help the startup ecosystem, those who are trying to be at least where you are, or excel?
Okay, I believe we have already started doing it a long back. From Orissa, I believe all our franchises today, let's say 11 franchises from Orissa, probably most of them joined us when they were 22, 23 age of 24 years. And today, I can proudly say that we have built food entrepreneurs, and out of them, 2 are my co-founders in my new brand. So we really mean what we say, we really walk the talk. We really are into the business of building food entrepreneurs. We really convert them from a customer to franchise, and a franchise to be a co-founder and an equity holder and a entrepreneur in real. That is one thing. Second thing is probably B. Hari, who is my mentor at this point of time. We have, I think he is also helping in a way to Kit Incubator at this point of time. other than that, the 50% or more than that of my workforce, because all my hirings has been done through the lens of conviction, attitude, not through the lens of skill and knowledge initially, because I wanted people who had the right attitude to match the speed that we do have, not to suppress it or not to overspeed it. So 50% of my workforce back in Bangalore is Urias, and we probably I'm mentoring to some of the Uria brands at this point of time. So there are multiple ways in which we are already actively involved into the ecosystem of building the next Orissa, which is the vision of 2036. And I believe by then we will have some sort of engagement at Orissa as well to expand Eastern and Bangladesh market as well from here.
All right. I hope that answered
Thank
your
you.
question. So they're already doing a lot, and we are thankful to Biraja for that. And we hope that you continue contributing to the Odisha startup ecosystem just the way you've been doing. We have quickly time for a last question. Else, I have a very, very important question for him. Yes. Yeah. Oh yes. Right from the startup Odisha family now.
So, Birija, first of all, congratulations. I mean, we are really proud of you. You're doing great. And initially, when I ate your burger at Ranchi, I never knew that Biggies is from Odisha. So, good to see you are doing great. So, we have student innovators over here who aspire to be like you someday. And they have few brands, which they think they could do. So, as a student innovator, what should their specific criteria should be? Priority should be, it should be brand building, or it should be initially ଯେତେବେଳେ କି ଗୋଟେ product create କରୁଛି, should it be brand building, giving a good name, creating a good brand image, or will it be about the quality? I mean, initially, what had been your inspiration? What has you done to make this Biggie's Burger famous?
I believe both go hand in hand. If let's say it's a kid, and if you don't wear him the best of the dress that suits to your eyes, you are not caring for it. So I believe the conviction of the product is the most primary thing. It's like a marriage that you can stay for long. Second is, let's say if you build the logo today, you get convinced about each line of it, the color of it, why the font is this or not that. So I believe getting into the micro elements of product and building the brand cannot go separate. But yeah, the measurement of brand building activity can differ from a person to person. The maturity of brand building can differ from person to person. But if you do not understand how to build a brand, then I don't think the product will get a shape in future. And the second thing is, I believe a lot of people are doing commercial brand building when it comes to today. I believe it has to be a mission-oriented brand building activity rather than fundraising. So those are part of the journey, but we should not build a brand, or we should not find a solution to a problem just to raise money.
All right. Thank you. I think we had some wonderful insights from Birija about his, entire story from 2011 to now, to India's largest homegrown burger brand. So big round of applause for Birija and his success story. And, before we end this, my last question, very important, very significant, particularly for those who asked the questions, including the one from Startup Odisha. So, Mr. Subrata Bakshi, best-selling author, right? He gave away his books free of cost. Best-selling burgers. What are you doing for those who ask the questions?
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to host them today evening. Yeah.
So those who ask the questions, next time you are at Biggie's Burger, you asked a question to Birija Raut, so you better claim your free big burger.
Perfect.
So on that note, thank you once again for being here, sharing your story with us. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. I'll request, in fact, our executive chairman, sir, if you can come on stage. I'll also request Devika to join on stage, and we would like to take this opportunity to present a token of appreciation from our side to both of them here on stage from Dr. Rai. So we'll request, please bring the mementos so that we could do the honors. Arijit. Thank you so much, sir. I'll request you to stay back for a quick, sir, Doctor, I'll request you to stay back. We'll have a quick photograph. We had the agreement with SIDBI, so we would like to, I like to request our CEO, sir, also to join on stage. And yes, from the SIDBI family, we'll request, please, all of you to come on stage for, we had discussed on the agreement when, during the inaugural ceremony, but we would like to have a picture here. You already know about the fun scheme, which has started from today. So a big round of applause once again. So here's to the growing ties between OHUB and SIDBI and to all our entrepreneurs who are going to benefit out of it. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have boys and girls, I'm sorry, as well, along with ladies and gentlemen. We'll have a quick lunch break, but we'll have the master sessions from 3 o'clock onwards. So I'll request all of you, the master class, to join us back by 3 o'clock. I'm not sure if you'll have burgers for lunch, but you definitely have something to handle your lunch needs. So please enjoy your lunch and come back and join us at 3 o'clock. Thank you so much. Their mobile phones in silent mode. And once again, I'll request those who are coming and sitting at the back, there's still a lot of seats here. Why don't you come closer, because it'll be interesting for the speakers to also interact with you. So those at the back, those who have joined and, right at the back, those lovely girls that I can see there. Yes, why don't you just come and occupy the seats in the front? The seats here, they're there. And we should start now, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll also ensure once most of the crowd is there, we can close the exit door as well, so that there isn't too much of disturbance. Yeah, so I think I'm still seeing some audience coming, so we'll give that a minute more. So I request people who are coming in to please quickly get inside and take their seats. We would like to stick to the time schedule. We are running 15 minutes late now. I don't know. No, I didn't mean that at all. हम लोग equally सबसे थोड़ा काटेंगे. No, it's okay. I think we can. 15 minutes delays. I mean, it can't be an event in India, taking place in India with a post-lunch session and doesn't start after 15 minutes. It's absolutely fine, I think. Acceptable standards by now. All right, so I think we are good to begin. So can I request everyone to please keep their mobile phones in silent mode if they haven't yet? And we'll be starting now with a masterclass on design thinking. We have with us Shri Ghanshyam S, founder Adler Hub, and I would like to invite him on stage for the masterclass. But before that, I would also like to say that, he specifically asked me that, you don't have to say anything about me, but there's one information that I would definitely like to share. His better half is from the state of Odisha, so he definitely has a Odisha connect. So let's give him a big round of applause as I invite him on stage to take over from here. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Diksha. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I still see the energy is low. Can I have everyone just stand up? Let's do a energizer exercise, maybe. Leave your phones, leave your bags, laptops. Your hands needs to be free. Okay, a simple one. I'll give you 3 instructions. Whichever instructions I give you, you need to perform that. Clap, everyone knows. Snap is primarily just the chushki mein fine, and tap with the leg. Okay?
Check.
So I'll start slow and I will increase the speed. So let's begin with clap, snap, tap, clap, 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 tap, tap, snap, clap, snap, snap, tap. Okay. I think everyone is energized a bit. And everyone is awake by now, I hope. Can I have the presentation? Okay, perfect. Okay, so the title slide says it all. Design thinking, a human-centered approach for problem solving. But before that, how many of you here have heard or have been or have tried to understand or participated in a design thinking session in the past? Okay, there are a few people. So people who haven't been a part of design thinking, can anyone just say with the term design thinking, what do you feel it is about? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, how we are planning to execute something, fine. Anyone else? No one else? Okay, so I will get started with design. What is design thinking? Before that, just a little bit about myself. As Diksha told, I'm a founder and a co-founder of a company called Adler Hub. It's been 5 years. What we primarily do is we do help companies do program management. So it's a different kind of startup, no product. It is a service, but even in service, it's a bit different where we help companies to execute programs. It could be for students, it could be for communities, primarily upskilling programs. So say a company X wants students in the engineering or students in higher education to learn ABC technology. So we help the company to execute this end to end. Apart from that, go to the next slide. Apart from that, I work with the D School at Stanford as a program manager, and also with a program called University Innovation Fellows, which is targeted at higher education students, targeted at anyone who is doing undergraduation or post-graduation. We primarily help students to learn this design thinking, lean startup, and other activities as part of a formal 6 weeks online training. So I program manage that program as well. I work closely with the startup ecosystem in terms of being a mentor, and I facilitate workshops on product design and product strategy for startups who are part of the Google for Startup Accelerator. So this is about a bit about myself. Going forward, I would give you 3 scenarios to begin with. I want you how would you solve a problem? So these are 3 different problems. The first problem, consider you are part of a city planning committee, okay? And there is a problem that one area in your city is completely dark, and all kind of, I would say not illegal activities, but all kinds of attacks or all kinds of non-legal activities or basically something which is not very convenient. All such sort of activities are happening. Like it could be drug addicts are in that area, or it could be people are attacking for theft is happening in that area. How would you solve it? Lights, okay. Anything else? Security, okay. Alert sensor, okay. Okay, perfect. So this is my problem number 1. My problem number 2 is, say, ignore UPI, ignore the Digital India initiative for a minute. Assume that you are supposed to help people start saving money in a bank account. What would you do? Increase the interest rate, interesting, okay. And also the second part of the problem is you need to encourage people to use the plastic cards. It could be your debit card. I want a debit card or ATM card, not the credit cards. So what would you do? Like if you are into a banking sector, it need not be the right answer. I just want you to start thinking from your, let your creative juices come out. What would you do? Yes, go ahead.
So reduce the time duration of return amount.
Okay. Loyalty points. Someone else told me bonus transaction, bonus on each transaction. Nice. Anything else? I don't think so. So my third problem, again, I saw some startups today who spoke about healthcare, health tech space, right? So your problem would be to create a low-cost incubator. What would you start doing? Just create a low-cost incubator? I want some participation, yes, no, or I feel people are sleeping. Okay, so let me go back to the first scenario. Do previous slide. No, previous. Ek aur. So this was actually a problem which was present in Sydney early in the early 2000s. So there is this area in Sydney called King's Cross, and that was primarily known for its notorious activities. So as someone suggested, they tried increasing the police, they tried increasing the light and ensuring that there is light throughout the day, but still they saw that the notorious activities was not coming down. So what the team did is they went through a process of design thinking to understand what is the problem and come up with a solution. And they found that the major reason why this was happening is also because public was not taking initiative to be a part of this community or to do something there. So the city council then decided to kind of make it a very lively space. Like they started having music concerts in the nights, and every evenings they used to, like, along with the lights and security, they started having like the night markets where people could come for purchase, and the flea markets which happens in most of the cities. So with that, incidentally, they found that the activities kind of dropped. Like if there were say 20, 30 activities or attacks which were happening on a daily basis, it had come down to like less than 1 or 2 per day, or even at times there were no attacks happening on the citizens. So this is how they use design thinking as a methodology to overcome that. The next one. So the next example I asked you was how to help companies or how to help people to improve the debit card usage. So this again is a problem which one of the leading banks in the US, the Bank of America, had an issue in the early 2000s. So early 2000s, the primary mode of transactions in the US was either cash or mostly check. So people used a lot of check for all the activities, like your house rent, people used to pay by checks. Or even if you go to any supermarket, right, like you could pay them by check and still get all your items. So people were not finding any initiative, or people were not ready to use a new account or a new methodology to make the payments. So at that point of time, what Bank of America, again, in association with a design thinking consulting firm, what they did is they came up with a program called Keep the Change. So what they understood is primarily in the US, like in most of the other places as well, the women of the family, the homemaker, like even if she's a homemaker or a worker, she was the one who would control the finances. So she saw that a lot of times what they used to do is they used to withdraw all the money, like whatever their monthly expenditures at once, and they used to save that in say a home locker, or in like how we see in the Hindi movies, like those dabbas mein, it could be sarso da dabba or whatever dabbas. People used to save money through that. So they understood that the reason why people are doing that is they kind of get that emergency budget. So even in case like they cross their regular monthly budget, they have some emergency budget available with them. So for that, they started in 2006, they started a program called Keep the Change. So the Bank of America started Keep the Change program, wherein every time you swipe your card, it would be rounded up to the nearest dollar. Like say you purchase an item for $3.20. So what they would do is instead of $3.20, they would take out $4 from you. Of course, if your account had that money, and that 80 cents, they would put it into a separate account, which they create in your name, and as an advantage, the bank would add an additional 50 cents or additional 20 cents to ensure that people cultivate this habit. In this way, like when they started doing this, what they found is the card usage exponentially rised, and by 2016, when the bank stopped giving the additional money, until then, they were able to select the average overall American household was able to save close to about $2.5 billion in this kind of accounts, in the Keep the Change account. And finally, I'll come to my third example or third question, which I asked, the low-cost incubator. This was again a problem given to a set of students in the Stanford University, wherein NGO, which primarily works in the Nepal and other hilly regions place, they came to Stanford saying that, okay, all the regular incubators which we use for kids is very costly. So they wanted a cheap cost incubator, which could also kind of be resolved or fixed in the local resources, using local resources. So Nepal being hilly region, they didn't have much of technology in the early 2000s again. So every time an incubator goes bad, they had to get all the parts all the way from either Japan or China or even from Germany, which would take a lot of time. And because of that, there was a high infant mortality rate. So infant mortality rate, I think even now we are talking about it, wherein kids less than a month or two, the number of deaths which happen, that rates were too high in the hilly regions. So when the team was presented with this problem, what they did is they did not jump into conclusion. They did not jump into solutions. Like, it is easy. Most of the time what we do is the moment we see a problem, we jump into solutions. But they went through this process of design thinking, which helped them to understand the problem better and come up with a better solution. So what they came out is, they came out with this baby bag or a baby warmer, infant baby warmer, which kind of helped the people save the lives of kids. So the issue was not just the incubators going bad, the issue of high infant mortality rate in the Nepal region was because of the hills, because of the hilly region, most of the kids were born at home, or they were born on the way the kids were being taken to the expected mothers were taken to the hospital. So by the time the kids were taken to the hospital, they would be already half dead or probably dead. So because of this, they found that it is not the incubator which is causing this infant mortality rate, but rather it is that whole process of once the baby comes out, it doesn't have a warmer atmosphere or a warmer temperature where they can be wrapped. And they started prototyping with the basic materials like a sleeping bag and things what we generally use to keep ourselves warm. They started doing that. And finally, they came out with a much lower cost solution of this baby warmers. While they had requested, say, $1,000 incubator, the solution was less than like $300, less than like about $200, $250, where they could save a lot of lives. So I've been talking about, okay, design thinking. So let's look at a definition of design thinking. So if you look at the standard, the agenda, we'll be talking what is the design thinking, stages of design thinking, then I'll be happy to take some questions as well. So I have about 20 minutes from now. So I will try and take some questions towards the end as well. So what is design thinking? When we look at the, when someone who has gone to design thinking or seen any photos with design thinking, right? Like they see this kind of an image where it is all about post-its. It's all like colored papers which are put on a wall. But actually, design thinking is not just putting it on a wall. The reason for design thinking is, next slide. Yeah. The design thinking is actually a powerful tool which helps you tackle with complex challenges. So it need not be just complex challenges, but it helps you tackle any kind of challenges in a phased or a step-by-step process. In Wikipedia, you can go to the longer definition, like it refers to creative strategies designers use, blah, 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 etc. But in simple words, I would say design thinking is nothing but a human-centered process or human-centered approach for innovation. So how it happens is when you go through the process of design thinking, when you go through a 5-stage process, like everyone, like there are different companies who have different models, but today I'm going to talk about one model. This model has 5 stages: empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. These stages by themselves, they define what you're going to do. So each stage will help you to kind of cover one part of the program, one part of the process. If you look at the overall process, right? Like the first 2 stages, that's the empathize and define stage, is tackling the problem space. And the next, ideate, prototype, and test are the solution spaces. So going to the empathize phase. So what is empathize phase? Anyone, like from the word, what do you feel? What would we do in this phase? Yeah. Okay, खुद को प्रॉब्लम के साथ महसूस करना. Okay, good point. Anyone else?
Feeling the perspective of the stakeholders.
Perspective of the stakeholder. Okay.
Understanding the requirements and the...
Perfect. Yeah, that's the answer I was looking for. It is more about understanding the problem. So empathize phase is primarily to dig deeper into the problem. Like if I come back to the case of the incubator, right? See, it would have been easy for Stanford, the students in Stanford, to just come up with a solution. Say lower cost incubator, chalo, let's do it. Like we'll start using cheaper material and we'll be able to do a lower cost incubator. But instead of that, they started to dig deeper into the problem. Like, okay, why do you want a lower cost incubator? Who needs it? What is the problem they are facing? Once they understood the problem, that it is leading to infant mortality, they understood that incubator is just part of the solution. So most of the times as entrepreneurs, as students, what we do is the moment you get a question, I would say we are trained in that manner that the moment you are given a 3-hour question paper, so the moment you see a question, you start focusing on the answer. And in the same way, the moment you are faced with a problem, you start jumping into conclusions, you just start jumping into solving them. But take a step back, understand the problem, and then start defining the solutions, or then start working on the solutions. So these are some of the tools which you can use in terms of in the understand phase. Like there are some tools which are applicable to the startups also. Like one is competition review. Like say you are in a ticket booking space, or you are into an experience phase, experience mode of startup. What you need to do is actually compare with some of your competitors. So if I ask you, is Book My Show and Make My Trip, are they competitors? Yes, no? Why no? Okay, they deal in different fields. But is it not that both are kind of solving the same problem? It could be a bus ticket booking, it could be a flight ticket booking, it could be a movie booking. But still it is a same industry, like same problem, right? But the stakeholders might be different, but when you're looking at that's the reason I took up this example. So when you're doing a competitor review, trust me, like anyone who is very similar to you becomes your competitor. You need to understand what works well, what is working well for them, and what is the challenge they are facing, where is that they are lacking, because that is when, as an entrepreneur, as a startup, you will be able to come up with a different and a better solution. So competitor review is one of the key things for startups to do it. Second is interviews. So when we say interviews, right, like you need to approach, like here is when you will be talking to your target users. So identify your target users and talk to them. Understand from them, like whether the problem which is for you, where we are seeing, is it the same they are also facing. So to give you an example, there was this app, a note-taking app, way back in 2013, 2014. Two people faced that issue that they were not able to take notes on their mobile phone, and they immediately jumped into action, and they just, like within a month, they created an app, they hosted it on Play Store, they had it on App Store, and they did not get the downloads. By the way, the app was funded as well. Like there were VCs who had funded in the app. Despite having funded, there were no takers for that particular app. And the reason is the problem what they faced is only the problem they were facing. Like there were a lot of other people had different ways of doing it, and they did not understand, or they did not do a market research. So again, good that you are trying to create a startup. You need to create a startup, but always try to see if your problem is not just your problem and there are other people who are facing similar problems or the same problem. That is when you will be able to come up with a better solution and a much accepted solution. Third one is observe users. Observe users is primarily as part of your user research, right? Like especially with Indians, I have seen this. I know like it is a very open statement I'm making, but what we say is not what we do. Many a times, like someone says, will you use the solution? We feel that if we say no, the other person might feel bad. We say, no, oh yeah, definitely I will use your solution. But man hi man will be thinking, arey main use nahi karunga, right? So always observe your users. Try to understand, like say, if for example, you already have an app, a mobile app, and you are trying to talk to a user to see their acceptance. Don't just ask them the question like, do you think you will use this? How is this app looking? But give them the experience. Let them experience your app and observe how are they doing. Are they really liking the app? Are they interacting with the app? Are they struggling to do something? Because many a times what happens is, for you, your app is intuitive because you created it, you developed it. But for your end user, that might not be the case. They don't know how well you know the app. This is not just in terms of app. It happens in all kinds of services. So see, looking at the users, that is when you will be able to understand better whether what works and what doesn't. And finally, service. So service is something which everyone does. basically to understand the market, to take, to see how market will react to your product. And this is how you will be able to understand the problem better and then start working towards the problem. So this is just the understanding part, right? So understanding is collecting all possible information. Like say from your competitor review, like competition review, you get some 100 points. Then when you do the interviews, like if you have a prototype, you will get some 100 different points. The next step is the most important step. That is the define phase. So define phase is where you are actually rephrasing your problem statement. Okay. So you started with a problem, say a ticket booking app, and that is where you started. But define phase is the place where you then come to the actual problem statement of, okay, in ticket booking, what is that I want to focus? Okay. So that is what happens in the define phase. So in the define phase, what we do is you have the observations from your understand phase. From that, you need to get into an insight or get into a probable problem statement, I would say. To give you an example, can we go to the next slide? To give you an example, this is Doug Dietz. So Doug Dietz is the person who is the chief innovation architect at GE, General Electric. He and his team were the people who were responsible behind the MRI machines. Okay, so this is again, MRI machines are built. The hospitals have invested like crores of, like millions of dollars, and they have taken machines. So Doug and his team, they would visit each person, like each hospital individually, to understand how it is functioning, if they have any feedback and stuff. So in one such visit, Doug sees that one of the kids is actually crying to go inside an MRI room. Like the child cried all the way into the MRI room, and the Doug waited there to see what exactly happened, and the child came out of the room still crying. So he was actually kind of intrigued, or he was disturbed by what happened, because for him, according to him, MRI machines were the best equipment, diagnosis equipment which could ever be built, and it can give you all sorts of problems. It can identify all sorts of problems. So still, why the kid is coming out crying? When he did when he spoke to the kid, when he and his team spoke to the kid said, like, my brothers and sisters, they are enjoying the summer vacations, playing outside in the fields, going to parks and playing, going to theme parks. But because of the disease, whatever I have, I am stuck in this hospital without any enjoyment. Okay. So most of the times what we would say, okay, bacha hai, it is the kid's fate, we can't do anything. But for Doug, it became a question like, how can he give a better experience to the kids? So what they did is primarily, next slide. What they did is primarily create a theme-based MRIs specifically for the kids. So with this, what happened is the kids, when they came into the MRI room, it was an experience for them. Like they had different themes, a jungle theme or an aquarium theme or a pirate theme. And instead of just going through a diagnosis, the kids were made to feel that they were going through an experience, which then they started liking so much that one of the kids came back to the doctors and said, can I go into that room daily? So this is where it is very important for you to understand, like take your observations and what insight you get out of it. That is where things matter. Next slide. So at the end of define phase, that is what happens, where you come out with a problem statement. And generally, the problem statement, what we come out is framed something like, how might we? Like for example, for Make My Trip, the how might we statement would have been, how might we build a easier flight ticket booking app? Or how might we help our users book their holidays with ease? Because they have holiday packages. So whenever you start including a new feature also, you can go through a design thinking session, you can work through the entire process to come up with a how might we statement and then start working on it. So now we jump to the ideate part. Ideate part, like until now you have first understood all your problems, like you have dug deeper into the problem. Then you are going to the next phase, that is define phase, where you have from all your understandings, right? Like you are coming up with a problem statement. Now we move to the ideate part where we are starting to solve your problem. So ideate part has multiple ways of doing it. The first one is brainstorming. Like again, it's a team activity. Design thinking is never a single person activity. We always say a group of people to do it. So the important thing here is brainstorming. So as a team, you come together and you start thinking on solutions. The first and foremost important thing is when you're in the brainstorming, you need to get into that mindset. I think this is the most toughest part. Like for anyone who's starting with design thinking, the toughest part is deferring the judgment. So the moment we come with an idea, there is another person who says, but ye hoga. You say, I want to build an aeroplane, but tumhare paas paisa kahan pe hai? I want to do something, but tumhare paas kya hai? So the first and foremost thing when we go through a design thinking session or when you're solving a problem is to defer your judgment. So start working on ideas, start building on ideas. And again, it happens on building. Like if I say this is like we can do, say like for example, hosting a party. There are two ways. If I can say, okay, let us host a boat party. Someone will say, but boat kahan pe milega? Let us do something else, but paisa kahan pe hai? Let us invite 100 people, but where do we have the space? So this is way of cutting down the thoughts. Whereas the same thing could be done in a different way, saying that, okay, let us do a party in the boat. Yes, and we can probably invite, say, 20, like 30 people, or yes, and like when you start using different words, right? Like you will start building on the ideas. So that is the second point. Build on the ideas of others, like using the term called yes, and. So which kind of gives encouragement to the other person. At the same time, it also gives you an opportunity to build on idea and come up with much better ideas. And finally, is encourage wild ideas. So many a times your ideas come only when you break your board, like go beyond, think out of the box, right? Like when you start encouraging others to come up with that ideas, when you start building on each other's idea, that is when you will be able to come up with innovative and new ideas. So another methodology what generally is used in design thinking is called Crazy 8. So this is a process, or this is a tool where it is done on a piece of paper. You're folding the, like say, let's take a A4 paper, fold it 3 times into equal halves. You will get 8 different screens like this, or 8 different parts like this. So Crazy 8 is a tool, is a methodology where what you do is within 8 minutes, within 5 to 8 minutes, you need to come up with 8 different unique ideas and fill in there. Trust me, the first 3 minutes is the easiest. You will come up with 3 or 4 ideas. The remaining 5 minutes is the tougher part, where that is where you go beyond your regular thinking and you start coming out with new ideas. And that is where, like probably the eighth solution would be the one which is really unique, which is really different, and which you can create a space of your own, or you can create a niche of your own. The next step is the prototype phase. So any questions so far in the first 3 phases? Okay, so prototype phase, as it says, it helps you to come up with prototype, come up with a working model, or even a very rough model to ensure that your idea is put into use, or your idea is put into kind of a display thing which people can see. Some examples for prototypes, like website and modules. It is not always needed that you need to create a website using computer. You can use just a pen and paper, create websites, and ask the users to test it. Like ask your whomever you're doing this website for, right? Like you can take these papers and tell them, okay, see, I'm doing a prototype and this is what you need to do. Like if they click on something, you can change a piece of paper and show them. So it helps you to prototype what works and what doesn't. Same way, like even for a mobile screen, you can do the same. You can cut out small pieces of paper and do them and give them the same feel of how an app would work. It is not just with website and mobile apps. You can also do it the same with products. So for a soldering gun, how would you prototype? Anyone? Prototype a soldering gun. You did? 3D models, yeah, it is still on a high fidelity prototype. But if I say with things which might be available around you, that's one way of doing it, pencil lead and batteries. The other way is like you could use a marker, a photo cut, like I don't know if the current, like how many of you have seen the photo reels, the new generation? Because the old generation, I'm sure everyone, the new generation, okay, very few people. So the other, if you see the black box, what you're seeing there is basically a photo reel ka dabba, like what we used to, this is the boxes in which you used to get the photo reels. Using that, your regular house clip, the cloth clip and a pen, they have prototypes. So prototypes need not be always high fidelity. 3D models are a good thing, but they come at a much later stage when they become like a high fidelity prototype. But for low fidelity, look things around you and you can do it. In the same way, it is not just the products which can be prototyped, you can also prototype service. So this is a prototype for airline. Like the person, you like actual people kind of take on role plays, you become you take different role plays and you start prototyping the service, so how people can feel. So this is a prototype which happened at the Stanford D School for a flight onboarding experiment. So during there you can see this is kind of the door and inside is the like the flight seating. So service prototypes also can be done. It is not just the product prototype, just that you need to get into that mindset of how differently you can solve or how differently you can test. Because every time, if you like for a software developer, we feel that implementing XYZ feature is much easier. But trust me, once you start working on your product, implementation takes a long time, and don't waste time on implementation. First, get your idea perfect. Get your idea kind of confirmed with your users, talk to your users, and that is where the testing comes into picture, where you take this prototype back to your users and you take feedback from them. Like, okay, this was the problem you said, and based on that, we have come to this solution. We want you to test this and let us know your thoughts. Listen to the answers. Don't sell your prototype. Listen to the answers, and then you will be able to solve the problems better. So that is about the testing phase. So one question which always comes is like, how is it different? Like how design thinking process is different? So this is a comparison. In traditional approach, it's a lot of documentation, whereas in prototyping, it is show, don't tell. Like you're doing in every phase. Like every phase, you're talking to your users, you're getting feedback, and you're going ahead. And one big thing about design thinking is learn from your failures. So don't be scared of failing, because since you are at the prototype phase itself, you're not losing a lot of time and effort. It is just that whatever you took for prototyping, so immediately you can change your prototypes and go ahead. Yeah, I guess that's about it. For any startups, how to get started? That's the next question. So for any startup to get started with design thinking, get a diverse team. When I say diverse team, like don't have all developers together. Take people from marketing, product, development, and let them work together. Start with the problem statement. Yeah. So I think this morning also I heard most of the speakers say, like, marry your problem, not your solution. Most of the time what we do is we marry our solution and forget the problem. We say, okay, this has to work. I don't know how it will work, but I have to make the solution work. Never get into that phase, because that is a setup for failure. So think about the product and then think how you can solve it. So go through the framework, design thinking framework, you definitely will reach at an answer. Yeah, with that, I come to the end of my session. That's my LinkedIn QR code. Feel free to add me on LinkedIn. Any questions, I would be happy to answer. Soumya, do we have time for one question or one or two questions?
Just one maybe, because we are...
Okay. Yeah. One question. Any one question? I think no question, so thank you very much.
I'm sure if there are questions, we can also take off the dais. Thank you so much for that. And yes, I think he's already shared the LinkedIn profile. So in case you want to connect with Sri Ghansham, you can do that directly on LinkedIn. Well, we have a little time schedule, so we would request all our speakers to stick to the time schedule. And we'll move on now to our next one. This is again a masterclass on role of academic institution and incubators. And we have with us Sri Harkesh Mittal, Chairman SIS FS. Please let's invite him on stage with a big round of applause as he takes over.
Good afternoon, friends. Well, I am not as young to tap and clap, and so please, my only request to you would be to just please stay awake. I'll try and keep the session light. How many of you are from schools? Okay, quite a few of you. Don't worry, I'll have stories for you also. This is essentially going to be a storytelling session. And I had requested Diksha not to introduce me. She's done a little bit, but I'll introduce myself during the talk. Well, I always wanted to be an entrepreneur. My name is Harkesh Mittal. That she told you. With a surname like Mittal, what else I could have thought of? I could have only thought of becoming an entrepreneur. So I was studying for my MBA in IIM Ahmedabad, and I had selected my project. I had been sanctioned a bank loan. I was even allocated an industrial shed. I was ready that I'll graduate and start my industry. The word startup did not exist. Seed funding did not exist. VCs were an unheard term. So I was sanctioned a bank loan, and I was to go and start my own enterprise. I shared this. In fact, people in the institute also knew that I'm going to do a industry after this. And the industry was very simple. Those days, this is 84, 85, 40 years back. So I wanted to start a computer stationery printing unit. Those days, computers had just come in, and these, I don't know, we still use it, but the earlier it used to be with the logos printed, with this, it still comes, but okay, that was my enterprise. Now I'm going to also give you an example of a failed startup. You have heard many successful startups, if not fail, not even started startup. That's the gentleman standing in front of you. So I went to my professor. He said, Harkesh, there's this new institute which has come up, Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India. And they are organizing a program called How to Start Your Own Business. Why don't you go and attend that program? That's only for a day. You go and attend that program. Well, friends, I went there. I was very impressed with one of the speakers there, one Dr. Rawal. He seemed to know everything about small scale industry. उनको सब कुछ मालूम था. I was very impressed. मैं कहा बॉस अगर इनके साथ 2 साल काम कर लिया ना तो फिर हमको कोई नहीं हरा सकेगा. Nobody will be able to defeat me in entrepreneurship. Well, I was so impressed. I went to EDI and requested him that why don't you come for campus placement at IMA? He said we had tried earlier, but normally there are no students available, so they don't give us a slot. I said, how many students do you need? They said minimum 2 students have to apply for us to get a slot. मैंने अपने एक दोस्त को तैयार किया. मैं कहा यार तूने जाना तो है नहीं, तो why don't you just apply so that the institute gets a slot? to cut the long story short, I worked with Dr. Rawal for 2 years. Well, friends, that was the end of my entrepreneurial dreams. I I know everything about small scale industry, startups. 40 साल इसी में बिताए हैं. But I never started. I never started. Now, looking back in hindsight, I think there was a fear of failure. There was a fear of failure that I never started. I interact with a lot of youngsters who are very good at dealing with these feelings of fear of failure, and so that's amazing. Now, in fact, when I was working with EDI, I had the chance to come to Odisha. My first posting was in Bhubaneswar. I ran an entrepreneurship development program with 33 MSMEs. Those days it was only SMEs, small and medium enterprises. And I did the second program in Cuttack. Very successful programs we had in the Odisha, in the Bhubaneswar program. We had about 40, let me use the word startups, although they were not startups, they were MSMEs. There were about 40 startups who had enrolled, out of which 33 got established. 2 said, no, we'll not go ahead. And another 4 or 5, maybe later on, they became successful. Now, let me move on a little bit, tell you a little more about, I think it will be better if I take out my perchi. Yes. Now, since this is a master class for incubators, we'll talk about incubators, but just for the sake of the school children, I want to share a story with you. I will share a story of the youngest entrepreneur of the world. He happens to be an Indian. One of my favorite stories, I know him very well. His name is Suhas Gopinath. Suhas Gopinath is his name. He was about 12 or 13 years of age when he started. 12-13 साल का बच्चा था when he started. Today Suhas is about 30 plus, 32 होगा. Sorry. When he wanted to start a business, he wanted to develop a website. उसका ड्रीम था that I will develop a website. A website develop करने के लिए there are 2 things which are required. Number 1 is you require space on the internet server. Number 2, you need access to the internet. कोई connectivity चाहिए. ये 2 चीजें minimum चाहिए. Those were the days when we did not have these dongles, Wi-Fi, ये सब नहीं होता था. It was only those cyber cafes which used to provide the internet connection. Suhas' father was a scientist in a research lab. Suhas की pocket money थी 150 rupees per month. ये चीज सुहास ने from day one he had thought that I will never ask my parents for money. I will do my startup, but I will never ask my parents for money. So for contacting the cyber cafe, he found out a cyber cafe near his house, which used to remain closed between 2 o'clock in the afternoon and in the night from 11 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the morning next day. So he went to the owner, he said, I will keep this cyber cafe open for you, I won't take any salary. Just I will use the computer and the internet during that period. So एक problem solve हो गई. Then the second problem was the space on the internet. India में उस time पे there were no companies who were offering space on the for developing a website. So he wrote an email to this company in United States saying that I am a student. You have this charges of $80 per annum for renting the space. Can you waive off these charges for me? Company fortunately replied. He said for 1 year these charges are waived off. After 1 year we will take a review. उसने दिन रात एक करके अपनी वेबसाइट डेवलप कर ली. 1 साल के बाद अब वो रिन्यूअल का टाइम आ गया. So Suhas wrote to this company saying that please renew the contract and on the same terms. So they would have seen the website. So they responded back that Suhas, we would like to discuss this with you in person. Why don't you come to United States? We are also enclosing your air tickets to come to United States. So उसने घर में जाके बताया कि we are thinking of I'm thinking of going to United States. So घर में कोहराम मच गया. 14 साल का बच्चा suddenly all alone he says कि मैं US जाऊंगा. खैर उसने घर वालों को मनाया. So I'm cutting down some interesting parts in between, but he landed in United States. He was put up in a 3-bedroom apartment. So Suhas मेरे साथ शेयर करता है कि पहली रात तो नींद नहीं आई. एक तो रेलवे ट्रैक पास में था, दूसरा इतने बड़े घर में अकेले रहने का मेरी आदत ही नहीं थी, डर लग रहा था. तो he went for his meeting in the morning to this office, huge office. So before he could say anything, make his even open his presentation, the manager of the company made Suhas an offer. Suhas, we would like to continue the work with you. And what we want is that you come over to United States. We will arrange for your admission here in college and we'll take care of all your studies. Till the time you study, you do your graduation, post-graduation, doctorate, postdoc, whatever you want to do. Plus, we will give you a fellowship also, which will keep increasing as the years go by. And this 3-bedroom apartment where you are staying is yours for life. So Suhas was very tempted. He said, I was about to say yes. Thank you. He was about to say yes. But then he said, this is like selling your own creation, your own baby. So he refused and came back to India. He did not take up that offer. Continued working on the website. And as I told you, his current company, now he's in cyber security. He provides, in fact, he's on the Prime Minister's core committee on cyber security. एक दिन दिल्ली आया मेरे को मेरे घर पे मिलने के लिए. साथ में 3 जो गनमैन उसके सिक्योरिटी गार्ड जो हैं वो मेरे घर के बाहर खड़े हो गए. वो अंदर आ गया, गनमैन बाहर खड़े थे. मेरे नेबर जो हैं वो इधर उधर से झांक के देख रहे हुए, ये तो आज गया. तो चलो खैर मतलब ये हो गया. His company's valuation today is about $800 million. And उसकी इतनी interesting stories हैं कि once I was sharing this story with the very senior people from of World Bank in Washington. तो उनका वाइस प्रेसिडेंट खड़ा होकर मेरे से पूछा, मिस्टर मित्तल, व्हाट इट टेक्स फॉर अस टू गेट सुहास टू स्पीक टू आवर सीनियर टीम हियर इन वर्ल्ड बैंक. I said 2 business class tickets. He said, why one? Why 2? Why not 1? I said, we don't send our children alone. Somebody will have to escort them. So the second ticket is meant for me. So of course they never gave me the ticket, but they started working with Suhas. All right, that was for the school children. Let me come back to a bit of history for those. How many of you are interested in incubators? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have about 10-15 people. Okay, 20. So let me try and compress this session. I started working with the incubators right in the year 1990. There were hardly any incubators at that point of time. We used to go to the institutions to convince them about कि हाँ भाई आप भी खोल लो एक incubator अपने institution में, अच्छी चीज़ है. तो with a lot of reluctance, people would opt for opening an incubator. हमसे ये सवाल पूछे थे कि incubator होता है, क्या करेगा, क्या करोड़पति कब बनेंगे. All those questions were asked to us, and we obviously had no straight answers. But then one thing very fortunate happened. The year was 1995. 1995. You know the Y2K problem? How many of you are heard of? The younger lot may not have even heard of the Y2K problem. You are aware of that. Okay. When the Y2K problem hit, hordes of Indian IT professionals went abroad because COBOL के अंदर programming हुई थी computers की, and the developed world had long stopped teaching COBOL. There were no COBOL qualified people to take care of that Y2K problem. Hordes of Indian IT professionals went to US, went to all over the world to solve that problem of Y2K. It was the first time that the world's confidence, that problem got solved, or in fact, whether it was a real problem or not, we don't know, but that problem got solved. It was the first time that world's confidence in India's abilities to deliver was established. This is 2000-2001. More importantly, it was our own confidence in our own abilities to deliver which was established. Uske baad, there was no looking back. 2001. We started with the incubator around the same time. And naturally, most of these incubators were IT driven. They are still IT focused. Then there were a number of other programs which we had evolved and the other departments also evolved. Today, I'm told, I don't believe this number, but this is the official data. There are close to about 780 incubators across the country. 780 incubators across the country. We also evolved to modify this a little bit. We also evolved a program called Nidhi, National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovations, which was developed by the incubators themselves. Suresh was part of that team. He's sitting right here. We locked up about 25-30 of these incubator professionals in the middle of a lake. In the middle of a lake in Udaipur. Suresh, you were part of that, yes. And also spread the rumor that there are crocodiles in this lake. And they were there for 3 days. They designed the entire Nidhi program themselves, which was adopted by the Government of India, by the Ministry of Science and Technology. And I used to head that department, National Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Development Board. Some crazy ideas, some workable ideas, but all of them are functional now. Then other organizations also joined us in the incubators. DST, DBT, MIghty, SIDBI. Then subsequently, many years later, Atal Innovation Mission also came on board. What these AICs which you hear today, they are supported by Atal Innovation Mission. Atal Innovation Mission incidentally also supports the school programs. Tinkering labs are supported by Atal Innovation Mission. Then much later, MIghty, under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, the Startup India program was initiated in the year 2016, where this Startup India Seed Fund, of which I am the chairman, is also part of that initiative. And then many state governments, like Odisha Startup Hub, there are many state governments which have started the local initiatives at the state level. Now, those who are familiar with incubators, for them it will be too basic, so let me skip that. I told you I am fond of telling stories. So last 2 or 3 stories. In fact, you remember today morning, Mr. Subrato Bagchi said that when you think of a startup, first think of the problem that you would like to solve. So here's the story about a young Sardarji, Harjap Singh Maan. Do I have time for maybe 5-10 minutes? All right. Okay. So this is a story of a young Sardarji. His name was Harjap Singh Maan. He used to live in Noida. Noida is a suburb of Delhi. And he was, after he studied in NIT Silchar in Northeast, he came back and he wanted to do a startup. He had no idea what to do. So he was looking around for problems which he could solve. So he met his own builder of that society, that housing complex, which had 15,000 houses. 15,000 flats were there in that. And he met the builder. The builder posed a problem to him. The problem he posed was that the real estate prices in my complex are not going up. The main reason is that about 7 to 8 cars get stolen every month. And that's why people don't consider this complex safe. And I'm really concerned that the prices are not going up. So he said, do you have a solution? He asked Maan, do you have a solution? Maan immediately said, yes, I have a solution. It's very simple. Maan had no solution. Then he asked him, how big is your team? He said, we are few people who we are working together. He had no people working with him. He said, no, tell me the solution. He said, no, we'll come back to you after 15 days and give you a proper presentation. So in those 15 days, Maan developed a solution and also developed a team of 4 people and went to meet the builder. The solution was very simple, which he presented to him, that we'll use RFID tags on the car and the reader at the gate. Very simple solution, nothing complicated technology. So Man said that Man was told that we have 20,000 cars. What would be the charges? Man said 500 rupees per car per month. First order, 1 crore a month, neat and clean business. This fellow, Man was jumping with joy. Boss, zindagi ban gayi. But when he actually went to implement, only 3,000 cars signed up for the new system. As a result, out of 8 gates of the colony, only 4 were fitted with the new system and 4 were still on the manual mode. अब वहाँ पे scene create होने शुरू हो गए. People, those who had not subscribed to the system, will come to the automatic gate and start shouting at the gatekeeper. चौकीदार पे चिल्लाने लगते, खोलता क्यों नहीं है, जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ. ये दिल्ली में ना हमारे बहुत कॉमन है, जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ, हमारे दिल्ली में बहुत कॉमन. तो और वहाँ पे रोज की लड़ाइयाँ होनी शुरू हो गई. So then they thought कि अब क्या करें, ये तो सब प्रॉब्लम हो गई. They employed deaf and dumb employees as gatekeepers. वो जो बोल नहीं सकते, जो सुन नहीं सकते. और वो आदमी आते वहां पे उस गेट के ऊपर आकर चिल्लाना शुरू कर देते, खोलता क्यों नहीं है, जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ, ये सब वो वहां होने लगा. उस टाइम पे for initial couple of months he kept 2 able-bodied people also on the gate. They would go and tap at his window screen. क्यों चिल्ला रहा है, ये बेचारा सुन नहीं सकता, बोल नहीं सकता. Why are you shouting at that fellow? Internally that fellow is hurt. ऊपर से बोलता कैसे कैसे लोगों को नौकरी पे रख लेते हैं. That he says, but he goes to the other gate. Then came Deepavali in between. Man hosted a big party for all these deaf and dumb employees, their families, and invited all the residents. The media covered it very well. Media ने बहुत अच्छे से cover किया. Next day morning, he purchased whatever copies he could of the newspapers he could gather, and made photocopies of those news cuttings and put it in each household. 1st of January of that year, when he had done this, Diwali ke baad, 18,000 cars out of 20,000 cars enrolled for the new system. 80,000 cars out of 20,000 cars enrolled for the new system. The system is working beautifully well. Even now, the system is working beautifully well. I was quite inspired by Mr. Gansham when he said about don't get married to the solution, get married to the problem. That, at least that's the message which I am taking home from your talk. Okay. Last story. This is a story of another successful entrepreneur named Subramani. Subramani was, incidentally, Harjap Singh Man was incubatee of our incubator at JSS Academy of Technical Education at Noida. Subramani was an incubatee of ISB Hyderabad, Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. He was a biotechnologist by profession. Subramani created artificial flowers made out of paper, which looked like real flowers, felt like real flowers, and smelt like real flowers. When you touch that flower, it gives you that wet, cold feeling which you get from a real flower. And smell was using a nanotech spray. He was able to make that fragrance last for about 2 years. Now you have natural looking flower which is naturally smelling and naturally feeling also. So he participated in one of our competitions, which was a DST Intel competition, and he was an India winner. He was sent to United States for the final global competition. When he landed in San Francisco airport, he was passing through the customs and the quarantine. The security and the customs people, they shouted at him, "Hey, young man, where are you going? Come back here." So he immediately took out his invitation letter, his passport, his visa. Hey, these are my documents. No, we are not talking about all this. Why are you carrying natural flowers inside US? Don't you know you can't carry any natural flowers or meat products, animal products inside US? He said, but these are artificial flowers. I said, come on, man, these are looking like real flowers. I can smell they are real flowers. I can even feel that they are real flowers. Whom are you trying to cheat? You come aside. So he was taken aside, kept on arguing for about 1.5 hours. After that, they called their botanist who came and gave a certificate that these are artificial flowers. So he took that certificate, and they also took photographs along with the customs and quarantine band in front of these people. They took photographs, everything he collected, and he went to his hotel. In the evening, when he was at the hotel, he thought that let me collect some natural flowers which are similar looking. I'll confuse the jury the next morning. So he went to a shop with one flower in his hand and was trying to match a similar looking flower. The shop was about to close. The owner got a little irritated. Come on, man, you want one flower and you have taken already 20 minutes. I have to close the shop also. You take your flower and leave. So no, he said that this is an artificial flower. I'm looking for a similar flower. So this fellow was experienced enough. He felt it, touched it, and he said, the next question to Subramani was, how many of these are you carrying? So he said about 25, 30, at the most 40. So he said, no, I want 50,000 of these flowers. Tell me the price. He said $10 a piece. So he said, I'm writing the post-dated check for you and also giving you the order. Once you go back to India, supply these flowers to me. Now, armed with the check, letter, he goes for the presentation the next day. Subramani had presented just 5 slides. Just 5 slides. He presented just 5 slides. First slide was the certificate from the botanist that these are artificial flowers. The second slide was the photograph with the customs and the quarantine US Department of State. That was the second. Third one was the order which we had received for 10,000 flowers. And the fourth one was the copy of the check which he had received. Fifth one was the thank you slide. Right? What do you think would have been the result of this global competition? Any guesses? Subramani got the first prize of $50,000 in that competition. What did he do? Why these 4 people take? He also had a 50 slide deck to be presented to the committee, but he stuck to just 5. What did he establish in these 5 slides? Technical feasibility and economic viability. In the conventional sense, these are the 2 things. He also established the market, and all those questions were answered in these 5 slides. Do we have a product similar, or do we have an idea which is similar or not? You see, you can't have a similar or exactly the same idea, but can we establish that in fewest of the words? I would have, in my long career of 40 years, would have listened to lakhs of presentations, if not lakhs, thousands तो पक्का होगा. अब इससे नीचे नहीं आऊँगा मैं. So that was the idea is in fewer words, how can you communicate your message? Well, I have many more stories, but I'll leave that now because my time is almost over. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for particular to Dr. Omkar Rai and Manisha for facilitating all this. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Sri Mittal. I mean, couldn't have been a better masterclass with such interesting stories, laced with that sense of humor as well. In fact, on that note, before we invite our next speaker, I think both our speakers have stressed on that statement that marrying to the problem. Now, besides, I think entrepreneurs, the only other category of people who would say are married men who will admit that they are married to the problems and not the solutions. But yeah, on that note, we'll move to our next session, which is on innovation, technology, and intellectual property institutional support for entrepreneurship. This one will be by Dr. Bijay Kumar Sahu, Senior Regional Manager and Head Associate Editor, NRDC. I would like to take this opportunity to invite him on stage with a round of applause for all of you to take forward the session.
Thank you. Jai Sri Ram. Speaking after Mittal sir, for me, it's dangerous to put my leg in this challenging game, which we are part of it. Thank you, sir, for coming all the way, because you are the Pitamaha Bhishma of techno entrepreneurship in the country. It's my honor and privilege to be here. So let me take you just, I think, 10-15 minutes I'll take. Can I have a slide, please? Okay. So, sir already talked about technology viability, feasibility. I'll talk about different perspectives, but similar perspectives, and that's my organizational role in connecting the dots, taking technology from mind to the market, lab to the land, technology at bedside to the bedside. Every one of us lost our near and dear in the pandemic. It created a greatest challenge to the society and humanity. But every challenge created opportunity. Some of the opportunity also we as a national institution created in the country, creating a benchmark, connecting the dots, bringing academia and industry together, transferring knowledge from lab. So when we talked about knowledge and idea, we must have to manage the knowledge and acknowledge the knowledge and translate the knowledge, and that is one of the biggest challenge before us. As a citizen of India, we know that Indian Global Innovation Index is very, very challenging. It is 40. We have largest technical manpower, but our market-oriented opportunity in connecting academia is also, sometimes we are getting some, but there is a momentum. We have Clarion Call, Make in India, Startup India, Digital India, Skill India. Can you please show my presentation? Anyone can give me? Okay, you wanted to operate? Okay. So let me just brief about what NRDC we do. And can you go show my slide? Okay, go back. So innovation cannot happen unilaterally. You have to collaborate, co-create, and celebrate. No one achieves isolatedly. And that is the Startup UTSAV today, connecting all different stakeholders who are playing the game in the country. We have certain role. Our role is that every startup goes to the market with freedom. You should have a freedom to operate in the market. You might be knowingly, unknowingly, many startups are violating or infringing other IP. So it is the time for all startup to protect unless you own, you can't give it. Ownership is most important. Whatever the startup, maybe a product startup or service startup, protect your IP because that is your intellectual property right other than fundamental right what we have got. And some of the picture you might be seeing, this is internationalizing Indian technology globally because we are part of the WIPO Green. You know, UN World Intellectual Property Organization plays a very important role in promoting green technology for sustainable development. We are the focal point for connecting. If you are in the green technology, please discuss with us so that we can channelize or internationalizing your innovation. But at the same time, please be careful, protect your IP. That is the objective of collaborating with Startup Odisha to support your IP. And our role as a national organization or Ministry of Science and Technology is to also to give, facilitate, protect, manage, monetize the intellectual property. Sometimes we bear the cost if startup is not able to pay. And sometimes if we see the startup has a viability or already have the market, startup has to bear, but we'll give all technical services and also make it very, very comfortable without any challenges as far as IP protection is concerned. Next slide. Can you change the slide, please? So I need not to talk about this. This is a public institution. Everyone has the right to get the service. And this is the credential. And next slide. Can you go? So we connect the dot, as I told, mind to market, lab to land, technology at bedside to the bedside. You can see we support for techno-commercialization support. We give some kind of seed funding. And let me tell you, some of the startup who are going to speak, the leader, they made us proud because sometimes and somewhere we are connected in supporting their innovation, who are making us proud to the nation and nation building today, who will be taking the session after mine. So that is the seed funding. We support for technology development, incubation services, pilot plant. IPR protection is very, very important. Field testing, market survey, जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. And जैसा देश ऐसा बेस. These are the two concepts you must look into because recently I had been to Copenhagen Business School. We are talking about startup, entrepreneurship, but at the end of the day, we must teach to our people to respect other IP. That is one of the challenges both bilaterally and multilaterally India is facing as far as the intellectual property violation is concerned in academia, as well as in industry and also in startup. Next slide. So this is the ecosystem in bringing mind to market or bringing Lakshmi and Saraswati together. How we are bringing Lakshmi and Saraswati together, that also I will showcase. Next slide. 10 days back, Ali Asgar Calcutta Bella got the National Startup Award from Government of India. And this fellow met me 4 years back. He was not having patent. I think IG Drone is also here, Bodhisattva. I think Ijarex is here, Croatia is here, those people who are also making proud, and we are also connected with their innovation journey. So this is also one of the person who sit in Visakhapatnam, recently got a National Startup Awards with a product innovation. And let me also request you, India, and because it is our fundamental duty to sensitize our people, India lacking product innovation because our dependency on import of technology is very, very high. That is one of the biggest challenges today. We, yes, service innovation, we have many service IT-based startup are there, but we focus and let me also tell you, there are 3 startups who are getting more than 1 crore funding for technology validation for commercialization support from NRDC from Bhubaneswar. The point I wanted to tell you is that if you get, or there are many agencies are there supporting, because this is our journey and this is our collective effort for innovation. It is not my role, it is our role, because innovation for all, for society, and that we have to accept because there is a clarion call on that. So this person not only made us proud, but also he had a lot of challenges, particularly on intellectual property right. But today, he is giving product to the nation, and now Ministry of Defense is giving this product as a token of respect to other country. So this is my country, and this is our innovation for indigenization and self-reliance. And this is the startup who are making us proud, and those startup also who are here who are also making us proud. So this is the institutional support they got because they got some funding from the government, and we took them handhold them, mitigate many of the challenges. Today, India got a indigenous product, and that is the role of intellectual property today as far as a startup and towards entrepreneurship is concerned. Next slide. So friends, one of the most important challenges today is everyone talks about technology and innovation. 90% of the university, academia, whoever may create the technology is not validated because we transfer many technology to the industry, MSME and startup. That I will also show you. So biggest challenge is that whether technology is ready for market or whether market is ready to take that technology. As I told, जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. Corona के time में one of the doctor came out with a Navarakshaks PPE kit, and he developed. We protect the patent, design, trademark. We given license to I think more than 15 MSME. The product is in India. They are exporting. So every challenge created an opportunity. That is one of my association. There is also Ayush 64. At that time, Government of India advised that those who are having a minimum infection, particularly in this pandemic on Corona, can also use Ayush 64. We transfer this technology to more than 17 startup and MSME in the country and who are manufacturing Ayush 64. So this is innovation, networking from academia to industry, connecting Saraswati to Lakshmi. That also I can showcase. Next slide. So this is the fundamental duty as a national organization. Our role is technology transfer and technology management and intellectual property management. Next slide. These are the some of the technology. I think you fondly remember the Amul baby food. That was the first technology transfer we did from academia to a industry. And today every citizen, every children of the nation are mitigating the challenge of this. Those who are also lacking the mother milk are also mitigating this challenge through Amul baby. That is the innovation for the nation and nation building. And that is the entrepreneurship. I think Dr. Mittal knows this very well about this technology transfer issue. Next slide. Next. We have to internationalize the innovation. We must not confine to our place. As I told, vocal for local. We must take Indian varieties and Indian technology to the globals. And that is our role towards our commitment to the WTO. And that is the role of the government at the multilateral level so that we can showcase Indian varieties, Indian technology to mitigate the challenge of the country. And that's the technology transfer and entrepreneur we took in various countries and establish Indian connection and also internationalizing Indian innovation for global sustainability. Next slide. We need to connect to the region because one size of shoe cannot fit all. That's true. If you will come to Visakhapatnam where I sit and sell the paratha, no one will take paratha. Everyone will look dosa and idli. Jaisa desh, aisa base. So we must have to reorient and we must do the market accessibility, market penetration and also market viability as Mittal sir told. At the same time, we must see the innovation readiness level. What is that innovation readiness level? That also I will tell you and how we do that into the service to the startup and MSME is concerned. Next slide. So internationalizing innovation, these are the some of our bilateral relations with various countries. We are doing one international workshop with United States Department of Commerce at Bangalore, bringing many startup MSME industry so that you can have internationalization of innovation. Next slide. We are doing also at Bhubaneswar. Next. 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 Yes. This is one of the opportunity for everyone to take because intellectual properties is most important when you are navigating to the market. The future is foggy. You must have to protect your intangible asset. You must then venture. Otherwise, it is foggy and there are many responsibilities. And every day, startups are facing legal challenge. Once you go to the court, it is very difficult to get the relief. So protect your IP fast. Your IP protection in the form of patent, design, trademark, copyright, including geographical indication of goods is need of the hour when you are venturing to the market. Have the ownership of intellectual property. In fact, yesterday, CGP, DTM, government, DPIIT also came out with a report how IPR is playing an important role to the economic sustainability of India. We do provide some kind of seed funding. Some of the people are sitting here, those who have got seed funding. So point I wanted to tell you is that there is an ecosystem, but the ecosystem must be collaborative. Because you have some strength, we have some strength. If we will complement and supplement, we can make the difference. Few years back, Dr. Suresh Kumar hosted Innovate India at Coimbatore. And it was a program where we gives National Innovation Award, Budding Innovation Award, and also from Bhubaneswar, 2 students got the National Budding Innovation Award at Coimbatore. And that person today has created an ecosystem where I think more than 20-30 people are getting livelihood. That is the innovation for nation building through entrepreneurship. Next slide. Next. So, as I told, some of the startup from Bhubaneswar recently got technology because we mostly promote for product innovation so that manufacturing based innovation is challenging for India. So we wanted to support for that. So if you have any product innovation in your mind, if you need to do a testing, calibration, validation, and also market accessibility and all form, you can propose and we can give a grant up to 2 crore rupees and 1 crore for the equity against equity. So let me tell you one of the interesting example. Recently we visited one of the startup at Bangalore. The startup owner is a oncologist, Dr. Vishal Rao. And he came out with a voice box. And that was used to one of the person who could not speak since last 4 years. By using that voice box, he could speak. So this is the innovation that can make the difference and connect the dot. And this is so emotional. So we must look that kind of challenge problem statement so that it can be viable to the community and at the same time benefit to the community as well as the society and nation building. Next slide. Seed funding, we have a program that anyone can talk to us. It is, that I will not elaborate on that part. Next slide. See, for small prototype development also you need some funding. But that funding must come with technical support, scientific support, and also market support so that you can have a ownership and also certification that, yes, this is the certification I have received from this government department so that you can fly. Because that will give you most confident for an investor to invest. Next slide. So these are some of the institutions in the recent time we have taken some of the technology. We supported their patent connected to many industry. And let me tell you with one example of NIOT, National Institute of Ocean Technology. And I will request and urge you, please invest on green technology because government of India is coming tomorrow heavily on that opportunity. So think about green technology, green building, green energy. There are many opportunities to take into a next level and to the level of international ecosystem of scientific governance, which we are part of it also. And in fact, you will able to know tomorrow, Honorable Finance Minister, budget part. Next slide. So we have a acceleration project from United Nations WIPO. We are connecting to the many stakeholders who have a green technology. Please give that green technology, but at the same time, I'll urge you, protect because you are going to the market. And if you are violating any form of intellectual property, you will not be able to mitigate the challenge. Once you कहते हैं ना एक बार वकील के पास जाते हो या कोर्ट पे जाते हो तो very difficult होता है उसको निपटाने के लिए. So protect, and we have a startup intellectual property protection scheme. You can take that and also protect first. Protect is most important. India learned from our basmati rice and also including our turmeric and many more, particularly in the IPR at bilateral and multilateral level. Next slide. Technology is available, friends. We have many technology ready for commercialization. And that also you can talk to me and we have a, you can Google it this. You will get this copy of, I think, 230-page technology available for transfer and commercialization. Don't invest your time for your ideation. Look some of the technology developed by our national institution. We can give you licensing right and you can take the product to the market. And also the lab will also market you. and you will get an opportunity, or our technology will go to the market. And that is the academia industry collaboration for innovation. And that's the effort of connecting the dot, people from across the ecosystem of scientific governance, bringing together, because knowing each other is most important when we talked about any form of collaboration. Because you have some strength, we have some strength, we can make the difference. Next slide. Recently, we transfer one of the technology friends. You will be happy to know that saline water lantern. In saline water, you will get electricity. Very, very interesting technology. You can see the inventor, the lady, the woman scientist, along with our minister. And you will be, and this region is a coastal region. Many fishermen goes to the fishing for 10 days, 20 days. They might not have that kind of battery. But in that water, you can get electricity. And 2 women from Vijayanagaram took this technology. I think in next 7-8 days, we'll launch that product in the market. And this technology came from a very national institution whose role is for that only. And it is a viable technology, market demand hai, and also innovation is there, and all form of our right are there. So there is no any kind of litigation, and you will have a freedom to operate. And this is the innovation that can make the difference. And this is nothing but bringing Saraswati and Lakshmi together. Next slide. Next. So IPR is the biggest challenge for India. In fact, fortunately this year, India crossed 75,000 patent. But when we compare with China, you know, China filed more than 15 lakhs patent every year. US filed more than 7 lakhs patent every year. So this is one of the challenge today. We have to sensitize our community, our people, to protect whatever the business or mindset they have, as far as they are before venturing to the market, they must protect. Next slide. So you please integrate IP into your business, IP into your institution, because it is your brand value. Jo dikhta hai, wo bikta hai. Somebody was offering a bottle of water I did not drink because the bottle was not with any trademark or the brand. I could not drink on the way. पानी पी लो, मैंने बोला नहीं पानी पीऊंगा. नहीं अच्छा पानी अभी भी रखा है. Just I went to some institution, visited. मैंने बोला अब then I got that kind of brand and then I open it, आराम से मैंने पानी पी लिया. तो कहने का मतलब है, आप अगर कहीं भी जाते हो, दिल्ली जाते हो, कहीं भी कोई भी प्रोडक्ट खरीदते हो, आप पहले देखते हो कौन सी कंपनी का है, तब जाके आप पानी पीते हो. कभी पानी के लिए आप कभी भी नहीं जाओगे कहीं पे. So कहने का मतलब brand it. And one of the women in Bhubaneswar, she had the excellent ecosystem of entrepreneurship, but she had a difficulty. She could not export her product to the Saudi Arab because of the brand issue, because of the trademark issue. She is very, very pragmatic in that nature in terms of her business. Because of the IP issue, she could not make it, and still she is struggling for that. So I don't want to do that. So as I told, we are in the knowledge economy. Knowledge must be acknowledged, and we must have to knowledge and protect the knowledge what we have created. Next slide. You can see, because of the copyright and copyright violation, you can see the challenges, the revenue losses in India on the copyright violation. Everyone talks about their apps, their this thing, but whether are you protected that apps in the form of intellectual property? Because morning, Honorable Minister connected me, one of the entrepreneur. I asked her, what is the originality of your product? How I will know that you own it? She was not able to answer me. The point I wanted to tell is that this is the biggest challenge for the nation. Next slide. So I always talked about Saraswati and Lakshmi. There are many Saraswati. I think Nivedita, Dr. Manisha. They are making us proud, nation proud, particularly on innovation in connecting the dots. Because, next slide please. You can see, I am 46, I have a retina problem. And this is one of the technology developed by one of the lady you can see, right to me along with research scholar, lutein from marine chlorophycin algae. And it was patented because it is an invention having a potential of innovation and to mitigate the challenge of the society. And the lady came all the way from US, and she established a startup in the form of Bactrogen Biological Private Limited. We transfer this technology. Today, product is coming to the market, and every citizen like me will get the benefit of this product. And that is the innovation, bringing Saraswati and Lakshmi together. Why somebody will invest? Until unless it is IP protected, nobody will come and invest. Let me also tell you. This is the biggest challenge. And recently, one of the startup was crying like anything. मेरा तो ये फंस गया because he got a letter from government of India that there is a completely infringement of the IP of one of the big company, and it was advised me to investigate that and give a report on that. And the person also who got National Startup Award recently, the Invest India sent a letter to us to verify that whether the kind of intellectual property, patent, design, trademark, because they got a funding from TDF also. So point is that this is one of the most ornamental opportunity if you create, if you have a freedom to operate in the market. So protect your IP, all form of IP. And I'm grateful to Dr. Omkar Rai has taken, and in fact, when he was the DG of STPI, we have supported many startups. On number also I can, because I'm part of many of the state STPI ecosystem, and in connecting the dots, supporting, and awareness is most important. That is the biggest challenge today, and today startups are ready, and that kind of leadership needs of the hour to connect the dot for the collaboration. Next slide. As I told, Navarakshak's PPE kit, when my parents were in ICU, I was not able to wear because I was crying like anything. Because at that time you can understand that PPE kits, but at that time one doctor came out with this PPE kits, which is affordable, breathable, comfortable, and we transfer this technology, protected this, so that many MSME ready, including startup also came, invested and making the product, and today I think more than 20 startup and MSME are exporting this product globally. This is innovation and value creation and nation building, and that is called collaboration, where we can make the difference. Next slide. So friends, intellectual property is nothing but creating value and extracting value. If you have a right, you have created a value. But extracting value, when you will go for negotiation. When there is a merger and acquisition of any companies, IP plays a very important role. You can imagine Renvexi, there was a company. Their IP valuation depends on their merger and acquisition. So even many of the startup these days also, IP plays a, in fact, there was a session yesterday at Visakhapatnam, some of the people from US were there. Only they are focusing on intellectual property based startup for funding support. Next slide. So any kind of green technology, if you are ready to invest, you are requested to talk to us, so that we have many green technology developed by our national institution. And you know, Honorable Prime Minister, India has a deep sea mission, and around 4,000 crore has been given fund for this. So there is ample opportunity, because the present ecosystem is governing under the mission and vision of Prime Minister's TEC, called Science Technology Advisory Committee. There are 10 objectives, and in that you please invest, because there is a market, the way deep tech startup is also coming. Next slide. So friends, I always talked about innovation readiness level. अगर आप विशाखापट्टनम में आओगे, पराठा बेचोगे, कोई नहीं खाएगा. अगर दिल्ली में जाओगे, बिरयानी बेचोगे, कोई नहीं खाएगा. So as I told, जैसा देश ऐसा बेस. So for all the startup, you must look into the three things. One is intellectual property readiness level. Whether you protect all your IP or not before venturing to the market, or knowingly, unknowingly, if you are infringing, you are gone. एक litigation आपका सब खत्म कर देगा. Second is market readiness level. As feasibility, Mittal sir talking about, you must do a independent market survey, so that, and also feasibility, so that bank can also give you the loan. And most important is society readiness level, जहाँ पे particular community. कितना minute? Okay. So I'll skip. Next slide, please. So we must have to internationalize our ecosystem of innovation, and we are fortunate that we are transferring some of the Indian technology globally, and that is the vision and mission of the Prime Minister today. We must integrate our innovation to the international ecosystem of governance, and for that I will urge you and request you in this platform, please connect with us, because it is a government institution responsible for international tech transfer. Next slide. Next. So recently we had been to United Nations on green technology for sustainable development. Next slide. We took Indian technology in Africa. We took many of the Indian entrepreneurs. I think at that time they are startup only. Today they have created a venture in African countries. This is through our bilateral collaboration with various African countries under WTO. Next slide. You can see India assists Ghana in tomato production. This is innovation, how India mitigate the challenge of the Ghana. Tomato, bina tomato mein koi bhi sabji nahi hota hai. And Ghana was importing 95% tomato from France and other country. But India got this project and we implemented this project. We took Indian varieties, Indian startup to adapt and also mechanize. And we took many of the machinery and also trained in 3 different regions of various parts of the Ghana, Ivory Coast, Mozambique. So this is through collaboration, and also one of the ODIA ambassador who was there at that time supported, and we created an impact internationally on innovation and also opportunity of entrepreneurship globally. Next slide. Next. Recycling of plastic waste to tile. अभी पानी इतना पानी पी रहे हैं कि इतना बॉटल कौन फेंकेगा? इसका क्या होगा? This is one of the technology we transferred to 7 startups in 7 states who are making tile. You can see this kind of tile you will get in Lodi Road Garden also. So this is innovation for sustainability and also creating opportunity and livelihood. And many of the women has taken it. Next slide. These are some of the startups who are making us proud, nation proud. I will take another 30 seconds. Next slide. This is one of the lady from Bhubaneswar only. You can see some of the her company is giving, I think more than 100 people are getting livelihood. Next slide. This is one of the startup from Kalahandi district. I basically from Kalahandi. This person got patent day before yesterday. I think we communicated to Honorable Chairman and Secretary. And also Odisha startup also supported. We have a Bodha is also here. So point I wanted to tell you that how our people are competent. You can see that. Yes. Okay. Next. 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 This is the impact factor of our role. Because if we'll serve, we'll also recognize. Recently, we got National IP Awards from Government of India. And also, next slide. We were there in United Nations for the promotion of Indian green technology for sustainable development. Next slide. I was there in ASEAN Summit promoting Indian technology so that we can connect the dot, collaborate, co-create, and celebrate. And next. Thank you, all of you. God bless you. Jai Hind, Vande Mataram.
Thank you so much. In fact, I would have just requested you to, I'll request now both Shri Harkesh Mittal ji and Dr. Vijay Kumar Sahu to please join us on stage, because I'll request our Executive Chairman, Dr. Omkar Rai, to take this opportunity and felicitate both of them for these wonderful master class that we had with them. A small token of appreciation from our side.
And day by day, you are becoming one.
I'd just like to inform that we are just about to start now with some more interesting sessions. So I request everyone to stay seated. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, like I was saying, it's now time to learn and evolve, listening to the success stories from some of our homegrown entrepreneurs. We'd just like to mention that we'll be inviting each one of them on stage and they'll be sharing their insights with you. We have, of course, a time schedule. We would like to stick each session to about 10 to 12 minutes. So we'll request all our speakers to stick to that time schedule. So the first one, ladies and gentlemen, and yes, would want all your attention. We have with us Shri Partha Pratim Das Mahapatra, founder and CEO Aspirations. A big round of applause. Just to inform, it was founded in 2018, dedicated to advancing healthcare with a focus on preventive measures. Their flagship device, EasyCheck, is a non-invasive hemoglobinometer that has been validated by ICMR, RMR, CBB, ISO, CDSCO, IEC, and NHM. It has successfully tested over 23 lakh individuals, detecting anemia in more than 5 lakh people. With over 5,400 devices deployed across 17 states and international expansion, they have disrupted the medtech industry, achieving break-even within 5 years and have also now plans to introduce more innovative cutting-edge devices in the days to come. Of course, in the morning, we've all seen, we've been felicitating all our startups, and they have raised an external fund of 33.24 crore for the financial year 2023-24. So let's welcome Shri Mahapatra on stage with a huge round of applause so that he can share his success story with us.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I think like it's kind of a outcome of the session, like how it start, how it's running, and what is the future. So I thought like we should run without the presentation. First of all, thank you, sir, and thanks to entire Startup Odisha team for organizing such event, where nowadays there are several types of mela is running around, but first, like a state government are celebrating a startup utsav. So it's really acknowledging and it's really inspiring to all of the budding entrepreneurs and who are actually thinking to disrupt through product innovation or the service. So myself, Partho, I founded EGRX in the year of 2018. Prior to EGRX, I was working for a couple of corporate companies. My last assignment with Grant Thornton was the Asia head, working with a couple of AI-enabled products in financial and healthcare domains. So in an event, I found like India is an endemic country. And since independence in last 75 years, still government is spending more than 15,000 crore every year for eradicating anemia. So the connection with anemia and our society is not only the healthcare problem, it also create a economic burden to the country. The consequences of hemoglobin, let's say, if we see in the age of first 1,000 days, if a child don't have sufficient hemoglobin in the body, then it's directly impacting the cognitive nature of the brain. So a society, a country or a state is going to decide like where we are in next 10 days or next 10 years or 15 years. If you see a couple of areas where the civil tribe populations are, then you can see the legacy of a society is going for labor, and the labor. So each generation is going for a labor kind of approach where we can't think like a family should come up with some intellects having engineer, doctor in the family. What is the root cause? The root cause is only the malnutrition and anemia. Because, so this is the one approach. Second approach is in our country, still we are talking about AI, talking about lot more things, but still our country are not supporting too much. I mean, each individual is not supporting towards women and the child care, especially on the mothers and the women. So unhealthy mom cannot produce a healthy child. It's a true story. So to make the society a very wealth and healthy society, we have to be focused on the mother's health. Having this intention in the mind, leave the job, come back to my native place in Bengal, started the venture of EGRX, struggling around a year. Then in the year of 2019, I come back to Bhubaneswar, joined an incubation center, started my product development, work around 2.5 years to 3 years. Many award recognition, many of the grants, funding we raised, and infuse all the money towards the product development. So happily, in the bottom line is that, like happily, we sold more than 5,000 devices. We established ourselves in 17 different states in the country. Our product is working 5 international countries. And when the last 15-20 years, where most of the top giant like Samsung, top giant like Massimo and the others company, where they are not come and beat the problem, where an Indian company, a Bhubaneswar-based startup, done it. It's validated in several, probably in all states in the country, probably all premier institutes in the country, and ICMR also validated the technology. So what the outcome of the technology is? The outcome is instead of taking a blood from the human body, you just place your finger. Within a minute, we can identify how much hemoglobin you have. So it's a very, very cost-effective, affordable solution to the society. Where most of the people are faring with the prick, especially for the school children, adolescent, where the technology is going hand in hand, they're happily, conducting the test. The data is coming real time. Policymakers sees the data in the dashboard. AI also predicting some of the secondary data points. So it's amazing. So this is the product. But I think today, when I come and talk about the product and the innovation, then the message towards the upcoming leaders who are sitting here, number one is we have to focus on if you are working on the product, then you have to be very, very choosy on the product development. You should not disfocused. You should not focus on the social media. Like ये 4 startup का तो ये story आ रहा है, इसका ये funding आ गया. Nothing matter to you. So the primary objective is build the product. After building the product, do the validation and complete your regulatory approvals. If you don't have the regulatory approvals or the proper clinical trials, or if you are in healthcare or maybe other technology, you have to do the validation. And what Sir has explained, I think last 20 minutes, is patent. Patent is very, very important. When in 2019, when we have couple of grants, and till that time so far, we applied, I think, 34 international filing. We had submitted 34 international filing, 4 patent is granted. So invested that time around 50 lakhs only towards the patent, trademarks and the design filing. So these all are the very important parameters when you are working towards the product development. As a company, like I see CureBay is here, so it's basically CureBay created a milestone for who are working in Odisha, right? So, but as a company, when you go for a funding, when you work for a deep tech products, the deep tech need investment, and to raise investment, it's not an overnight job. You go to an investor and raise the money. It's not like that. And when you are working for a deep tech, when people first think like you are a stupid, so you have to go convince, not only speak, not only your presentation or your some interacting videos or something. So you have to showcase your product. You have to showcase how you are going to disrupt. I tell you, like, I am very fortunate, probably, like I came to Bhubaneswar. Bhubaneswar is a very close to my heart. It's very fortunate city for me, probably. I came, couple of grants I received. So first initial 2 years is not very tough. Ma'am is here. Ma'am, one of my grant, she was my mentor. So we received the grant. We use very, very deliciously, build the product, done the validation. So after building the validation is done, now when you go to the market and talk to a private investor, the VCs, the strategic investor, then the game is completely different. So having a mindset, like what is your exit plan? If you are thinking something, what is your long-term plan? Based on that, we can approach to the investor. So in EGRX, hence working with couple of large corporates, having a good connection in the VC, but I never go to VC to pitch the product, because people will ask, first question is, are you from which city? Second question is, are you from IIT or IIM? All the questions I have to tick on no, right? So then EGRX was the plan, like we should bring a strategic investor in the day one. So we crack first round, the first external round from Mankind Pharma. We raised the money, we done the validation, different larger audience, larger sample size, big institutes. Then the next round, when you raise a money from a strategic investor, then your headache is very less. So because the day one when you go, you have a boundary line where to go and how far you have to go. So in the next round, what we did is we raised money from Sun Pharma, one of the largest pharmaceutical company in India, and probably is the second largest pharmaceutical in the world now. It's a $6 billion company. So what we pitch? We didn't pitch like, please come and invest. So we come up with the approach was, you have your product line and I have the device. why don't you try and increase your sales? So what I'm trying to convey to you is here is like, whatever the business you are running, whatever the product or service is, if you are thinking for a strategic investor, then it's a very good deal for you in future. How your business will grow. Ultimately, we are from a very lower middle class family, or maybe some are from the upper middle class family, but we never see the business like what people see in Bangalore, Gujarat and others. So we have to think in a business mindset, like how we can crack a big investor or a big collaborator. उसको ही सेल करना है, आपको उसका एडवांटेज लेना है if you are in the product, if you are product development company. So in the same thought, we are working now. Started working in Southeast Asia, started in Africa and the Gulf. So in coming days, we are coming with a different kind of other products, like a B2C kind of products, where you put a single drop of blood or single drop of urine and measure a couple of other parameters. And also we are investing heavily now for molecular AI based platforms. So probably in the next 2-3 months, we are going to launch the platform for people use. So all the researcher who are basically from the biochemistry side, they can also see, they can also try. So that's all for EGRX. And before closing my talk, like I have to tell 3 things. There is no alternate for hard works. If you see this glossy photo in the social media, so today morning I also see my photo came, but never been surprised if you see some photos or some other photos who is your nearby. Stick to your focus, work on the product, work on the deliverables. There is only 3 things to get success, but I'm not celebrating my success, or that's not my success story. So I believe we are not a position to tell like we are a success startup and we are celebrating the success story. But every day morning when I wake up, I think we have to put hard work. What I have to deliver, what I did yesterday, today has to be better. See the competitive landscape, where we are in, where other products is. Be confident, work on it. I think you can also crack it. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Shrima Patra. Absolutely no substitute for hard work, boys and girls. Well, we'll now have with us Shri Avinash Sahu, co-founder and CTO, Bonvi Aero, an aerial logistic drone startup. They help aerial mobility through electric vehicles for goods and passenger transportation, specializing in aerial vehicles tailored for challenging terrain such as the Himalayas. The company's focus includes defense logistic, emergency medical service, supply chain logistic, and rapid commerce deliveries. Incubated at AIC CV Raman Global University, Bonvi has developed India's first logistic aerial vehicle capable of carrying 50 kilos over 10 kilometers at 10,000 feet in hilly regions. They have, of course, as we know in the morning, also raised ₹6 crore in a round led by Inflection Point Ventures recently. So I'll request Shri Avinash Sahu to come on stage and address the audience with a big round of applause from all of you, of course.
Thank you. Hello, good evening. जस्ट गोटे छोट जिनस स्टार्ट करछि आज मु आसुथली ए इवेंट को अटेंड करिया पई जस्ट मु कार पार्क करली एंड आई वाज इन अ कॉल आसिक मु देखली बहुत लंबा लाइन लागितला बाहर मु आसिक विदाउट आस्किंग एनीथिंग आई जस्ट स्टूड इन दैट क्यू एंड देखली बहुत टाइम लागुची रजिस्ट्रेशन चलची बहुत लंबा लाइन थिला सेठू जस्ट मु मीटिंग रे भी अच्छी गोटे कॉल रे कथा होची लाइन रे भी छिड़ा हेची 10-15 मिनिट परे जने फ्रेंड मते आसी कहले कि यू हैव ऑलरेडी अ पास ऑलरेडी अपन पकरे अच्छी अपन भीतर को आसछन तो डायरेक्ट तो 15 मिनिट छिड़ा पर मु भीतर को भी आसी गली आसला परे मते मोर ये आई गॉट दिस कार्ड देन मते डायरेक्टली नेविगेट करा हे गला एठी की तो मु कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल भीतर को भी आसी गली फुल्ली क्राउडेड तो मु मते सीट मिलानी मु पछरे छिड़ा हितली कि सम पई तापरे सम हाउ आई मैनेज टू फाइंड अ सीट इन द बैक पूरा पछस रो रे लाइन रे गोटे सीट मु मैनेज करली देन सेठी तांको रिक्वेस्ट करी कि बसली सेठी किछि समय देन स्टार्टअप ओडिसा रो फ्रेंड सौम्या जी केम एंड ही सेड कि आपनकर सीट आगे रे अछि आसो आपण After 15 minutes, पुणी मु आगु आसिकी then I saw कि there is my name is printed and written on the front row of the seat. Then I sat here and from there I came to here. So এটা কোন ପାଇଁ କହୁଛି, this is what my startup is going through also. So focus is what my friend just told before. ଆମେ focus ଯଦି ରଖିଥିବା, ଆମେ ଯଦି ସେଇଠି ବହୁତ ଗୁଡେ challenges ଆସିଲା, ଲାଇନ୍ ରେ ଛିଡା ହେଲି, ଲାଗିଲା ମତେ କି ଏତେ ଲମ୍ବା ଲାଇନ୍ ଅଛି, କିଛି ପିଲା ଯଦି ରିଟର୍ନ ବି ପଳେଇଥିବେ, they might have missed a big opportunity coming to this conference and hearing those big people who are speaking. So yeah, Born V is always focused on struggle, hard work, and then yeah, at the end, हमको achievement मिलिवो ही मिलिवो, that we know. So yeah, Born V केमिति start हैला. So गोटे छोटो incident मो सहित होइतला. मु drone industry से last 10 years हेलानी अछि. मु fly करथिली एतले small surveillance drone Indian Army ପାଇଁ. आमे थरे लद्दाख रे थिलु November month से टाइम रे. सेतेबेले आमे जस्ट सर्विलेंस ड्रोन फ्लाई करछु आ हमको रिटर्न जीवार अछि नेक्स्ट 2 days रे. वी हैड अ लैंडस्लाइड. आमे जो पहाड़ ऊपर थिलु तार नेक्स्ट पहाड़ रे लैंडस्लाइड हे गला तळे. आ स्नोफॉल भी हेवी हे जाइतला. सेतलु आमे जाई परलुनु. आमे गोटे मास स्टक हे जाइतलु सेठी. तो स्टक हैला परे आमे मासे पई हम पाखरे ना हम पाखरे खाइबा थिला ना हम पाखरे किछि भी स्टक आमे एते तो आनी नथिलु. तो आमे आर्मी कैंप भीतर ही रहउतलु. देन 2-3 days पर हमर जो वेजिटेबल थिला, जा भी फ्रेश सब्जी थिला, सब सरी गला. तापरे हमें कौन खाइबू, हमें कौन खाइलु ना हमर आर्मी रो गोटे स्टॉक फूड स्टॉकिंग था, जोटी से ड्राई फ्रूट को स्टॉक करके रखी थांती. डेट्स हे गला से बहुत गुडे ड्राई फ्रूट डिफरेंट टाइप रो पोटैटोज, एग्स भी. हां, आमे से को हमको खाया पड़िला. टिके स्मेल आस्तला ता देरो. ऑब्वियसली माने आमे ओडिसा बीइंग इन फ्रॉम ओडिसा आमे सबोले तटका पनी परिवा खाउ, बट सेठी हमको सेटा मिलु नथला. तो आमे मासे जाय से ही खाउतलु. आ एवरीडे मु फ्लाई करथि से सर्विलेंस ड्रोन टा टू नेक्स्ट हिल, जोटा कि हार्डली 5 किलोमीटर एरियल डिस्टेंस, जोटा डिस्प्लेसमेंट आमे कहूचे. हां, ग्राउंड डिस्टेंस पाखाबा कि 30-40 किलोमीटर हबो. मुझे ड्रोन फ्लाई करथि से कैमरा रे मु देखुची सेठी गोटे छोटो मार्केट अछि. बढ़िया सब्जी सेल होउची, लोक नउचंती आसी कि पूरा बढ़िया मार्केट चलची. सेठी खाइबा पीवा सब बढ़िया चलची. आमे एठी खाइ पन आ पर किसी ऑप्शन भी नहीं. देन आई थॉट this is a serious problem, not with me, it is with my army people who are 365 days stationed in border areas. So now logistics in challenging terrains is a key problem entire world is facing. Now in this segment we have found a niche pain point. You know, Indian Defence Forces deploys around 15,000 mules across 8,000 kilometer of border areas in Himalayan regions, to be exact, specific, to supply the essential goods like ration, ammunitions, and medicines. Born V is focusing on developing a aerial logistics platform. You may call it as a logistics drone. It is kind of a big size. You can imagine a size of Innova car. It's kind of that size. So we call it as eVTOL, electric vertical takeoff and landing platform, which can carry 50 kg of logistics good and travel for 10 kilometer aerial distance in hilly areas. It is as comparable with a 35 to 40 kilometer of ground distance on hilly terrains. So what we are doing is we are replacing those 2-3 days back आपण माने न्यूज देखिथिबे गोटे इंडियन आर्मी रो गोटे न्यूज आसीतला जोथरे से माने म्यूल्स गुडा को वर्तमान ऑब्सोलीट करछन म्यूल ऑपरेशन, बिकॉज़ एनिमल वेलफेयर आल्सो गेट रेज्ड कंप्लेंट अगेंस्ट दिस कि हमें म्यूल्स गुडा को ओवर यूटिलाइज करा होची एंड हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड रे तांको लाइफ रिस्क भी अछि. म्यूल को भी जे ऑपरेट करंती तांको लाइफ प्रति भी रिस्क अछि. तो दे स्टार्टेड फाइंडिंग अल्टरनेटिव्स. सो आर्मी हैज स्टेटेड अ न्यूज दैट से माने एबे ड्रोन्स की यूज करया जाउछंती इंडियन आर्मी रो जो हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड एरिया लॉजिस्टिक्स प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करिया पे. सो वी आर सॉल्विंग दैट प्रॉब्लम. सो स्टार्टिंग कमिंग टू द स्टोरी ऑफ बॉर्न वी हाउ इट स्टार्टेड. आमे जेते बेले ई प्रॉब्लम मते फेस हेइतला, मु मासे एटी फसी जाइतली ता भीतर खाइबा को मते प्रॉब्लम होउतला. सेते बेले आमे आसिलु मोर कलीग आमे सब बेंगलोर रे थिलु. सेते बेले आमे स्टार्ट कलु कि भाबिबा कि आमे किछि ओटे प्रॉब्लम केंदी सॉर्ट आउट करे. हम पर छोटो ड्रोन टे थिला, हार्डली 50-100 ग्राम रो कैमरा नेकी जाउतला. बट आमे एटा तो सॉल्यूशन नो, हमको एटलीस्ट 20-30 kg और 50 kg टाइप रो हमको गोटे प्लेटफॉर्म बनवार थिला. हम सेटा भाबुथुलु बेंगलोर रे बसिकी. त हम भाबिलु 50 kg बनया पय हेले से ड्रोन साइज टाइप बहुत बड़ होई जिवो. तो बैंगलोर रे हमको सेठी बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज होउतला ड्रोन को फ्लाई करिया पई गोटे दिन सब बड़ चैलेंज अच्छी बैंगलोर सिटी भीतर बाहर को जावाई गोटे दिन लगुला भीतर को आसपा आउट दिन लगुला तापर ड्रोन को टेस्ट करवा इज अनदर चैलेंज तो आमे फाउंडर आमे जते मु को फाउंडर थिलु आमे प्राय ओडिया ही थिलु 3-4 जण आमे ओडिया थिलु हमर को फाउंडर्स तो आमे भाबिलु लेट्स गो टू ओडिशा आमे ओडिशा रु स्टार्ट करिवा तापर आमे ओडिशा आसिलु ओडिशा रे क्विकली आमे मो निजो कॉलेज भुवनेश्वर इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज कैंपस भीतर हमको गोटे मो चेयरमैन गोटे हैंगर देइथिले हां कोविड टाइम रे जस्ट आफ्टर कोविड रे क्लासेस होनुतला हैंगर वर्कशॉप गुडा खाली थला सेठी स्टार्ट कला परे आमे छोटो प्रोटोटाइप गोटे बनैलु बनेला परे आमे समस्त को अप्रोच करथिलु स्टार्टअप ओडिशा डे 1 रो हमको सपोर्ट करी आसला सेठी बहुत गुडे इन्वेस्टर कनेक्ट करेवा बाहर इन्वेस्टर मान को आनिकी इंट्रोड्यूस करेवा तो आमे से छोटो प्रोटोटाइप रु गोटे जस्ट 5 kg लिफ्ट करथुआ गोटे ड्रोन टे बनै की प्रोटोटाइप रु आमे गोटे तापर बड़ प्रोटोटाइप बनैलु जोटा 50 kg प्रोटोटाइप 50 kg लिफ्ट करथुआर कैपेबिलिटी डेवलप करथिलु आमे तापर आमे सेठू टिके दले ग्रो कलु टीम ग्रो कला आमे आसी गलु एआईसी शिविरमन भितरे कैंपस भितरे सेठी आमे टिके बड़ स्पेस नै की स्टार्ट कलु हमर प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट आपण बिलीव करिवेनी मु जते बैंगलोर मो प्रीवियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन थिली आमे छोटो छोटो कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चर करिया पे डिपेंडेंट होउतलु बहुत गुडे वेंडर सहित कि ओडे सीएनसी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटी रू पार्ट मैन्युफैक्चर करिक आनिबा 3D प्रिंटिंग गोटे कोडथला तांको पाखर नै के आसीबा गोटे गोटे छोटो छोटो पार्ट हमको आनिया पे लागुतला 10 दिन 12 दिन एवढा टाइम लागुतला जोटा कि फेल हो जाई पारे हम आरएनडी रे थिलु हमें से डिजाइन फेल हो जाई पारे तो हमें सेटा बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज थला हम पाए यू डोंट बिलीव इन ओडिशा we have everything inside that one campus आमे तो भितरे हमर एंटायर हमर जो फ्रेम अछि एरो जो एरो स्ट्रक्चर हमर अछि 15 फीट बाय 15 फीट 100% एटा हमर तारी भितरी मैन्युफैक्चर करा होछि पूरा हमें मशीनिंग फैसिलिटी ता भीतर अछि हम पाकरे 3D प्रिंटिंग फैसिलिटी ता भीतर अछि हमें एसटीपी रो लैब भी यूज करछु हमर ड्रोन रो बैटरी को वैलिडेशन करिया पई सो व्हाट आई मीन टू से इज द इकोसिस्टम इज रियली flourish in Odisha hardware ecosystem specifically कहिबी because I am into hardwares so this is how Bonvi is getting a very strong support from the ecosystem as well as Startup Odisha anyway everything is being headed by Startup Odisha only so एमती हम जर्नी स्टार्ट हैला वी स्टार्टेड ग्रैबिंग एक्सटर्नल फंड्स देन हमें इंडियन आर्मी को ट्रायल्स देखेलु वी सोड मल्टीपल डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन इन हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड्स नाउ गुड थिंग इज वी हैव सिक्योर्ड गुड ऑर्डर्स फ्रॉम इंडियन आर्मी एंड एज वेल एज हमें ओडिशा रे एवे फर्स्ट टाइम पई इमरजेंसी इवैक्यूएशन रे ड्रोन को यूज करिया को जाउचे हमें एवे रिसेंटली ओडिशा फायर डिपार्टमेंट को गोटे डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन देखैतिलु जोटा महानदी रे नदी मझिरु आमे गोटे लोकटी को गोटे मिनिट रे नदी मझिरु टाणिकी नहीं आसलु साइड को ताको रेस्क्यू करतेलु तो एटा गोटे बहुत बड़ अचीवमेंट थिला हमो पई आउ एटा ओडिशा पई भी आज जेमती ओडिशा स्टार्टअप रे भी टॉप परफॉर्मर अछि हमें डिजास्टर रेस्पॉन्स रे भी टॉप परफॉर्मर अछि इन द कंट्री तो सेथि लाइक हमें नुआ नुआ टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करिया पई बहुत हमें एक्टिव अछि एंड बीइंग एन ओडिया स्टार्टअप वी आर आल्सो ईगरली यू नो एक्साइटेड to be a part of it and we are soon coming up with this emergency evacuation drones in Odisha as well. So yeah, that's all about Bonvi's story. I hope you like it. I'll keep it shortcut only. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Avinash. आम्ही सुनी केते गर्वित हो जतर आमको लागुचे अनुभव. I'm sure you also must be feeling proud that you're doing such good work. We wish you all the best. To continue doing the good work. But yes, we will continue with some more inspiring stories. We have with us Shri Bodhisattva Sanghapriya, founder and CEO IG Drones. Again, India's leading enterprise drone solution provider for drone surveying, mapping and inspection by industry experts. They have partnered already with multiple state government and 30 of the biggest PSUs and MNCs, have executed more than 250 projects with head office at Delhi, branch offices at Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Kolkata, Guwahati, Bangalore, Bhubaneswar, and of course, in the morning, we already know that they've made their global presence felt as well in Singapore. So it'll be a pleasure to listen to them. So let's invite Sri Bodhisattva Sangapriya on stage with a huge round of applause from all of you.
Jai Jagannath. Jai Jagannath. So, good evening, everyone. Myself, Bodhisattva Sangapriya, founder and CEO IG Drones. My dear friend Avinash has already told many more things about drones. So I will tell more about the journey of how a Odia boy started an enterprise and scaled it nationally. So I'll keep less about drone and more about the journey and how Startup Odisha helped in the journey. So I started from the university campus. I am myself a student entrepreneur. So I was studying in a university called Bhir Surendra Sai University of Technology called Bulla Engineering College. And while studying in the university, I just realized engineering is not just about labs, viva's assignment, but more about making something, tinkering something, and innovating something. And with that passion, I have developed a series of innovations. And one of such innovation, I was presenting in a national expo in Ahmedabad in Gujarat. And 10 years back, I was talking about 2013 and 2014, and somebody from the crowd in that exhibition asked me whether you guys are really capable of such innovations. And that simple question touched my heart, and I was so much that question, why somebody, I was just wondering why somebody has asked me that question, why you guys are capable. And then he replied, you are from Odisha, whether you guys have such kind of ecosystem, such kind of facility in Odisha that first year engineering students can also innovate. And I never replied. I took a place that we have to come back and develop something new that is not first time in Odisha, but first time in India. I returned to my university and started searching the problem. I always believe in searching the problem is the biggest challenge. Giving out the solution is the easiest part. And I searched the problem, and one fine day I read the news about ISRO launched 104 satellites in a single rocket, and that was a wow moment for us because I thought it's an engineering marvel. But then I read the news very detailed, and there was two-line news inside that grand news, and the news was out of those 104 satellites, 2 satellites were made by students from Chennai and students from Pune. And I got my point, and I got my problem. The problem, if the students from Chennai and the students from Pune can build something, why not the students from Odisha, why not the students from Bulla? And that thing motivated me to start something. And then we approached ISRO, and somehow we rejected by ISRO because ISRO set on a timeline of 15 years of research and then 15 crores to build one satellite. So instead of going with ISRO, so we decided we will build our own rocket. And then people, when you start building a rocket, people laugh at you, and it's pretty obvious, and everybody laughed at us. My friends, family, everybody loved us. We built a team of 40 people, including our seniors, juniors, batchmates, and then we tried, we failed multiple times, we failed 100+ times, and finally we succeed. And our rocket reached to an altitude of 16,000 feet AGL, and it became Asia's first multi-purpose student rocket. Started in a small university campus in Odisha. And when this news came out, and it became a national news, when this news came out, Honorable Prime Minister read the news, and he instructed ISRO to visit our campus and then check whether how these 40 engineering students in a remote resource with low resource setting, how they were able to build a technology that ISRO used to build in 1980s. And then ISRO, after doing all the due diligence, finally took over the project. And this is how my student journey started. And by when ISRO took over the project, I was in the final semester. And I thought, so instead of joining a 9-to-5 job, because in the final semester, in an engineering student, in engineering life, in the campus, everybody just rushes for the campus placement. So me and my co-founder, we thought, so we'll start something on our own. Then we approached all our mentors, all Odia mentors. So we approached them, and unfortunately, everybody told us the same story. So you guys are not capable to sell. So I was again shocked with the questions, shocked with the reply, why we are not capable to sell. So the answer was pretty surprising, pretty peculiar, and everybody told that you are not Gujarati, you are not Marwadi, you are not Sindhi, and you are Odia. That's why you are not sell, because Selling something is not in our blood. You have proved yourself as an innovator, but you have not proved yourself as a salesman. I took it as a challenge very, very seriously. And the next day I reached a nearby plant and run by Aditya Birla Group. And I presented the solution, our rocket, our satellite. And the manager asked me whether you guys can actually solve our problem with your technology. They have a very large coal yard, so they asked us like whether you can actually do the measurements, the physical measurement of our coal stock using our satellite and rocket. I immediately replied, sir, yes, if we can do the measurements inside the waters, then definitely we can do above the water, above the ground level. Then they immediately replied, but dear, we don't have budget to launch a rocket every day, because launching a rocket is a costly affair. And for the first time in my life, because I'm an engineering student, and first time in my life, somebody asked me about finance, somebody asked me about return on investment and the economic viability, and that was so shocking. I was there to sell something, and somebody asked me about the profit margin, return on investment. But I immediately replied, sir, there is a cheaper alternative, and the cheaper alternative is a drone. Whatever you can do with the satellite, you can also do the similar thing with the drone. And he immediately replied, whether you guys are capable to develop such a drone. I immediately replied, yes, sir. And he thought like it will take at least 6 months to develop a drone. I was there in Aditya Birla plant in next 3 days with our drone. Just by seeing our speed and enthusiasm, they decided to give us the first work order. And then I thought, so no, we're capable to sell. And then the Aditya Birla manager told me that, but you need to we need to register you as a vendor, then only you will be able to get the work order, the work. And then he sent me a series of documents, and somewhere around 22 documents he sent me over mail. And I was going through all the documents, all the GST, PAN, AOA, MOA. You won't believe all the students. So you can listen carefully where I have started. And out of those 22 documents, I was only able to understand 2 documents. It's Aadhaar card and PAN card. Rest 20 documents were completely new for me. And this is where I started. And somehow I searched and again asked my mentors, where would I get all these documents, the rest 20 documents. And somebody told me that you need to register a company, then only you will be able to get all these documents. And then, so I was in the final semester and as just an engineering student, normal engineering students in a state-run college. And we don't have like such kind of current days. We have like incubation center and all these stuffs. And back in 5-6 years ago, the ecosystem was not that evolved. But somebody told me there is a Startup India Odisha Yatra, and the Startup Odisha is organizing a camp. You should go there, and then they will definitely help you out. And the Startup Odisha Yatra team came to my college, and I asked them, I took the mentorship, and they told me, you have to register this company, and this is the procedure, and then only you will be able to get these documents. And with the mentorship and the support from the Startup Odisha Yatra, we registered the first company in our university campus and got the first order from Aditya Birla. And this is how our entrepreneurship journey started. This is how IG Drone started, and this is how Startup Odisha created an ecosystem that a student studying in a remote part in a city called Burla is able to get the success, get the access to the technology, the support, and all kind of mentoring. And then we never stopped. Then we approached Reliance. Reliance was also ready to get our technology, procure our technology. When 2 of the conglomerates, Aditya Birla and Reliance, they were happy with our solutions. We onboarded them as a client. Then we realized it's a stereotype that ODIs cannot sell. ODIs can sell, and ODIs can also sell better than anyone else. And then we started in 2018 as 2 clients, onboarded as 2 clients, and 5.5 years down the line, in 2024, we have 300 large enterprises onboarded on IG Drones platform and already executed 1,000+ projects all across India. Started in Odisha, started in a place called Sambalpur, then we currently headquartered at Delhi with 5 regional offices all across India and currently having 300 people working in the team. No, the interesting part is out of those 300 people in 5 regional offices all across India, 90% of them are ODIs. And this is the power of ODI talent, and this is the power of, ODI mindset. So whosoever questions the capability of ODIs and the Odisha's potential, and this is the insight that if IG Drones can do, then we are a state of 4.5 crore people, then definitely the 60% youth can also do. We can have more and more IG Drones, more and more 1Bs, more and more AGREX in the coming days, and Startup Odisha will definitely support us and create more entrepreneurs. And this is not the journey, this is not the end. So I enjoy all the challenges faced in the journey. So entrepreneurship is not about a overnight success, and entrepreneurship is not a destination. So what I believe, so entrepreneurship is a journey. So we expanded nationally, and then everybody told us that you became a dhandawala, you became a bepari, you are not innovating at all. You used to innovate in the school days, in the college days. Currently, you are not innovating. You are only running behind the money. So with due respect, our society believes that making and earning money is a crime. Bepari habata bhul, ବ୍ୟବସାୟୀ ମାନେ lutera. So we believe that. We used to believe that and still believe that. And then somehow, because of a lot of initiative by the government of Odisha and Startup Odisha, the mindset is changing. We are penetrating in the deep pockets of Malkanagiri, deep pockets of Mayurbhanj, and empowering them with the entrepreneurship, the culture, the innovations. The society is slowly adapting, but still again the question arises, and we again took it as a challenge that we have to do something, we have to innovate something. Then we started developing a series of products, invested heavily on the hardware and the software side. And then we developed India's first 5G enabled drone, and it was launched by Honorable Telecom Minister, and then it is just a 5G, not just a 5G enabled drone of India. And last June, I was in Paris as part of Government of India delegation, and then we realized, and then we got to know from the European market, it's not just the 5G, only the first 5G drone of India. It is in fact the full-fledged 5G drone, first 5G drone of the world. So made in India, made for the globe. Made in Odisha, made for the globe. We have enough thought about the made in India, but let's do something. Let's make something in Odisha. Odisha has the huge potential, so we call it. So Odisha is a land of huge opportunities. Let's leverage that opportunity. If we can create a technology, complete hardware technology, the one we can. If Agirex can develop this technology here in the Odisha, utilizing the Odisha resources, utilizing the Odia minds, then definitely any Odia entrepreneurs, the students who are sitting there and thinking that they will develop their own enterprises, even you can do it. And this is what the journey is. And then we are proudly a K2K company. So what is K2K? It's a Kashmir to Kanyakumari, Kutch to Kohima. Started from Odisha and then scaled nationally. And this is what the K2K is. And again, we realize the K2K is not enough, because entrepreneurs say, oh, they never stops. They think, always think innovative. They always take challenges to achieve more. And then we thought, so let's do something D2D. So what is D2D? It's a Delhi to Dubai. And who helped us to take our technology from Delhi to Dubai? It's again the Startup Odisha. Because of the Startup Odisha help in the North Star and Jitex, and the 2 times they have provided us opportunity to present our solution in the South, in the Dubai market, in the Middle Eastern market. We were able to tied up with 4 different local players and able to export our drones to Dubai, other Middle Eastern countries. And all credits goes to Startup Odisha, and thank you, Honorable Executive Chairman Omkar Rai, and the entire team for providing us opportunity 2 times in the consecutive 2 years for presenting our solution globally. So again, I'm congratulating the entire team for achieving this top performer category, top performer as a state in the Startup India ranking, because this is a wonderful achievement, and this is a testimony that Odisha is rising and Odisha is growing, and Odia entrepreneurship culture is growing. It's not just Odia staying outside are building wonderful enterprises. So today, in today's session, we have also encountered, also experienced that even Odias staying inside, Odias getting support from the Odisha ecosystem are also building wonderful startups across the globe. So that is what the true ecosystem is. And thank you again. I will not make much of your time. And thank you again, Startup Odisha, for inviting me and creating this beautiful, wonderful ecosystem for all the Odia entrepreneurs there. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, made in Odisha and a global impact. You've actually inspired me. You know, your speech was so energetic and enthusiastic. I've been thinking of quitting this job and thinking about becoming an entrepreneur. Go, go, go. All right, wonderful. All right, we will move to our next speaker. We have with us Shri Priyadarshi Mahapatra, founder and CEO, CureBay, with an aim to bridge the gap in the Indian healthcare system by transforming patient experience in the undeserved markets. CureBay has introduced a hybrid healthcare and fulfillment model that helps connect patients in undeserved markets to healthcare providers and other key ecosystem players digitally, and executing it through a robust three-tier model of hub, spoke, and a network of satellite health centers. So let's welcome Shima Patra with a huge round of applause and hear what he has to share with us today.
Thank you so much. And I must say, I'm absolutely inspired hearing my previous speakers narrate their journey. And for me, I'm a second-time entrepreneur. And like Bodhi mentioned, I think I was a Noria starting a venture capital funded company in the early days of VC funding in India, but outside Orissa. Exited in 2006 when the American watch guys Fossil acquired us. But this time, I'm going to speak about CureBay, a venture which is very close to my heart, extremely passionate about it, which I decided to start in Orissa. The story of CureBay actually started at the peak of pandemic. I was working with Google. I was in Gurgaon those days. And this was a time when even the security guards and drivers were not coming home. And I had a bit of a health issue at home. The first person that you call is the Google helpline, and I knew that Google will take care of it. I called them. They said, not to worry, everything will be taken care. And one of the leading private hospitals was supposed to get in touch with me at 3 p.m. 2:30, I got a call saying, can we have your Skype ID? I literally burst out laughing. I said, you know what? I used to head Microsoft India's consumer business. Skype was part of my portfolio. I don't have a Skype ID, so I don't know who has a Skype ID in today's day and age. And that sort of got me thinking how archaic the approach in healthcare was in terms of adopting technology. And that's how really the thesis for CureBay started. And the thesis was based on the fact that a lot of investment in healthcare has actually gone into secondary and tertiary healthcare, especially tertiary by private bodies, because that's where really the money is there in the value chain. India has world-class tertiary healthcare facilities, and these are mostly in the top 8 cities or in state capitals. People even travel from abroad to come to India because we today provide one of the best global platforms in tertiary healthcare. But to me, this at most catered to about 300 to 350 million urban and semi-urban people. There's still about 1 billion people in this country who are dependent on public healthcare infrastructure for their basic healthcare needs. And everybody says that's a problem for the government to solve. And kudos to the government in terms of what they have done. The physical healthcare distribution infrastructure in India is something we should all be proud of, right? It's 4-tier in nature, starting from the district headquarter hospitals to the community healthcare centers to the primary healthcare centers, sub-centers, and if I add the Asha Anganwadi layer, it's probably 5-tier in nature. While the government has done an amazing job in terms of creating this very robust physical healthcare distribution, what they have not been able to solve is really solving for the provider-patient ratio. And whatever statistics we might read, the reality is, if you travel, especially in this part of the country, and go to remote areas and see the the PHCs, you'll find amazing physical centers with great facilities, sometimes even amazing devices that they have invested in, but there's nobody really to use them. There are no doctors. Probably if you're lucky, you will meet a paramedic. In some cases today, you will get a roll call saying on such and such date, a gentleman might come and see you, and you're not even sure about that. And this is a real problem. And if you go a little bit deeper, you will realize that the patient journey in the remote and underserved areas is completely broken, because if they visit one of these primary healthcare centers and they don't find a doctor, the next resort is to walk into a pharmacy. Now, what's wrong in that? There's nothing wrong, because pharmacy penetration in India is actually pretty good. Even in the remotest area, you will find a small pharmacy selling probably some generic drugs. But the danger there is you walk in, the pharmacist behaves like a doctor, hands over some medicine to you, and 9 out of 10 times you're handed over an antibiotic. And without a prescription, you have an antibiotic. You don't have the course. Dangerously, rural India is becoming antibiotic resistant. And if they don't go through this route, the next option left for them is to travel to the district headquarters. In every state, at the district headquarter level, you find decent healthcare infrastructure from the government, doctors available. But the challenge is there is not just traveling. It's not just a commercial impact, which was initially my hypothesis, that a patient and a caregiver, two of them travel. There's a cost of travel and stay. More importantly, for people traveling from the villages, there's a loss of income because their everyday income is linked to their effort. So commercial is probably the reason they want to avoid the travel. Not true. The reason they were avoiding the travel was the experience. Because you reach there from bus stops, railway stations, even corridors of government hospitals, you're accosted by what we call as healthcare dalals, and then you end up in places paying money, not even knowing whether you got the right service. And this, my friends, is a real problem. This, my friends, exists across every state in the country. And we decided to solve it. And I decided to solve it at a time when everybody was talking about the vulnerability of the healthcare infrastructure at the peak of the pandemic. And I said, if I have to do it, I will do it in our state. I'll do it in Orissa, because if I'm going to impact lives, if I'm going to spread smiles, then why not do it in a state that has given so much to me? So the dream of CureBay really started as a hybrid approach, because we realized purely physically you can't solve for this problem, and just pure digital will also not help. Because what do you really do after a teleconsultation? Teleconsultation does not work in rural area. Because a prognosis to get converted to a diagnosis, you need a multiple call to action. You need to get some tests done. You need to have some medication. These are all data points. These are data points that helps the provider decide on your course of the next treatment. And if for these, if you have to travel, you might as well travel and meet the doctor. Why would you just do a digital consultation? So we came up with this interesting model, where the first part of our model was a robust tech platform that was built on the principle of continuity of care, where we got the physical healthcare ecosystem aggregated on that. And this, to be honest, was an easier problem, because some of us came from some very strong tech background from Microsoft, Google, and we realized that we had the resources as well as the connects and the network to build this. And most of the healthcare ecosystem that we were aggregating was available in the urban and the semi-urban markets. But the real challenge was, how do you now take these health outcomes to the remotest part, to the underserved locations? And that's where the part 2 of our model comes, where we created a network of physical centers that we call as e-clinics. These were small centers designed for assisted healthcare and extremely asset-light. In these centers, we have 2 trained and certified healthcare workers. We have a pharmacist and a nurse who are available there, and a doctor who digitally consults them. And we give them access to medtech devices, and I'm pretty excited to speak to Partha later and figure out, what kind of devices we can take from our peers, our colleagues who are developing here, and take it to the remotest part of the country. We give them some point-of-care test equipments. The idea is, how do you really mimic the actual experience of an urban patient walking into a polyclinic through an hybrid approach? Because if you tell a rural patient that I'll do a digital consultation, it does not cut ice with them. First of all, there's a trust deficit there, and then you're asking for a habit change. Though COVID in multiple ways has made people comfortable with digital consultation, still it's not gone to that extent. So what we do, we really mimic this physical experience. You walk into a clinic, you're met just like any of us would meet if we walk into an Apollo, by trained healthcare workers who understand your health concerns, use medically approved devices to take your vitals, and then within 10 minutes, you get to speak to a doctor digitally. While the world was trying to deliver vegetables in 10 minutes, we said we will take high quality doctor consultation to the remotest areas in less than 10 minutes. And while the doctor is consulting you, it's an assisted model, so our trained staff sit right next to the patient, and any kind of intervention that is required, like an auscultation. If you have not put a stethoscope, you have not seen me. That's the concept, right? Somebody wants to take a blood pressure, immediate sugar test has to be done. All of them are done right at the spot, and because it's an integrated device, the doctor sees all the data real time. And then the doctor's prescription is picked up as a digital prescription, and our technology extracts the demand signals. What are the medicine? What are the tests that the doctor is recommending? Some of them we do there. We have a centrifuge there. Our staffs are trained phlebotomists. We collect the samples, and we have our own logistics to ensure that all 3,000 pathological tests can be done right at the center. During this process, if we identify anybody needs a tertiary intervention, we very transparently tell them that, hey, these are the partner hospitals. By the way, these hospitals are covered under BSKY, on which day the doctor is available, rooms are available, and how best you can go to that place without getting trapped through any broker system. So what we do, we disintermediate the brokers, remove any information asymmetry, and give them a transparent platform to book Not just book, then board a bus and go, provide them a basic concierge service in somebody actually receiving them, taking them to our partner hospital, getting their paperwork done. Anyway, government takes care of the cost. So we are like a family doctor who handholds them in the remotest area, giving them an experience which would probably compete with an experience an urban patient would get when they walk into any of the stores. The dream started small. The first 6 clinics took us about more than 6 months. It was very difficult to convince people in remote areas to, sort of change their practices of trying the turmeric, warm milk at home and actually seek the right healthcare help, walk into our centers. But today we have over 100 clinics. We have over 100,000 patients who have received over 300,000 different kind of medical tests. Over 400,000 medical orders have been fulfilled, and over close to 1,000 surgical cases through BSKY goes through our platform every month. So that's the model we have created. We believe we have close to touching millions of people's health, ensure that their family members at the most dire moments, because healthcare is a process. When you're seeking healthcare other than childbirth, you're always in a state where you're not mentally, very happy. And you need somebody with very high empathy to hold your hand and walk you through that process and deliver you and be like your family doctor. That's exactly what CureBay is trying to do. I've had some learnings in this journey which I'd like to share with all of you. First and foremost, I would not get into fundraising. Fundraising is an end result. Do not try to solve a problem for a VC. Identify a real problem. Identify a problem that people need you to solve it for them, that is causing either an inconvenience or a gap. Think through it. Create the acceptability of that problem in terms of the right pricing that you can do. And I'll give you an example in that. When we were doing our first pilot, I actually went to one of the village, did a mock setup of our clinic, and used the Sarpanch's help to get a few people into our clinic. And they said, so how much will you charge for it? I had no idea. I told them, so how much do you pay to that local guy? He said, no, he's not a doctor, he's an informal provider, what we call as a quack, the Jhola chaps. So, but how much do you pay them? They said, $50, $60. I said, pay us the same amount. And they laughed. They said, aap logon ne bhi Jhola chap bithaya hai. And that was a moment of truth for me. That was a reality that the price inelasticity in this market exists, specifically when you're dealing with a sensitive subject like healthcare. We priced it at $100. It did not hurt anybody's pocket, and people believed that we're giving them the right consultation from an approved doctor. Second, ideas are dime a dozen. Everybody will have an idea. It's your maniacal focus on execution that will make you a success. Be absolutely laser focused on what you are solving, but never get obsessed with your ideas. You need to pivot. You will learn. You will change. If you emotionally get attached to your idea, you'll try to stick to what you're doing. You will not read the market signals, and you will not pivot at the right moments. We were never looking at tertiary as a big business for us when we started. We thought it's all about somebody coming for doctor consultation, pathology diagnostics. We realized the biggest problem that we are solving for people, even if government has created a BSKY system, even if people know that they don't know who to go, when to go, and where to go. So you just being the right transparent information system in between is solving a massive problem for that. And you need to figure out how you solve it best for them. So don't get obsessed with your ideas. Be open to learning, be open to making quick pivots and moving ahead. And the third and the most important thing is attract the right team. While it is always good to have all areas coming and working because we are creating a program in area, my challenge was also I wanted to get the bestest talent from across India to come and work in Orissa. We got Dr. Shilpa Bhatt, who was the CEO of Vitamin Angels, who was the CEO of Doctors Without Boundary, one of the leading faces, to join us and work out of Bhubaneswar. We got Vasant Nangia, who was the CEO of Tanishq, who was the Asia Pacific president of Fossil, and the CEO of Chumbak, to quit and join us as president to come and sit out of Bhubaneswar. So I believe Orissa has the potential. We have the ecosystem. Global talent are absolutely willing to come and join hands with us and work if we have the right idea and if you have the right business to solve. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. These sessions are such an eye-opener for all of us. I mean, even those who are not connected to the world of startups and entrepreneurship. I think these are definitely eye-openers. So we'll move to our next one. This is with Shri Subhashish Mishra, founder and CEO Booking Genie, which has been trying to empower hotels from all aspects, from customer outreach to automating their booking process, improving their online presence and revenue to stimulate top line and bottom line growth. They offer unrestricted mobile-friendly website, which is effortless to use with free secure hosting and an in-depth control panel. Let their customers, be it hotels, motels, guest houses or service apartment, customize the site with amazing content, comments and more. And of course, in the morning, we know that they have also raised external funds, an undisclosed amount from IP Ventures. So yes, let's welcome Shri Subhashish Mishra with a big round of applause from all of you.
So from the launch time, one thing is reverberating that marriage is the problem. So marry the problem, not the solution. Dr. Roy, my alma mater, Priyadasi sir and Dr. Acharya, fellow founders and friends. Thank you so much for this opportunity, first of all. And I will not deliberate upon my Booking Genie story more, but looking at the student strength here, definitely share some learning from my entrepreneurship journey so far. Well, here are my few key, like, let's say, 5 to 6 learnings from my entrepreneurial journey so far. And I'm sure my fellow founders will connect with them, and students or youngsters, those who are here considering to start up something of their own, should consider starting as ASAP kind of. So I started my entrepreneurship journey at around around 10 years of corporate experience. I wish I could have started straight from college. I'm sure Priyadasi would also agree with me. But yeah, those days were very, very critical for us. To start with, I mean, background never matters. First lesson that I learned very later was background doesn't matter. Some of my co-speaker was sharing, I'm not from IIM, though he's already created an immense business out of his idea. So background doesn't matter whether you are from a middle-class family like me. I mean, I started my first career as a banker. Today I run a 300 crores technology business. I'm not an engineer. I'm not I don't know how to write a single piece of code. Coming to that same background doesn't matter. One of my colleague who works with me very closely these days, he's not past 10th class and he writes the code on AI. I mean, AI kind of bits. He's right here among you. If you are interested, you can meet him later. So the second point that I have learned, start. You have to start it. Don't wait for the perfect movement, muhurt, or that idea to materialize. Ask 10 people, what do you think about validation and all. That will come later. But fast, start that idea that you are talking about and fail fast. You have to start that idea, and whether it's going to see the day of the light, that only you'll understand once you start that idea. Connecting to what Priyadasi sir just now said, ideas. I mean, we all think that we are, have the unique idea in this world, but trust me, the same idea, what you have in your mind, 60 to 80,000 people have the same idea at the same time. So therefore, execution is the key, not the idea. So you have to execute. It's all execution game. The same idea can be, you would be married to that idea, or you would think that this is my unique idea in the world. However, you will figure it out soon, meeting people, that there are, immense number of people who are doing in the same idea. So therefore, execution is the key. Then I learned one critical thing during my corporate and entrepreneurship skill is relationships. Never spoil a single relationship wherever you have created. You never know when you have to get back to them, right? When they can come to rescue. It might be a simple employee-employer relationship. It might be a mentorship relationship. It might be your personal relationship. Never spoil it, right? So they can come to your rescue and they can take a turnaround in your life, which I have personally felt. For example, my first investment came from a banking client of mine from Singapore. I was like, my first investment in my company is a FDI. Like, it's called foreign direct investment. All of you know that. So it comes from very, very unusual sources. And the deal happened in the airport, where he asked me, what is it that you're looking for? I said, money. And within a week, he sends my bank calls me and says, you have a remittance. So relationship is one key thing that entrepreneur will always need. Make yourself, another key point that I've discovered is make yourself, spend time with people, those who will make you very, very uncomfortable. We always look for people who makes us comfortable. Like they will say, great, sir, you are doing great, amazing. Meet and spend time with those people, those who will question you, those people who will doubt you. And these people will move you out of the comfort zone. Because, let me again tell you that I quote some of my mentors, especially Kanwal Rekhi, in the early stage when I met, was just considering to quit my job and start something of my own. He was the person who shared with me that there are just 2% of this world are entrepreneurs. I mean, true sense entrepreneur. And entrepreneurship was always a lonely journey. So you need to have that system within you, your team, your mentors, your family. Everybody should be aligned with you. And entrepreneurship is all about selling this idea that, tomorrow is a better day. You have to sell this idea to your clients, to your team, to your family, to your mentors, that yes, to your investors as well, that tomorrow is going to be a better day. And every day morning, like when you wake up, one of my favorite song in Odia is that all of your student parents would be knowing of Akshay Mohanty, which says, Niti Gade, Niti Bhange, Swapnaro Balighara, right? That's entrepreneurship. Every day you build a dream and you create it. Some will see the day of the light, some will not, and majority of them will not. But those ideas or dreams that will see the daylight will eventually give you value to you and your stakeholders. Finally, this is my favorite, and all of you should, take it to the heart, that you are the average of your 5 proximity, right? So you are going to be the average of all the 5 people that you spend maximum time with. So therefore, choose your proximity very, very wisely. Whom are you meeting with? Whom are you spending maximum time with? Is only going to determine what you are going to be in future. So I'm missing Mr. Mittal here, who started his, deliberation saying that Mittal hu to business hui karna tha. So when I used to meet Agarwals, Mittals, Bansals in my corporate career, I used to say, what is they are doing? Because my parents have said me that these are the job of people like Mishras, Mahapatras, and so on and so forth. So if you are here, I just want to share that, Mittals, Agarwals, Bansals, Ambanis are definitely there for entrepreneurship, but it's era of Mishras, Mahapatras, Das, Pandas, all this surname that Odia are very fond of. So with a beautiful ecosystem that has been created, I think Odisha ecosystem that we are talking about, I have been a great benefactor of Odia ecosystem. Startup Odisha was not formed during when we started kind of the entrepreneurship journey, but later on when it started, I took really advantage of starting from little grants initial days and the encouragement that Odisha ecosystem has given to the all fellow entrepreneurship and including me. So thank you so much for inviting for this wonderful talk, and with the assurance that my first startup, when I started way back in 2010, I considered to start in Bangalore. This is an interesting story because in 2011-10, if you talk about, my entire corporate career was in Bombay, and in Bombay, people used to ask me, "Tera gaon kahan hai?" And I used to say Bhubaneswar, right? So Bhubaneswar, where is this? Andhra mein hai ya Bengal mein hai? They would not really relate Bhubaneswar, where is it? So therefore, as per this experience of mine, I said, I will never start a company in Bhubaneswar. So I started my first entrepreneurship venture called 5 Elements in Bangalore, Electronic City, just out of inferiority complex. However, 7 years later, when I considered Booking Genie, I never looked back. I said it has to be registered in ROC Cuttack, and I registered in ROC Cuttack and registered with Startup Odisha, and here we are, a 300 crores company, straight from Bhubaneswar. All the employees sits here, and we sooner, by 2027, we are here and we will be a IPO company from Bhubaneswar. Thank you so much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Shri Subhash Mishra. What inspiring stories. Can we have a big round of applause for all of them? And yes, we would like to take this opportunity to felicitate also our homegrown entrepreneurs who were kind enough to share their success stories with us. So I request our Executive Chairman, Dr. Omkar Rai, to please join on stage. And let's invite all 5 of them together on stage with a big round of applause. Shri Subhash Mishra, Booking Genie, Shri Priyadarshi Mahapatra, Cure, Shri Bodhisattva Sangapriya, IG Drone, Shri Avinash Sahu, Bonvi Aero, and Shri Partha Pratim Das Mahapatra, AzerX. So let's have all of them on stage, and we would take this opportunity to felicitate them. Let the applause keep coming. And I'll request all of them to hold and we can have a group photograph. And as a request, this is from my side, I think such successful startups, our own homegrown entrepreneurs have made us so proud. Let's give them a standing ovation, all of us. I mean, I think that's going to salute the spirit of entrepreneurship in Odisha here. Thank you. Thank you. You make us all so proud. Thank you so much. We will also, sir, I request, sir, आपको तो थोड़ा रुकना पड़ेगा क्योंकि सर ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है इतना अच्छा स्टार्टअप उत्सव ऑर्गेनाइज हुआ है और स्टार्टअप ओडिशा की टीम को यहाँ ना बुलाया जाए एक फोटोग्राफ के लिए तो सर हो ही नहीं सकता. So can we request the team from Startup Odisha to please come on stage and let's give a big round of applause to Startup Odisha for organizing this wonderful startup utsav and giving an opportunity to all our entrepreneurs, our incubators and these young minds to learn so much today from this event. So let's have the whole team on stage for a wonderful photograph so we can capture this in our memory forever. And yes, so thank you everyone once again. That brings us to the end of this wonderful Startup Utsav 2024. We would like to personally thank all the entrepreneurs, incubators, all the stakeholders who have been a part of this event today. And of course, thank you, Dr. Omkar Rai, for, making this such a huge success. You and your team deserve a big round of applause. Thank you so, so much. And ladies and gentlemen, you can now join us for high tea before you leave. Thank you so much.